And some people like the more gamey experience that RimWorld provides, and some people like the more, well, that's a lot, experience that Dwarf provides. So it's,
Woo.
you know. Even with the learning disability, you were able to learn it pretty well. It's completely doable and enjoyable. No, absolutely. Glad to hear you've enjoyed it. Unzipped. Did you play pre Dwarf Fortress releasing on Steam, or did you play post the release? Unzipped Water. Dilf, thank you very much for the 20th month. All right, let's play. So, chat rooms. First off, if you haven't, if you're on Twitch, type an exclamation point video and please go leave a comment on that video and a like and let it run in the background, because the video I uploaded yesterday is doing pretty well, and I spent 50-something hours working on it over the past, well, from Wednesday until Monday, and then I finished it and uploaded it at 4 in the morning on Tuesday. So if you like that kind of nonsensically stupid work ethic, please post a beer like Potpourri said, and also go click on and interact with video that. Yes, that'd be cool. Folks in YouTube, here's a link. Same goes to use. Speaking of links, if you're watching in the YouTube side of things, please leave a like on the stream, because something yada yada recommendation engine. If you're here on the Twitch side of things, here's a link to the YouTube if you want to lurk there as well or leave a like on the stream. And to the people on the YouTube side of things, once you've left a like on the stream, if you happen to have the extra bandwidth and the site's not blocked, there's a link to the Twitch channel if you would like to lurk here and help inflate my view counts. We are playing Colorbeard. This is a fortress that I started 10 years ago now in-game. It sounds a lot longer than it actually is. We have about 200 dwarves, so the fort's like pretty mid-game. I can't remember if we I think we just accepted a Baron too, so I probably got to do that. The goal for this fortress is I want to make Forgotten Beasts fight. I wanted to do that with a fortress before this one, but then an update came out which made that kind of hard. So I waited for the bug that got added with that update to get fixed, and actually went and played the fort that you guys just saw in the video, in the interim. So now we're in this, and we are yeah, you're right. I was like, I don't think we have a Baron. We got a Baron and they immediately died. So we're out of the royalty department now. Might use the effect to bring him back. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Also, we keep getting attacked by zombies, which is why there's a bunch of bodies down here and a seriously injured dwarf, because the fighting just finished. The dwarves are not as happy as they were shortly ago. We were up to 200 dwarves at one point, but the population dropped down a little bit because we are in this world right here, where we are in the center of this kind of little valley canyon thing. This whole faction down here is zombies. I'm going to exterminate them. Yeah, that. We're going to murderville them, especially after what they just did to me, which is invading me and killing some of my dwarves, including my noble. I thought this was a functional dwarven faction, because looking at them, they look like they're all a functional dwarven faction. But it turns out they're actually run by this tower, the imprisoned continent in the jungles of watchfulness. The Dwarven Tower of Lauded Crafted of the Brass Inks is a necromancer tower that took over the entirety of this faction, and I'm now at war with. So we are going to murder them. I've taken over some of their sites already, this one specifically, the Dwarven Hillocks of Brass Sieges. We've also taken over this monastery, which they had control over, and also this fortress up here, which they've taken over. So my goal is to repopulate this whole half of the map, basically, and become the entertainment capital of the world. And as far as dwarves in the fort go, we've got Zostra, we've got Nut Dealer, we got Blazin. Blink, thank you very much for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. Means a lot, mate. We got Snail. Surprise. Sweaty Poet, who's still alive, thankfully. We got some otters. We got Bone Doll in the middle there. We got Judosi. We've got Raging Cave. We've got several vampires who are imprisoned. Don't worry about it. We've got Server Lord, Cricket, Kronos, and my messenger. We also have Dwarf Lobster and Tiny. We have Krav, Clockwork Dragon, Bismuth, Amethyst, and Philly. And we have Metroid, as well as Esvan, and Sly, and Elith, as well as Potpourri, and Darius, and Moreb. What else do we have? Enter Bunny, Mina, Bootlegger, DeGasperi. I always read that name as something else. We've got Dulcan, we've got Freeways, we've got Ankh, we've got our Mayor Gig, who's still at it. Look at that. We got Sage, Sour Grapes, Graza, who is a librarian, I think? Yes. Stormwolf, we've got Zoreza, not Nex. We've got Romanoid, we've got Lanix, Schmitty Scent, Diebustin, Edict, Tome the Turkey, Pilot, Poobert, we're almost at the bottom here, Helmet, a whole bunch of kids in the fort, Dulcan Jr., Zostra Jr., and I think that's everybody. Could you get a dwarf named this guy? Sure. We can do that. Let me just scroll down until I get all of the dwarves who needs to be named. So... the fort is up. Potpourri, you already have a dwarf. Weird or not. Oh, you want me to name it Moo Cow? Moo Cow. You have a cat named Moo Cow? Why do you have a cat named Moo Cow? Okay. What kind of dwarf would you like me to give the name Moo Cow? Would you like just a happy dwarf? Because you say you don't care about beard or not? Because we could go with this one. Do you want the C capitalized? And oh no, it's Oak. Do you have any preference on beard or job or get a load of this guy? Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay. Often neglects his own well-being and has no interest in material goods, can be happy and optimistic, and is slow to anger. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, occasionally overindulges, and has a calm demeanor. He rarely feels discouraged, and he is quite ambitious. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He can handle stress and is stubborn. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore, and dreams of mastering a skill. He personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and believes that peace is preferable to war. He likes brimstone, nickel, and morganite, as well as elk antler, male shirts and cages, and the words of the early dress of impossible prefers to consume potato wine and absolutely hates bark scorpions. He's married to Philly and has a daughter named Yushat. So there you go. You'd like a beard. Oh, got it. So guy needs to be guy. Got it. Can do. I clicked on the first dwarf I saw and they aren't named, and they are reading, "After the screw!" Get a load of this guy. This guy is going to be fun. His dower is a rule and conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking as an abstract concept. Me too. I abstractly consider parties to be fun, but in reality, not so much. He is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. He's not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. Generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is quarrelsome and bothered by this since he values friendship. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and often feels envious of others. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him and starts to whisper when he's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He doesn't really get upset at anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally hates loyalty and thinks that guile and cunning are indirect and somewhat worthless. He likes schist and gold. Dementoid. I love the word dementoid. It's just such. It's a shiny rock, but like it's such a good word for a mineral. Clear glass as well as giant mole leather, giant chipmunk bone, sheep's wool, giant skunk parchment, and the color carmine. He likes maces and ballista parts and the words of the early dress and the sound of the fabulous euphoria and the sight of the future rhythm and when possible prefers to consume bobcat, artichoke wine, and hates praying maggots. Isn't potato wine just vodka? No. No.
33 months already?
Distilling is not fermenting. Also, apparently, in the Twitch chat, Shadow Observer is giving away 2 computer gremlins. The computer gremlin is Dismug. Dismug. So if you'd like a chance to win this mug with art by Elfie, and you're in the Twitch chat, type an exclamation point, enter. 33 months, under the brim. Thanks for the 33rd month. Appreciate you. It's a lot of months. Seriously. But it is a bit starchy. I've had a potato filtered beer, which honestly I don't know what that means. Tiny Hippo, thank you for the 11th month. What else do we know about this guy? He hates prairie maggots, was the last thing I read. He has some friends, surprisingly, in the fortress. He's a member of the Denomination of Gems and part of the Dyers and Farmers Guild. Maybe he should try joining the Livers Guild if he wants to be happier. You know, live a little. This is the fortress. Well, this is one of the 2 bedroom layers. If we go up to the top, we have a giant bridge, which leads over this way to this giant arena. The arena is slowly getting built. I'm trying not to build it so much in the winter because in the winter it snows, and the dwarves don't like getting snowed on. So this is the arena that what we are building. I'm going to build some sort of like support structure, probably that has stairs going down, and maybe I'll load contestants in the stairs or something. It has the 15-ounce one. Oh, so the people can get the bigger one? So the dwarves are actively doing some sort of cleanup from the zombie invasion that we had, which is why there's blood on the ground. This was where my, I think, yeah, it was Dark Dreamer, right? Who died? My Baron, who passed away very tragically. We fought off the zombies well, and it went about as poorly as you'd expect. I'm very confused. How did a hype train just start? Anyway, Under the Brim and Shadow Absorber, you won your mug. Shadow Absorber, you won your own giveaway. Congrats. I'm not going to say it was rigged because it wasn't, but congrats. Under the Brim, click on that link if you'd like to redeem your mug. I don't know why a hype train just started, but a hype train just started. Anyway, we've got a sale on gift subs, and now there's an ad, so I'll pause the game. During the ad, YouTube folks, the first person to put 3, I don't know, smiley face emojis into the chat can name a dwarf or an inanimate object in the fort, if you'd like. Yeah, they just brewed the thing next to the... Just brewed the thing next to like a potato farm. It's right next to a potato field. The potatoes were overseeing. So, Caesardes, you were first. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard or not a dwarf at all? Would you like something else? Unless you already have a dwarf, which I don't think you do. No, you don't. Hooded, bearded dwarf. Well, most of them have hoods, so that makes that part easy. You're listening to a story. I don't know what story. Could somebody tell HHE24 that I paused the game during ads so they're not missing anything? Is frequently depressed and considers spending time much more important than associating with others. Spending time alone much more important than associating with others. He can be very happy and optimistic and lives a fast-paced life. He has a sense of duty and is quick to form negative views about things. Generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and occasionally overindulges. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and isn't particularly curious about the world. He is quite ambitious and he's quite ambitious and isn't particularly curious about the world. He often feels lustful. He does not easily fall in love. He rarely develops positive feelings. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and gnaws on his cheek when he's excited. He skips over to others when he meets them, and when he gets excited, it's easy to tell because he drums his fingers. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds blind honesty foolish and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. He doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife and sees introspection as important. What I get for taking your headset off when the coworker's yelling across the room at you? What, you missed the, like... the what do you call it? The giveaway? Is that what you're saying? But, rip. Sorry, Darius. The mug you already have. Well, hey, at least you already have the mug, right? All right, he does have extremely sparse hair, though, so that's why he's wearing the hood most definitely. He needs a new shoe. Should probably work on that. And he's a member of the Fortress, obviously, member of the Dyers and the Farmers Guilds, pretty typical. He has a pet guinea pig and many friends in the Fortress as well. As for the story that he's listening to, the dwarves are currently telling the story of how Bim Boulder Dances became the queen of the strategic boots in 268. Bim, are you still the queen of the... Yeah, still is the queen of the strategic boots. And it is the year 310, so that's a pretty long reign for a queen. Let's check a few things real quick. Whoa! Blink, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. Thanks for all the gift subs, guys. Gift subs are on sale, which is why that's probably happening slightly more often than usual. Okay, it does look like a lot of the clothing stuff is running, so that's good. Just check my work orders. All right, I was doing a brief fort tour, so let's do that again. The top of the fort, we have the whole arena situation. Going down into the fort, we have our military who trains right there. Down in the fort, this is the actual fort itself. We are going to be accelerating preparation for war today. Down beneath this, we have very under construction forge room and kitchens. This is an entrance, which needs to be opened, actually. And that's our main lever room, which is also a series of offices and where we trade. Down beneath this is a series of bedrooms that are still under construction, admittedly. Down here is the main sleeping area, which I'm pretty happy with how this has turned out. We've like populated this whole region. We got our tiny little tavern down there. I need a better, bigger one. We've got a whole bunch of gloves in there. I need to, I guess, give the dwarves somewhere to put the used clothing soon. Down in here, we've got, you know, I'm also pretty happy with how this area is coming out. It's like our temple complex region where all the worship happens. These are all different temples. And I honestly think this area is turning out quite nicely. I do have more bodies what need be buried, so I'm going to have to make some tombs right away. I'm pretty sure we're all caught up on bedrooms, so that part's good. But let's just get these tombs rolling. Let me just double check on bedrooms. Okay, the kid's done in bedrooms, but that's fine. So we are good in that regard. Can dwarves watch and enjoy arenas? No. I'm not going to make the dwarves watch. I mean, they might be nearby it, but I will not give them a direct viewport. Like, would you want to watch monsters rip each other apart in reality? Like, every now and again, you'll get a dwarf who doesn't hate it, but they're not the norm. So because we also just had a fight, we've got a dwarf who's running to recover the wounded. Well, let's just say that the vast majority of the dwarves do not get any enjoyment whatsoever out of seeing things murder things, regardless of if they're intelligent or not. Every now and again, you'll get a dwarf, and they're not normal. So, no. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, and honestly, I'm kind of happy about that fact. That dwarves don't enjoy... Oh, no. This dwarf failed a artifact a while ago. I thought I'd completed it, but... That death was expected. I don't know. It's one of those things that I'm like actually genuinely happy that Dwarf has the mechanics built that way. So there is a hype train happening right now. Gift subs are on sale, and it needs 4 subscriptions or 1,600 bits to level up. Just saying. Especially like, okay, let me throw another line in there. We're gonna be making Forgotten Beasts fight. I've already caught several. They're over here. We've got 2 of them. And you need to remember, these are endangered species. No, the Roman Colosseum worked because if you didn't watch, you were gonna end up having to fight in it. It worked because fascism, before we had a word for that. So I would say that the Roman Colosseum working is a bit of a not a good example. That's all I have to say about that.
Woohoo!
Blink is giving away 5 of the blockade stickers. These are the new stickers that were made for the video. This is a thing that's happening just in the Twitch chat once again. If you'd like to take part, type in !enter in the Twitch chat. Thank you very much for gifting all of the stuff, but this is what it is. It's this sticker. This is an example of one of my stickers. !enter if you're in the Twitch chat. There's 5 of them, so your odds are pretty good. Thank you very much, Blink. Means a lot, mate. Don't make that turkey fight a Forgotten Beast. I have and I will make more. It's a fight that they have a slightly higher chance of winning than Thanksgiving, so I think that turkey would take that bet. So yeah, these are all the dwarves that got injured in the fighting. Well, not Iden, but Stakud. Can't stand currently. We also got Bambul who got injured, and now this dwarf is bringing, well, just brought Bambul in. And then this dwarf is leaving, who's faint, who almost died in the fighting. They got given some dressings, and then they splint on their foot. Thankfully, they should heal up pretty well, I would think. Hurt him. Good luck. I mean, you did kill a necromancer in that fight, so that's pretty good. Thank you very much for the little train chat with the 12 subscriptions. And they're still taking baths from the bucket and getting water, as the dwarves do. Is the store locked? No, it is not. All right, let's just jump over to here so I can get those tunes rolling. Ow. Clicked the wrong button. I forgot to click another button. There we go. Oh, I'm doing these in limestone. It's the coffins that are microcline. And for the winners, Oblivion Cubed, Elith, Telenartho, Nat Hazard, and Zachris. Congrats, you guys all won stickers. What's up, Petey Cato? How's things, man? It's good to see you, dude. It's always fun to see names that I recognize from the Twitch chat in the Future of the Fortress. I say that just because I saw PT Cato's name. And that's always fun. Deaths have been pretty low in this fort so far, all things considered. You are in the military, you are a adept spear dwarf, and a master of observation and legendary weaver. How have you done in the military? You killed a dwarf rotted butcher and 1 zombie here, as well as a dwarf may or may not have been a zombie in Moral Bells. So you are in fact still kicking. And screaming and punching. Let me just check my military and see who I can send out. it seems like nobody is still resting, which means you should probably be removed from the military. You're legendary in literally everything, but you kind of hate it. What's your needs? Just want to acquire something? Nah. Well, actually, I'm going to grab these squads and do this. Which will let them go upgrade their stuff. And then I'm going to go to here, and we're going to see how that last pillage that we went. But yeah, cheers, Blank, for the gifts. Let's hope it's an honorable death. Well, we are invading necromancer locations, apparently. I mean, this was where the dwarven necromancer Iton was killed by Erdim Cradlewinds in Moral Bells. Moral Bells sounds like a really strange... How do I word this? A really, really, really strange holiday song. Maybe I'm just, like, conflating it and the tune of Silver Bells. Oh, yeah. No, we are going after a dwarven civilization here that was completely taken over by necromancy, in fact. So they are all zombified. And that's why they're all red and unfriendly. These guys over here, these blue dwarves, this is my faction, but this faction over here, we've already taken over 3 other spots, and I'm going for this one next, which is Moral Bells, which apparently one of my dwarves is kidnapped in currently. So I'm gonna go pillage them again. So there's magic? Sure. There's types of magic. There's also magical weapons, which can be used to cast certain spells, but they don't generally get used in Fortress mode, outside of some unique situations where that can happen. And one of my farmers has been missing for a week. No idea what happened to him. Maybe he's outside and we'll find him eventually. All right, let's go here. And type in, whoops, here. Hell. No idea what happened to you. Do I have slabs? Yes, I do. Well, that's good. Let's finish making these tombs. Let's grab doors. Go door. Hey. If I wall off a section of the cavern, can enemies climb over them if I have 2 layers of open space above it? Yes, they can, but it's not that likely. It depends. Different creatures have different skills in climbing. So something that's like really good at climbing could, probably. Especially if they're connected to rough walls or if you made them out of boulders, because then they're very easy to climb. If you made them out of blocks, they'll be harder to climb. If you put a 1-tile overhang on it, they won't be able to climb it. But things will be able to get over that, but it will be harder for them to get over it than it would be normally. If you, like, were to have no wall. Some things can fly, yeah. Obviously something that could fly could just fly over it. And just be like, lol, don't care. What did I just make 25 of then? Oh, was that? So yeah, if you want to wall off a section of cavern, I would recommend going all the way to the ceiling. But yeah, I think the current plan right now in this fortress is just to let these dwarves get rested and have a bit of a break and get all of their gear again, with the exception of the squads that I am trying to take over places with. With the exception of this, we should be giving these dwarves a bit of a break. Are they planning to update the UI? They spent 2.5 years updating the UI, and they've continued to improve on it since. So I feel like that's a loaded question. If your question is the UI going to get a complete overhaul and be completely different? No. Are they going to continue to improve it? Duh. 173 are a lot of dwarves? I mean, I think 220 is the population cap at the moment. I've had upwards of 400 before, so it's not that many. But it's certainly not a small number of dwarves. You caught a stream? Yay! What's up, Starry Breezer? Sour Grapes is continuing to commit crimes. I really want Sour Grapes to go and take over a location so I don't have to keep chaining Sour Grapes up and putting them in prison, but it's just the reality in which that I'm living at the moment. Oh, so never mind. Sour Grapes was found dead. I presume the captain of the guard killed him. Did you? I don't see a combat log there. After punishing somebody with a beating. Ah, well. Unfortunately, Sour Grapes is no longer with us, friends, because Sour Grapes was a very upset, mean, angry, vengeful dwarf who kept on fighting with my own people and beating the crap out of them. And it's very unfortunate that Sour Grapes had to die like that, but it sucks to suck. They did ask for the most upset dwarf in the fort when I named them, so they got what they wanted. I'm making more tombs. I'm gonna do multi-floor tombs. It'll be lovely. It'll be glorious. How do you expand your options when starting adventure? I don't understand the question. Like, you didn't ask a question. So in YouTube chat, they say, I have a few questions when it comes to your video about necromancy. How do I expand my options when starting an adventure? What? You didn't ask a question. If you have a question, I'll do my best to answer. If you ask a non-question, I don't know what you're asking. So I don't understand the question. Let's get that dwarf who I made a slab for placed. There it is. Let's get that dwarf memorialized. Maybe we'll find the body eventually. Maybe we won't. Dwarves are making coffins. Ah, I see. Microclient's just far away from where they're crafting. Makes sense. I also started making stockpiles, didn't I? It's all for clothing. It's all finished goods. This is my clothing stockpile. This just needs bins, doesn't it? Let's just get some bins made. Bars. What do I have for bars? Do I have copper? I do. I have 58 copper. Although, is it all in floors and places? It probably is. What other bars do I have at the moment? Do I have wood? I do. I don't want to just use it, although if I don't have to, because then I have to haul more. Rather make metal ones. Let's make 25 copper bins. 20. We'll do 20. 20 copper bins. It's a shame about sour grapes, but they did ask to be the most upset dwarf in the fort, and I said, you'll probably not live very long, and they said that's fine. So they got beaten to death by the captain of the guard. I mean, at least they didn't take more dwarves down with them, you know? That's good for me in the long run, I suppose. You're just over there making malachite mechanisms. As dwarves slowly move over. The collector death was deserved. That adventurer was not fun to play, but I think it's kind of funny. People talking about the collector, and it's like, well, you should watch my streams more. You would have seen a lot of him. Because that was very much like just a character that was streamed. How to set up a world to spawn the sites to become a necromancer. You generate a world, and if there's towers, or not, you can become a necromancer. You just need to find a slab. If you go to the wiki and type in slab, like, or secrets of life and death, you will find all of the information you need. Mostly because it's a bit of a moot point for me to just sit here and discuss it, but I covered all of that in the video as far as I know. If I didn't, then I guess I failed, but... Have I played Caves of Cud? Only like 500 hours of it. Still very much a newbie. I don't think it's that much extra. It's 400 is closer to reality. Only a few hundred hours of it. Although the next roguelike I want to go back to is Cogmind. It's been a lot longer since I've played Cogmind, and I played a lot of Caves of Cud when it released out of early access. Oh, I do have a microcline coffin. Why are you not letting me build it? Game? What the heck? Oh, I guess they just finished them. Two tombs have been created. For Arga and Sour Grapes. Actually, I need to check something. Well, let's hope that they can do that. First, though, they have to place the tombs. I need to go back down. I'm like having to reformat my brain into being able to play this fort again. It's been a week. Cogmind is really good, yeah. It's been a while. And that's, like, if I haven't played a game in a while, I want to go back to something I haven't played in the longer period of time. So. It's either DF or Caves of Cud. What about Path of Acra? Or Jupiter Hell Classic. Or fucking LB Chaotic Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Whatever fits the mood, mate. Whatever fits the mood. If I lose somebody's body and I can't put them in the coffin, my squads have returned, then I will just make them a slab and put it in their tomb. Okay, so we did another pillage attempt. This is me pillaging those zombified dwarves once more, or necromancer dwarves once more. Poobert led the attack, damn right. And they outmatched Obok Hammerlimb with a cunning plan, who was the defending dwarf leader, with a positional advantage and moral bells. Poobert clashed with a single animated dwarf, well, zombie, and slayed it. Obok was struck down by Romanoid. The forces of the Mountain of Dyes scorched moral bells, and the dwarf Urist, the tome, looted the Oracular Palace. Did I rescue the dwarf who got kidnapped, though? That's the important question. Traditional Son. You love to see it. The Secret of Animals. Surveying in Theory is another book. Never underestimate draining. Well, that's actually the most accurate Dwarf Fortress sentence ever. Yeah, go play Crypt of the Necrodancer, you know? Like, let's just go full chaos here. What's up, Zildy? How's things? Yeah, it doesn't look like they were able to rescue that one dwarf, although there's probably just too many books there. Let's just go back to the overworld here. I'm just gonna raid this location, except I'm gonna take these 3 off the bottom, and they're going to raid it separately, but they're going to only release prisoners and my captives. So I'm going to send 2 separate raids off to this location. These dwarves are going to try and save that dwarf. And then the rest, these 2 squads here, are just going to go steal items. Great video. Planning on trying the world yourself. Best of luck. I've done a lot of forts in that world. So there's a lot of, like, constructions and things to explore in that world. Some ads are about to pop. When they go off, I will pause the game, and I will not unpause it until the ads are done. Locum, the Dwarven child, has withdrawn from society. But yeah, I'm just glad that that video is doing well. I mean, one of the other reasons, aside from me like basically pulling an all-nighter to finish it, was I was just super stressed yesterday that the video would do badly, and I would just be bummed out all day. So I didn't want to stream and be bummed out. It was actually a lot of the impetus as to why I just like didn't stream yesterday. I don't know if that's, like, silly, but... Cheers, Starry. If they're zombies, and they captured your guy, there's a chance your guy's now a zombie. Oh, no, certainly. Certainly. They may have killed him, or he may have just joined them. He may or may not be a zombie. It's hard to say specifically. Child claims a craft store shop because they have no skills. They're 3 years old, so who are your parents? Erdim, one of my militia dwarves, and Urist, who doesn't live here. Well... your grandparents are also here. Imagine living in a fort with an aunt, an uncle, and your grandparents. Wow. I don't know. Bills need to be paid. That's a pretty valid reason, Cricket, but touche. What else do you need? Okay, hold on. You got 2 wood. You need rough gems, clearly. But forest, rough gems. Okay, so I need gems because we don't have, we clearly do not have rough gems. So we're now in an ad break. I will seek out some gems, like right there. Just thunk, mine those out. And thunk, mine those out. That cheered you up? It was kind of neat not streaming the premiere, actually, Zachris, because I got to throw it up on my TV. So I was sitting in my living room with coffee, chatting on my phone, which was kind of neat. I don't normally get to take part in my own premieres, I guess. It's normally like I'm just streaming, so I feel like I'm just working. That's good. Well, not good that you had a rough mental health day. Good that you were able to lose yourself in Dwarf Fort for a bit, Meso. Make themselves a nice toy. I really hope so. I like it when kids make themselves a toy and then claim it as a personal treasure. It's like, duh! It's like me keeping the little metal tractor I had as a kid. Or like the wooden pickup truck, or rather dump truck that my dad made for me because me and my older sister had to sleep on a mattress for like 3 weeks when we moved house years and years and years ago, and then my dad built us a bunk bed. When we were really little kids. And when he finished building us a bunk bed, he kind of felt bad because I'd also just been in and out of surgery for like a week at that point. Long story. But I vaguely remember my dad making me this wooden dump truck, and I still have it. He almost threw it out, and I found that out a couple of years ago. I was like, no, I will keep. Give me that. Must have. So I've cleaned it up, and I'm going to glue it partially back together because it fell apart a little bit. It's old. And I'm going to stain it and make it look pretty. Maybe replace some of the wood, because when I moved out, it ended up just sitting in my dad's shed for like a decade. So Kiddo here needs gems. Rough gems. So we've told the dwarves to go mine these gems. So now there's gems. And Kiddo is moving because they needed gems. But yeah, no, I mean, it is absolutely possible that we could end up killing our own dwarves, Goose. Goose in YouTube chat basically asks, is it possible for them to have, like, taken and converted my dwarf? In previous forts, I've had dwarves get captured and then sent out another squad to try and rescue them, and that squad kills that dwarf, meaning that dwarf joined the enemy. There was also one point where I thought that, like, the leader of a faction was imprisoned somewhere because it said that they were living there in Legends, and I was like, oh, well, just go attack this site and we'll get it back. And then we killed them. I was like, oh, I guess they joined the enemy. Well, that's interesting. Cricket, you are alive. I can't remember who your offspring was. Yes, Rith, your only son, is in fact still alive, if that's who you're talking about. I realize it's been a week. I'm also catching back up to what the fuck I was doing in this fort as well. Has anyone ever had a problem of embarking near a lake and the water level is much lower than where the ground is, but the border of the water tries... have you only just embarked there, Oliver? Because if you only just embarked there, quit without saving and restart. Try embarking a second time. Okay, so the dwarf has everything that they need for that artifact. Good, good, good. This is what we needed. We needed these bins to start getting loaded in there. All right, let's go... What was I doing? Coffins. This is always a game that, like, when I don't play for a week because I'm editing or something, or I go on vacation, it always takes me a minute to get back to it. This game is brutal in so many unexpected ways. That's amazing, actually. I still can't get over the fact that a duckling killed a titan. Also, while I was editing the video, I didn't notice this in the stream, or at least I don't remember noticing it in the stream, but I clicked on one of the stoats at one point, and it had killed a different titan. I don't recall reading it, but like one of the weasels on the map basically killed a titan as well. When your dwarf had 3 sheep as pets? Mm-hmm. Yeah. You were basically living in the Swiss Alps. You can't remember the last time you had a marriage in Dwarf Fortress? Really? You need to give your dwarves more downtime, my friend. Like, if you don't remember, like, weddings in Dwarf Fort, you really need to give your dwarves some more downtime. You may be neglecting your dwarves. Running out of malachite. It's all just limestone and marble. I'm just going to make rock coffins out of limestone. Because all the microcline's too far away and I don't want the dwarves to haul it or prioritize hauling it. So I'll just use limestone. You've not been playing a ton. Fair enough. It doesn't happen super often, but... Locum, the dwarven child, has created... Locum Olonotong has created Locum Olonotong, a large amulet, and offers it to the Mountain of Dyes. Good job, kiddo. Yeah, there is the alert. It also has a sound associated with it, which maybe you can disable, but there is an alert associated with it. That is true. This is a large amulet. It's worth 10,100 Dwarf bucks. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with pear-cut Milk Opals. Kiddo, I'm going to give you a nickname, which is self-titled. T-E-L-E-D. That just looks wrong. How do you spell titled? It's literally just the font. That just looks wrong to me. Okay, well, anyway. It's literally tit-led. It just looks wrong in this font. I'm just trying to catch up on chat. What have I missed? Green blocks are the lead boulders? No, the green blocks are copper. It's malachite, which is copper, which is the ore of copper. English to be weird. It's more just like the Dwarf Fortress font is great until I have to write a word that I don't normally see in this font, and then it looks really bizarre. All right, so I'm gonna give that amulet to somebody. I'm thinking Captain. Captain of the Gerd. You can have self-titled. There you go. But yes, I think we all agree that English is weird. I don't have any lead in this fortress. No, do not. I have like native silver, which is really weird. It's like native silver and native copper, but I don't have like tetrahedrite or galena. Got too many cats. Hold on. It's time to do a great gelding. It's like I'm not going to kill the named ones, but just got to go through and get rid of a lot of these. Yeah, especially being told to geld a giant elephant. Terrifying, man. Absolutely terrifying. All right, let's see how coffins are doing. Let's get some more built. Otter Jr., Dark Dreamer, Ice Blue. Squads hasn't returned yet, but they will soon. Well, I mean, it's something that we do in reality all the time, right? Gotta keep those populations in check somehow, right? It's an important part of having domesticated animals, is not having unchecked predators, although I don't think the dwarves would care all that much, to be honest. Something mining pits and all that. I don't know if I mentioned this, but there was a story going around here locally. In order for me to get to where I used to live, I have to take BC ferries. I have to take a boat or get on a big boat and ride across the ocean. And a cat got out in one of the ferries. And I learned before I started streaming last week again and before I disappeared, but apparently that cat was found because somebody lost a cat on one of the boats. They were getting back into their car and they'd left one of their windows open about that much, and the cats are made of liquid, right? So the cat managed to like squeeze out. Yeah. And also liberate the forks. I'm going to take you one step further. Also get your cats and dogs and pets in general dewormed and give them like rabies vaccines and stuff. Don't just get them spayed and neutered. Like you can go one step further. And Philly, the farmer, has given birth to a girl, which is lovely. You heard about the cat getting stuck on BC ferries? It was actually pretty funny, Bioactive, because when the news came out initially, it was during my little sister's wedding, and my older sister works for BC ferries, so she's in like a bunch of chat groups with like a lot of people who are, you know, on the boats, and she's like just staring at her phone. I'm like, what's going on? So there's a cat stuck on one of the boats. This fort looks like mint chocolate chip. Kind of does. Kind of does, yeah. It looks tasty. How you doing, Liberate? It's good to see you, mate. So much stuff goes missed in this game. One time you saw a cave troll run away from a crocodile minding its business and then rush back to fight it to get its arms thrashed, and the troll ran away again and then charged back into the crocodile only to have his legs broken and his head chewed off. And I only saw this because I got bored and wanted to see what creatures were on the map, and I wonder how much you've missed without ever realizing. Oh yeah, no, certainly. I mean, that's one of the beauties of like everything in the game being rendered at all times, is that you can theoretically witness all of that chaos in real time. Yeah. I feel like of all of the places that a cat could get loose, a nursing home is probably one of the safest ones. Someone over there. So someone over there says the cat, 3 cats got loose in a nursing home, and one has been hiding very well for about a week now. And like, honestly, that might be the safest place for a cat, is a nursing home. Like, what's the worst that could happen to a cat in a nursing home? Choose an oxygen tube. Okay, maybe, yeah, okay, that's pretty bad. But like, for the cat, okay? For the cat. Still safe for the cat. It's safer than my house, where it could like chew on a cable and electrocute itself. I'm actually not positive how many bodies we still have and how many have been thrown into the pits. It's definitely possible more than one. Okay, there are 3 store item in tomb tasks that need to be done. But dwarves are also doing a lot of construction. You have to tape your cords to the wall to prevent it. This cable for my headphones, I've had this one for several years now because I managed to rip one of them out not too long ago. But I've had these headphones since 2011. I looked at Amazon actually relatively recently. I've replaced the cord for these headphones 12 times. It was on average about twice a year back when I lived with cats. Your dog chewed through a wire when he was younger and he didn't get shocked and you were surprised? Oh, really? It's a very talented dog. He knows how to place his teeth, you know? I watched my old neighbor and also the one who I referenced in that video as sounding like that angel. I watched him watering his garden and then his cat pounce on the hose and bite it and then psh, out of the hose. Which was pretty funny for me. Maybe not for him, but for me it was pretty funny. Do I need to solder the cables? For my headphones? No. No, they disconnect. You can just buy replacements. Now I need to look at it to reconnect it because it only goes in one way. But and my cables are getting tangled. Admittedly, the Sennheiser cables for these are actually kind of expensive. They're like $60 for the cable. But like, there's a trillion companies that just make replacement cables that are compatible for these headphones that are like $12. So I buy those. Cat eats the medicine of patience. Okay, stop coming up with ideas of why it would be bad for a cat to get lost in an old folks' home. I was trying to be wholesome with this and be like, yeah, well, you see, the cats could get lost in the old folks' home, but the good news is, like, at the very least, they'll be really nice to the cat. And everybody's like, well, it just like chews through an oxygen cable, eats the patient's meds. It's like all these things that could be horrible. It's like, I liked my idea of reality where the cat is just in heaven because there's all these old grandmas giving it treats. But like, okay. Still missing to this day. Grandma ate the cat. Okay, so let's go up to here. Okay, so Arga did get memorialized already. I don't know what happened to the body, but they did. Did I make you a memorial? Where is your memorial? I'm going to deconstruct this and move it, just so that I know. Which, by the way, is a very good way to get attacked by a ghost, is if you just go around defiling your own memorials. Already placed memorials that get destroyed is a very good way to piss off ghosts. Which, actually, we need to do that again. I need to come up with another, like, suicidal Halloween fort, because we are getting close-ish to October, aren't we? And if I make a video out of it, it won't come out until springtime, like the last time I did a Halloween video. Like, did a Halloween video for spring, video releases, like... What was it? Like January? Or, like, it was around Christmas, wasn't it? Can you relocate them? Sure, but if you make a slab and then you rebuild it pretty quickly, that's totally fine. If you make a slab and you don't rebuild it, that will take a really long time. Or that will, like, when the ghost appears, they will be a murderous haunt instead of just a normal ghost. Desecrate my resting place? Oh, don't worry, you can desecrate my resting place anytime. Something, something, wink, wink. Fort made of bones like that one church? Or some kind of twist? Yeah, I need to think of something. Well, the thing I like doing for Halloween is just the I don't memorialize my dead thing, because it's fun to try and balance the chaotic psychosis of, like, just having a trillion ghosts in a fort. I really like that theme. That's just a really fun theme for a fort. It's just like, oops, all ghosts. And so I would like to do that again, but, like, I need to think of, like, I don't know, something else to go alongside of it to spice it up. That was kind of the intent. It was kind of the intent. It was making a horny joke. Question mark. I was making a joke, okay? They look cool. I don't make them in every fort. But I like circles. I like weird shapes. I don't like squares. And I wanted a long entryway that has a quick entryway for the dwarves, but also is very long, so if enemies get into it, I have time to get my military wound up so that they can go fight. You know, I don't think I've ever listened to a Florence and the Machine album from end to end. I've seen, like, a few recordings of live performances of them, which I quite enjoy, but, like, I find their studio edits to be a little dull. It's kind of like, some of you might know this band from Cyberpunk. They had a bunch of, I think they wrote Welcome to Night City on the Cyberpunk soundtrack. But The Armed is a band that I really like. But I only like their live recordings. I don't like their studio stuff. I find their studio stuff to be very bland and samey. But I think their live stuff is really fucking awesome. Sure, I guess. I think the other, like, the issue that I had with Florence and the Machine when they first kind of came onto the scene was when I hear the words Florence and the Machine, I think of like industrial music or like Nine Inch Nails, and they're very much not that. Like the name doesn't suit what I'm hearing kind of thing. It's like when a band doesn't look the way you expect and you're like, the aesthetics here just do not look the way they sound. They don't look the way they sound. This is bothering me. I feel that way about the name Florence and the Machine because it sounds like it's going to be a band with like some kind of like pseudo-industrial music. Like I'm expecting KMFDM when I read the name of that group. You know what I mean? And I'm certainly not getting KMFDM. Which honestly is, I guess, a problem I have with a lot of music, is I expect KMFDM and then I don't get KMFDM. Before you knew the names, you went, huh, weird, yeah, fair. It's sort of like the Viagra Boys. I really like that band, but my god, they sound nothing the way you expect them to sound when you hear the words Viagra Boys said in a sentence. You know? Like, they don't sound anything like that. Hell yeah, Crody. You know, fun fact, I've had that mug art lying around for close to a year, actually. I commissioned it ages ago. No, sure. I mean, like, I've got nothing against Florence and the Machine, but it's very much a, like, name doesn't fit what I'm expecting from this. Ooh. The Killer of Osod has bestowed the name Obtezneth upon a steel spear. Was that one of my squads that just returned? Well, one of my squads just returned. Did you, This was my raid to attempt to reacquire my own dwarf. Atir outmatched the Rotten Slayer of the defense with a strong positional advantage, and they took out the Rotten Slayer and they searched the place and found nothing. Okay, so like the dwarf who was imprisoned there is no longer there, so they've either moved them to a new location or they're dead, which is unfortunate. Rest in peace to that dwarf, chat. No, they're not. It's just a named item now. Basically, the item is now legendary, and you can look it up in Legends. It's not specifically flavor, but that's kind of the outcome of that mechanic. Is it turns that item into an artifact, basically. Dwarves don't get upset when you sell artifacts. There's a lot of false information that they do. They don't get upset when you sell artifacts. They are just kind of indifferent to it. If you destroy an artifact, like if you set it on, like throw it into lava or like into the unexistence pools in hell, that upsets dwarfs. But if like, my other squads are back, if you unequip an item from them, they're not going to get upset about it. I don't know why that rumor always spreads, but it does. The boots attacked the net of healing of the Brass of Inks, and Poobert led the attack, and the defenders were led by a rotten butcher named Aban. The dwarf Poobert outmatched the rotten butcher with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Let's go. I may send them all out again. I've seen Gwar live 4 times, Girthy Goose, and my favorite part about seeing Gwar live these days is standing as far away as humanly possible, because they're always opening for like normie bands these days. The last time I saw them actually was right before Slayer, followed by Disturbed. This was in 2019, so a couple of years ago. And there was all these kids that were trying to get to the front for Disturbed. And then Gwar comes out. And then there was a lot of very upset, like, 20-somethings being, like, dragging their boyfriends, yelling at them about 10 minutes later. It's a good time. This is 2019, quite a while ago, but... the dwarf rotten butcher Aban Tinwall. The Even Wave was struck down by Kadol in Moral Bells. And then we're back to stealing books. Hello. Mina, how thing? Yeah, this whole Dwarven faction, because YouTube chat commented on it, is run by a Necromancer Tower. So all of these ruins are full of zombies. I thought that the dwarf's name was Stream Tags for a second. I was like, I beg your pardon, really? Well, I mean, here's the thing. There's a lot of overlap between Gwar and Slayer. But that festival was a very weird lineup in general. Like here, day one for that festival, this was in 2019 in Edmonton, Alberta, was Light the Torch, Animals as Leaders, Gwar, bit of a juxtaposition there, Animals as Leaders, Gwar, Slayer, Disturbed. Day two was... I can't remember the first one, and we missed them because it was raining. We just didn't bother going. Headstones, which are very, like, Seether, kind of Nickelbacky. I can't remember who was after the Headstones because it started raining, and we went away, and this was a while ago. I'd have to look it up. The Cult. Marilyn Manson. So... what is the name of that Cult song? It's like she sings Sanctuary, is that what it is? She brings Sanctuary, whatever the name of that song is. Yeah, I got who put that bill together? So, to be fair to whoever put the bill together, Ig the Viking, it was supposed to be Rob Zombie. She sells Sanctuary, that's it. She sells seashells down by the seashore. It was supposed to be Rob Zombie, but Rob Zombie got the flu, and the Cult was in town. So they were kind of like put on the bill like 3 days before. And we were all going, what? Really? The who? So they still play? So to the defense of that, like Rob Zombie makes a bit more sense there. But I don't know. I have to say that like seeing Animals as if anybody knows any of these bands is that I'm talking about here, Animals as Leaders before Gwar, before Slayer is really fucking strange, just on its surface. So, like the Cult is fine. They actually here's the thing. Everybody at the entire festival was pissed off that the Cult was playing. Like people were genuinely mad. They put on a great set. Like I'm pretty like those songs are catchy. They're fun. That's all I have to say about the Cult. But, like, they put on a great set. It was a good show. Didn't suit the festival in the fucking slightest. The festival never happened again. I wonder why. All right, so this dwarf is dead. I'm just presuming. Rigoth there. So I'm going to make an additional squad with no uniform. I'm going to grab one dwarf who's pissed off, who's angry. Ideally somebody in my military. Cog. Perfect. We're in an ad break, so I will pause. But this dwarf, Cog, the Swordmaster, is going to drop their gear, and they are going to go take over that location. I'll say what I said in 2019. They put on a great set. You know, like the most that you could hope for from a band from that era is that they're just in good shape. Those dudes are in good shape for what they are, and they can still hit the notes convincingly enough, and they can still play the songs. So like, you know, if you ever get the chance to go see the Cult, I've seen them come by a couple times since, and they've always been like $40 shows at casinos and shit. Like, it's not impossible to see that band for pretty affordable amounts of money, even recently. So. Best shows for you so far were Glassjaw and Deftones when you were like 20, and then ATVAM, but Gwar is just fun and entertaining as hell. Yeah, no, totally. I will never go out of my way to see Gwar, but if they're playing, I'll watch. I don't want to be at the front, but I'll stand back and at a safe distance and watch. I've always wanted to see... Okay, so I'm not a juggalo. That's the first thing I have to say. I also don't really like the Insane Clown Posse. I was like one of those normal people who heard those albums when they were coming out and was like, that's funny, haha, and then never thought about them again. But I would love to see Gwar and ICP in the same building. And again, I don't want to actually be anywhere near the front. I want to be as far fucking away from that shit as possible. I just want to see the mess that would be left by the end of that. Sounds like something a juggler would say. I find them actively terrifying, so... Like, the whole clown makeup thing is a bit much, mate. Also, as somebody who's diabetic, being near that much Fago may actually kill me. So I'm going to take this dwarf because they're pissed off. They're very good, but they're pissed off. And pissed off dwarf is now naked because they were in a set of uniform that required them wearing no clothing. So once this dwarf gets pants, which shouldn't take too long, I'm going to send them out to go take over that location. But in the interim, that's the one that they're going to go take over. It's also brass inks. What's the closest? Just looking for stuff that has stuff that's worth stealing as well. Could just work on this upper area. Questions about Olin Yearlingtongs. Let's just go here. Pillage. With the top 3 squads. Anyway, hi Ice Blue, how are you doing? We cleaned up your dwarf's body. Because you got smeared on the pavement last time. Anyway, how you been? I don't know if you watched the video, but if you didn't, please leave a comment if you haven't. And if you have left a comment, please leave another. And thanks everybody who has watched the video so far. It's actually doing really well, which is really nice. And kind of a relief, because I was worried. There's always an element of stress whenever I upload a new video going, oh god, what if this one flops? Salt and pepper was disappointing. Oh, I'm sorry, Egg. Huh. Maybe he just likes their music. That stuff sort of happens sometimes, Viking, where like an artist will be a big fan of like completely different kinds of music. They're just like big enough and have enough swing that they can just be like, yeah, I want to tour with these guys who I like listening to. So maybe it's one of those situations. I'm just guessing though. But yeah, that is kind of a weird set. I know somebody who saw Cool in the Gang open for Our Lady Peace, which is pretty fucking strange. I saw the Wallflowers open for ZZ Top. That was a bad show, but it was worth the $40. Yeah. Oh, here was a weird one. This was a weird one for me because they never really advertise who the headliner is until you get into the building. I'm a pretty big Iron Maiden fan, and we'll go see Iron Maiden whenever they are here. Just trying to get this all coordinated. Until they die. Or until I die. Whoever dies first. I really like Iron Maiden. But they basically never say who their openers are going to be until they're in the venue. And the last time I saw them, we showed up around the time the opener was supposed to start. Walked in, and I'm just sitting there, and my friend Kevin's buying a beer, and I'm like listening to the music. I'm like, is that Atreyu? So I saw Atreyu open up for Iron Maiden, which is maybe the oldest I've ever felt. Because, like, on one hand, it's not an old band, but Atreyu opening for Iron Maiden was just straight up bizarre. Open for Eric Clapton? Okay, that... I don't know, it just seemed like a strange combination, but... This dwarf married his wife? What? Green tea? Excuse me? Glad you liked it, Minnie. Or Mina. I don't know why I call you Minnie, but I do. They spend a lot of time underground, Zerdes. Dwarves, they were saying that dwarves are really pale sometimes. It's like, well, they spend a lot of time underground. In a Best Buy parking lot. They feature a chainsaw as an instrument and are very hairband core. Huh. I saw a band on a wedding yacht, like one of those rental yachts that you can rent that are usually for weddings, but I saw a bunch of metal bands on one of those once, and one of the bands on it featured a metal grinder, like an angle grinder, and a flamethrower on a boat. That was fun. A forgotten beast, Boomal, has come. A great humanoid composed of crystal glass. It has a fat, bulging trunk, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its deadly spittle. Shit. Now the question is, how set this up I do? Okay, so all the gates are shut. That's good. Wait, actually, I need to... I've got several gates that need to be closed. Okay, so that is closed. Perfect. This one is open, so all the turkeys got placed where they're supposed to be. I don't see any dwarves in here, which means I can open this. Or close this, rather. And then, because this dwarf just walked in here, I'm going to lock the door. Pull it! There you go. Then I'm going to jump back over to this bridge. Wait until it closes. Thunk, there it goes. Then I can unlock this artifact door that we have here. Look at that. And pull this lever. Pulling this lever will open up the other gate. And now let's just hope that it's actually where I think it is. Or I'm hoping it is. Boomal. B-U-M. Oh. I think it may actually be too low. What are you, Boomal? Crystal glass. It has a fat, bulging trunk, and it appears to be emaciated. It has deadly spittle. How many kills do you have? None. Did I actually dig into this cavern layer? Yes, I did. Well, let's see if you go for my turkeys. Thank you, Stormwolf. Appreciate you. Not the first one to call you Minnie. There's just so many eyes in your name. Oh my gosh, hold up. I was looking at chat. The Forgotten Beast punches the Forgotten Beast in the second leg, and the injured part collapses in a lump of gore. Well, you've already won a fight. The arena's not even open yet. He also can't stand or see now. Well, that's good. Okay, Mr. Humanoid Trunky. Like, the visuals of this fortress are particularly wonderful? Well, that's good. Oh, no. Akia stole... So we had a bunch of artifacts up here in the corner, and Akia just stole it. That's genuinely funny to me. Like, actually, that's funny. I need to get that dwarf skull totem over here, though. And then this dwarf, the Copper Bends. Is going to go conquer and occupy that location. Don't forget Lever Dwarf. Valid point. I should not forget the Lever Dwarf. I had not fully forgotten the Lever Dwarf, but I was rapidly heading towards forgetting Lever Dwarf. Although, actually, where's the beast? Although, I guess I could have left him in there, because then I would have been able to close the other gates quicker. Ah, it's fine. It was weird about hearing your name about being killed while mopping floors. You know, I don't know if you've seen my video about ghosts, Ice Blue, but that one is genuinely fucking funny because there's like one individual... Uh-oh. Did I not bury that child or memorialize that child? I thought I did. But the ghost video has one particular, like, ghost who essentially quite literally becomes a serial killer and kills half the fort by himself. and by the end of it has like 30 something kills. And he pops up in the chat and he's like, well, I guess I'm famous now. Or like in the YouTube comments. So yeah, including you. Yeah, you were one of them. Night creatures get easy to spot once you're used to spotting them and know what to look for, Gib. They're quite hard to spot if you've never seen them before. Named Bagged Moisture. Do I have to? I mean, sure. If that's what your zipped up water desires are. Ghost Candy was epic. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed that for it. It was fun. They're probably putting it into a stockpile right now. It's probably getting hauled somewhere. Just wait a couple minutes. They don't always reveal themselves. Well, I mean, the player can reveal them. They don't really reveal themselves, though. But eventually, you will get notices about it. But if you don't know how the interrogation system or any of that UI works, then they're hard. I guess what I'm trying to say is they're not that easy to spot, but. Where is that? Did I not make it? That's distressing. No slabs engraved, then why'd you... Oh, did I do it with one that was connected to something? I may have done that. Oh, no, I just haven't finished it on that one either. I'm dumb. I'm sitting here going like, oh, it's done. No, it's not. I must have misclicked. My dumb brain. Do you have preference of beard water? I mean, I could call you like wet bag. I mean, I'll call it bagged moisture. But if your goal is to make the dwarf into a main character, I'm not gonna read their name as often if their name is bagged moisture, because I don't want to upset people. Because that kind of upsets me, and I'm not generally bothered by the word moisture or moist all that much. Debunk the Funk. That's a fun name. Welcome to the chat room. Chat, can I get a round of beers? For our Funked Debunked. And mods, can I get a shout for the Raiders? Okay, fair. I mean, I really don't care. How's a surgeon sound? She is sloppy with her living space and very trusting. She can be very happy and enthusiastic, and she likes to brawl. She tries to do things correctly each time and does not often feel lustful. And she is stubborn, though she is conflicted by this part of herself as she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She enjoys the company of others and tends to reveal personal information. Tends to not reveal personal information. Laughs loudly when she's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a crafterwork someday and personally sees sacrifice as one of the highest ideals, has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, and does not care about nature one way or another. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes stoneware, pig iron, and green zircon, green glass, giant Kia leather, large gems, hedgehogs for their mini spines, and when possible prefers to consume raspberry wine and hates moon snails. She's friends with the messenger and several other dwarves in the fort. Welcome, Baggy Moisture. Raiders, what were you guys up to today? How was the stream? Thanks, Rolf, for gifting a sub to Debunk. Hope your stream was good, mate. What's up, Weeb Cat? Totally forgot about the werebear in my fort. But there is a werebear in my fort. Also getting a lot of that clothing just put away. And now let's go all the way over here, and I will find out if my bodies are properly set up. Yes, they are. Just making sure none of these... Is that one of mine? I think that's one of the necromancers. If I get a ghost, I'll memorialize them, but... How are the vamps? They're just hanging out in their private tavern. Well, chained up in their private tavern, socializing. I don't think they're friends yet. Yeah, no, they're... Okay, that's kind of crazy. One of the vampires has 2 cousins. Not you. This one. This dwarf has 2 cousins who were both made into intelligent three cousins, actually, who were all intelligent undead. One of which I have caged up over here. They're all related. That's your nephew. What the hell? That's kind of funny, actually. Where's that beast at? Beast being slow. Put that ghost to rest, which is good. Impromptu, well, seems a bit more than just impromptu, but playing some Ellen. Gotcha, gotcha. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I'm kind of considering just killing this guy because he's already injured, but I don't know. Maybe that's experience. Some migrants have arrived. A wellness check? Sure. You are a hammer dwarf in the military. Welcome to the fort. Yeah, I might just kill that thing because, like, he is scrawny. Wow. Poor guy. He hates skills. Dreams of raising a family. Finds skill mastery off-putting. All right, we'll get into the fort and do whatever then. Whoa! I keep getting these dwarves that are, like, ridiculously good at combat with, like, no logic behind it. Oh, shit, never mind. You're one of my dwarves. Are you the one that got kidnapped? You must be. Yeah. Let me double check. Nope. This must have been one of the dwarves that got stuck off map somewhere. Which is nice that they're coming back, though. That also makes a lot more sense as to why you have very good combat skills. Well, get into the military again, I suppose. How do you feel about violence, dwarf? Low willpower, low social awareness, poor social awareness. Well, I'll fix your poor social awareness by giving you a cool suit of armor. What's your name? Irith. Oh, it's a milker, not a miller. All right. Well, anybody coming in from the raid, my name's Blind, or Greg, whatever is easier for you. I play video games on the internet, mostly Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. It's nice when they do that, honestly. And I just spent way too many hours not streaming and uploading a very long video to YouTube, which people seem to be appreciating, which is nice. And now I'm looking at it because my brain suddenly thought, I want to have a video strong. Well, okay, it's actually doing quite well still, which is good. It's got almost 30,000 views. Hell yeah. The Fortress of Moral Bells, far to the east, has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. Would you look at that? It seems our very upset dwarf was successful in their mission. You can find it by just typing in !video 2, Thoronic. It literally is a movie length, Anon Forrest says in the YouTube chat, yeah. It is a hour and 40 minutes. Although now movies are like 2.5 hours, right? So now that we've done that, we can move on to the next one. Because we did that successfully. Since we've conquered it, I don't need to attack them again. But this is now Moral Bells, which is now one of my sites. Let's see how the report went. And also how that pillaging went. The defenders were led by a Dwarf Rotten Slayer, the Rotten Butcher, the Light Confidence, who wasn't very confident in their light, I suppose, was struck down by the Dwarf Cog. The Fated Throat, oh my god, what a name. The Mountain of Dyes was defeated, and the new government was called the Room of Coincidences. The second attack I went on was this. Poobert led the attack on this one and unrolled a brilliant tactical plan. The attackers had a strong positional advantage in Blockade Kist. You use that to fill your day tomorrow? Well, cheers. Right now you gotta watch me live. I mean, you don't gotta, but I appreciate that you are. Worth the watch? More like an episode, really? Yeah. Ooh, we got livestock this time. What did we get, though? Oh my god. 2 blue peacocks, 1 horse, 2 cats, 1 dog, a blue peahen, 2 horses, 1 cat. We also got moss opals, a leather quiver.
Make those mountain pockets.
You know, I just increase rain, and then there's a setting that you can turn on, which is periodically erode steep cliffs. Turn that off. And it doesn't happen consistently. It took me like 3 worlds to get this one to generate. Well, I got a bunch of butchering to do. Because I sure as shit don't need any horses. I can't eat some of these sheep, though. Okay, and then let's get back out there. Go back to the stabbing of things. All right, let's also not steal livestock, please. Or loot other items. I don't need them. And there they go. They're going to keep kissing that blockade. Shaku, thank you very much for the 32nd month. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Shaku keeping that sub alive for 32 months? Appreciate you, mate. Thank you so much for helping keep the channel funded. It really does mean a lot. I need specific dye so I can make more clothing. Let's just go down here. Just do a real big one of these. And a big one of these. Let's also go over here and hack down a bunch of these. Although I may go through and get rid of some trees that are mighty close together so we don't get as many cave-ins. I've already had some dwarves killed in logging accidents, which is never a good time. And then the other thing I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go... probably pause a bunch of jobs, actually. Just lower down the amount of total work that the dwarves need to be doing. Just so that they can put stuff away. Instead of exiting out all the menus. Yeah, there used to be not a quick retry, but there was like a like a cancel button, which would just revert you. I don't know really why it boots you out to the main menu now. It's always kind of perplexed me a little bit, to be honest. Okay, has that beast made its way out at all? Maybe it will. It's like spoilers, it already killed all of my turkeys. Because I wasn't paying attention, which I certainly wasn't. But this might be the moment. Haha! Success! Please tell me you haven't already killed all of my turkeys and I missed it. We can catch a second beast now, maybe. Cross your fingers, chat. Actually, I'm gonna go all the way down real quick to here and just close this. Because I need him to pop into here. Here he comes. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tell him to pull this lever. Okay, so you're in here now. Lock that. See where you go. Although I'm just going to close this. Please tell me you're not trying to topple the untoppable door, are you? I think he's trying to topple the untoppable door. Okay, he stopped. That's good. All right, Dwarf, I need you to pull that lever like stat. Okay, can you do that for me? Like, right now? Ah. Okay, never mind. Not that lever. I need you to pull this lever like stat. Can you do that for me, like, right now? I realize I should make these bigger, but... like, it's a bit of a moot point. Which one are you going for? He's probably going for this one. God damn it. Like, where could you possibly be going? Okay, there we go. Got him. Okay, cool. Got him. It took a few tries, but we got him. All right, now I can open this up. And open this up. Open the door up. Jump back over. Grab this. Open this up, which doesn't need to be done as quickly. I mean, it kind of is like a wild... what's the... I was going to say wild goose chase. Not really. It is kind of like, you know, a comedy of errors when everything fails in a situation like that. So, I mean, I'm not going to deny it. I'll leave the peacocks alive, why not? I also need a bunch more levers in here, or maybe down here. To get all of these things imprisoned. They've been able to topple doors for about 1.5 years there on Ek. But it's exactly the way as it was before, which is not all Forgotten Beasts can do it. But no, they've been able to topple doors again for a long time. I've had it happen a couple of times and it always catches me off guard when it happens. But it's always been like a 1 in 10 Forgotten Beasts can do it. I think there's a lot of Mandela effect, having gone back to those older versions of the game, where they wouldn't always do it, but they would make the frame rate go to 0 if they couldn't in the past, so people wouldn't lock doors as much. But like any troll or cave dragon can knock a door off the hinges, but you don't see them super frequently, so... Devilish, it's good to see you. Stream's been all right, yeah. The video's doing great. That's the thing that I'm more enthused by at the moment, to be honest, is that video is doing great. It's currently getting 1,300 views an hour, which is a yes. It's been a while since I've had a video do well, so yeah, that part is lovely. And it's also making people go and watch a bunch of my backlog, which is also lovely. But yeah, no complaints about the stream so far. The YouTube folks need to like the YouTube side more, though. I will say that. It's a great video, great storyline. Well, cheers. You got blind in Hollywood. I have zero interest in going to Hollywood, man. That city seems kind of insufferable. I'm not gonna lie. Hard pass on that, but I'll just take 100,000 subscribers. If I can get that to that number before I decide I completely hate YouTube. Like before YouTube like sells me to more AI companies, if I could get 100,000 subscribers, that'd be cool. Like before the apocalypse of the internet, you know, or just the apocalypse in general. I want to get one of those play buttons. That's all I really want. I don't need to go to Hollywood. It was a good vid. Yay! I hope it was worth the wait. Like I genuinely feel like I haven't been streaming enough, and I know that some people are just like, oh, you know, just tell your subscribers how often you're going to be streaming and they'll understand. It's like, yeah, that is true. But that doesn't change the fact that I don't feel like I've been streaming enough. Like, I want to stream more. And vanishing for like 6 days to make that video is stressful for me, I guess. That's the best way to put it. It's like, you just want more of the stuff that I make, Lore Nerd. You just don't care about what format. Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's not a bad thing to ask for in a world where I make things with me in them. I think like it's also just the reality of like being basically in a gig economy where you are dependent on outside systems functioning to be able to do your job. It always kind of feels like everything is out to get you and you're like the system is trying to screw you, if that makes any sense. So like taking a week off to make a YouTube video always feels like a giant risk, because for every video that I have that does well, like this one, I have 2 that do all right, but like not well enough that it feels like the time was well spent. So yeah, that's all, really. I'm just trying to get this done, and probably not paved. But once the dwarves are finished harvesting a whole bunch of plants and we start to get the dyes that we need again, I'm going to move back to working on the arena itself. The ending bit was cool. That's the reason the video came out on Tuesday and not Monday. The video was going to come out on Tuesday. Then I saw a comment from somebody when I was teasing the thumbnail. It was just like, he's finally going back for the shield. And I was like, shit. Full disclosure, I already did that, but lost the footage. I did that with that adventurer like a year ago on stream. And I was like, I should... Like, but I already have it, so it's like, I'm going to have to fake it. So I kind of did. At least the shield bit. Because it was already in his inventory. So I went and placed it, and then went back and collected it. But the me going through hell to then fight my own dwarves and steal a pickaxe was me recording that. Was new stuff for me. No one with half a brain would blame you for actually working if they did. Oh well. Get your stuff first. What do you mean? Like taking time off of stream to go do that? Well, it's less that and more like, I think there's some people that very casually watch people like me, Lore Nerd, and it's more of a like, to give you an idea as to why I feel a little bit bad is like, there was somebody who popped into the premiere, the squads are back. There was somebody who popped into the premiere during the video who was like, oh, I was wondering where your streams went. Not in like a negative way, but in a like, this is something I like watching normally and it's not there and I'm not sure why. And maybe they're not in the Discord or they don't follow the other things I do, which is perfectly reasonable. In fact, that's probably healthy. And because of that, they missed those updates that I'm going to go work on this video. And the reason I feel bad when I do that is because I feel like there will always be some people who are just kind of like, I guess he's just taking time off, which is fine. It's just hard to communicate with everybody. That's all it really is. The strategic boots slipped into blockade kist, undetected by the ores of brass inks. Oh wow, we got in undetected. That's a big squad too. We searched the place and found nothing. Well, that was a waste of time then. All right, into pillaging then. Actually, let's try and just raise this one. Don't ask me how many times he died while I was trying to do that devilish. I did have to reload the save a number of times. There is, I mean, we talked about that a bunch earlier, Gib, in YouTube chat. Adventure mode certainly needs more work. It's definitely the less developed side of the game, but it's one of those things where, you know, it's getting there. It's getting better. It'll get there eventually. I do believe it will get there eventually. Is it there yet? It's working on it. It's working on it. With every patch, it gets more interesting. I think if you use its strengths, adventure mode could be quite fun. But for me, trying to play it as its own game, I don't feel I can do that particularly entertainingly unless it's edited or once in a while. Is there a name for the 3x3 obsidian gem boxes? Oh, you mean like the little like things that pop up in the cavern layers? We were calling them Kinder Surprise Eggs for a while. I don't think there's actually a real, like, in-game word for them. I've called them fun boxes. I've called them clown cars. I've called them Kinder Surprise Eggs. Fun spots. I don't know. I don't think they actually have a name. You call them hot boxes? Fair, sure. Working on it. Yeah, you know, when, like, Tarn should do that at some point, Devilish, with just, like, the Future of the Fortress, where whenever somebody makes a request, he just goes, working on it! Just, like, non-response. And then if you, if they come back 5 years later and they're like, why haven't you added this thing yet? And they just go, forget about it! That's kind of how it works.
Is that interesting?
Not far now. You know, I had no idea that that was Papa Smurf, but I've heard that soundbite many times. Because I've never seen the Smurfs. I have seen references to the Smurfs, but I've never actually seen anything of the Smurfs. Outside of that context of I've seen things related to them and referencing them. All right, let's work on this arena, shall we? I screwed that wall up. I'm good at this. Same with that one. All right. This one here hasn't been screwed up. That's good. Could just work on the floor, actually. Why don't we do that? Just a whole bunch of walking jobs. The Smurfs are weird? Yeah. It's true. They killed an influencer Smurf in a movie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure how I feel about the current trend in, like, comedy media of killing, like, social media influencers. It's like, I get it. There's plenty of people in the industry that are asinine and obnoxious. But isn't that, like, the case of every industry? But in most industries, they're just referred to as that person is obnoxious. But, like, when it's, like, when they're making fun of TikTokers or any kind of, like, social media influencer, it's influencers as a whole are the problem. And it's like, hey, not everybody in this industry is a ravaging asshole. moronic dirtbag. Like, yeah, but like, have you looked at the music industry? People don't go after the entirety of the music industry because, I don't know, so-and-so's a douche. I shouldn't feel attacked. They just aren't as visible? Yeah, that's true. Influencers are just advertisers? Sure, but technically I'm an influencer. It just makes me feel ick, I suppose. Not the fish disease. You mostly influence people to buy mugs? Just for whatever it's worth. I am in the same industry as those crazy people on TikTok going around lying to people. I run my business very differently. Why does that need to be said? Yeah, thanks. Jack, can I get a round of beers? Ay, ay, ay. I've always wondered how many copies of this game I've sold. I'll never know that number, Sergeant Donut. I've always wondered that number. It's just the result of Taco Bell, Ashju. Why would they ask me if I played Silksong? I had no interest in Silksong. So, anybody who knows me even remotely well knows that I spent 50 hours editing since the release of Silksong, during the release of Silksong, and I had zero interest in playing Silksong. No, the person in YouTube chat who just asked if people asked me if I played Silksong is the first person to sideways ask if people have asked me if I played Silksong. So that's the first one. So you hate your friends, Robert Wim? Robert Wim in YouTube chat says, I've sold lots of copies of Scum and Tarkov. You must hate your friends, or your friends must hate you. It's one of the two. There's no way that that's a healthy relationship that you have with people that you are convincing to buy torture devices. Enjoy your self-flagellation, I suppose, though. Whatever you're into. I'm not... What even is Silksong? That's the sequel to Hollow Knight? I like the soundtrack of Hollow Knight. Oh, I'm sure the music's great. I'm sure the music's great. But yeah, no, thankfully most of my audience knows me and knows that I don't generally play platformers and don't like Metroidvanias. So, yeah, I have zero interest in Silksong. I'm not trying to. You gotta be that way? I mean, you're allowed to have taste in video games that are different than mine. Like, I'm not gonna go around smack talking Silksong. In fact, I was like defending it in an influencer Discord kind of recently because there was some people being weirdly conspiratorial about it. It's a long story. I'm not gonna divulge into it. Like, I'm just like that. Why can't you just be happy for their success? That's basically my response. Got a piece of dust on my glasses, and it's very stuck to my glasses. Get off my glasses, you stupid dust. I shall not tolerate this madness. I mean, I don't think it's that people need to understand that people have different tastes in games. I think what it is, once again, I'm an influencer, right? And people often have people that they like watching, or people who make things that they like watching. And if you're interested in watching something, it's likely, because this is a very common human habit, that you want your tastes confirmed, which is like one of the most common audiences for a review of a video game is somebody who's already bought the video game or has already played it, which is why like reviews of older games do so well these days is because it's people who played that game and they want to like either reconfirm that it was as good as they remember or reconfirm that it was as shit as they remember. Either or. And because of that, when a new game like Silksong comes out, or Dark Souls, or whatever game comes out, people like me get a lot of people who don't watch a lot but like my stuff tuning in and saying, hey, did you play this? Because they want to see me be as excited as they are about a thing that they like. I mean, it's not even that, right? Like, I think people like me get that a lot more, Seiji, and it just kind of, it comes with the industry, right? Like, if you are a critic of films and you specialize in horror films and people know that about you, they're probably going to ask if you've seen the new, I don't know, Mission Impossible. Even if that's not in your wheelhouse. And you'll be like, well, that's not part of the job. I review like horror and thriller stuff. That's my beat. That's the side of the industry I cover. I write for Bloody Disgusting or whatever. It would make sense, though, why people would want to know your thoughts on other films. It's like if you operate in a space covering a particular video game, it would make sense why people would want to know your thoughts on a completely different video game that they also like. So I don't know. I don't think there's any issues with that. In the YouTube chat, Bestie Derspesty, thanks for gifting out 5 memberships. Appreciate ya. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? I got a 5-pack of, like, gift mems. I can't say gift subs because that's not a thing. Speaking of gifts, over here, gift subs are on sale on the Twitch side of things. I'm doing a 1-day sale here on Twitch. Just saying. Actually, I kind of want them to make the floor safer, so let's do this. To stop things from climbing in on this side. It's gonna be a lot of construction to get this done. Clockwork Dragon, thank you much for the 5-pack. Got into Dwarf Fortress coming from RPGs. It's kind of funny, before Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, there was a lot of discussion in like the community of like, what kind of audience is Dwarf Fortress going to appeal to? Where did all these horses come from? Did I go get a bunch more horses on this raising mission? We must have. Da 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 dun 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 dun. Is that where we're going with this? Clockwork Train? Sail! Thank you very much. Appreciate you. But there was a lot of discussion as to like what audience would Dwarf Fortress appeal to. And I gotta say that like, I kind of thought that like people who really like Stardew Valley would cling to Dwarf Fortress a whole bunch. Like the life sim people. Anyway, the strategic boots attacked the blockaded oars once again. And Poobert led the attack and the defenders were led by...
Hello,
Poobert
Wave. It has been a while. I have wanted to compliment your efforts, Blind. It is obvious how much work you have been putting into your content over the years. Good job, sir. Good to see you, Blind, in chat.
Sup, Paxmac?
Wave.
Appreciate you, mate. Thank you very much for the 32nd month. Thank you for helping keep it funded. I mean, it wouldn't be here if people weren't funding it, so thank you. Appreciate you. And thanks for the compliments. It's good to see you too, mate. Poobert, the Bright Seeds unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Blockade Kist. The oily bolts led by the dwarf Atyr clashed with 4 animated dwarves, slaying 3. Romanoid clashed with a single animated dwarf, slaying them. The Mountain of Dyes looted treasure and seized livestock. Oh, okay. We also rummaged throughout the place and destroyed Blockade Kist. So we destroyed one of the zombie-infested locations right there. Let's go smack the Worky Whip and do the same thing to it, except this time I'm not going to go for livestock or other items. What did I get? Horses, cats, dogs, peacocks, and peahens. I don't need more cats, guys. We love our pillaged lunches. I mean, animals. How's Poobert doing for the kills over here? 538. And Romanoid over here has 1 and 12. What's your title? You have a title, right? Oh, no, you don't have a title yet because you only have 4. When this dwarf gets a 5th notable kill, they will earn a title. Sandwich! Sandwich? What? Why is it who's getting sandwich? You feel bad for content creators that play multiple games in one genre when that genre is one that has even more normal toxic fan bases, which obsesses over that game. I mean, there's a lot of weird psychological stuff that can happen in this industry. And that's one of them. I mean, I get that a little bit. Like, there's been points when I've been, like, in a bad headspace. And, like, everything annoys you. It, like, doesn't even matter if the audience... Like, okay. Let's use, like, Call of Duty as an example. If you're somebody who covers Call of Duty, you play a lot of Call of Duty, you play a lot of Warzone, you play a lot of the, like, just normal multiplayer modes and whatnot, and that's, like, your primary beat. Yes, you will absolutely run into people that are assholes. But what you need to remember is those games are very large. Every community has assholes. It's just a matter of whether or not you see them, right? There are jackasses in the Dwarf Fortress community. They exist. I've encountered them. They kind of suck. Mostly they're people who've played the game for a very, 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 very long time and are exceptionally nihilistic about Tarn's speed and development ability. And I've encountered them before, and some of them leave comments on my YouTube videos, and I usually just ignore them. I've had to silence a couple of them because they cause problems and actively try and, like, degrade people. And, like, that exists in every community. And if you make content for a particular game, you will encounter that. The trade-off is, if it's a bigger game, you'll get more of that. And if you're bigger in that community, you'll see more of that because you are large. But the idea, I guess, in that sense is, if you cover Call of Duty and you have 5,000 people watching every day, you're making enough money that it doesn't matter and you can moderate out the problems. And there's good people who play every game. Right? Like, some of my favorite gaming memories ever was playing Battlefield with friends on Ventrilo. And yeah, there was some of the most toxic people I've ever encountered in video games playing those games back in the day. But like I was playing Hell Let Loose on a free weekend with a friend of mine like 2 years ago or something. And there was literally just like a guy spamming like Nazi Germany propaganda through his microphone. And our commander kept giving us permission to shoot him in the head. But, like, what are you going to do? It's just, if it's a bigger audience, then it becomes more obvious. Like, you know, it's very easy for people to point at a game and be like, that game has a toxic audience. It's like, no, every game has a toxic audience. It's just always going to be a minority. And if the game has sold millions of copies, those people stand out more and you notice them faster. That's really it. You know, you become a casualty of your own success at a point. Which doesn't mean that the game or the community is for the said game is bad. Asterisk, there's probably some exceptions to that rule. What it means is that you just see the bad easier. You like The Sims and Dark Fantasy, and you're a huge fan of dwarves and goblins? Yeah, also The Sims. The Sims is like a really good analog for Dwarf Fort. It's like crazy big. You know, The Sims and Dwarf Fortress actually have one thing very much in common. They have some of the funniest fucking patch notes in video games. Like, genuinely, some of the funniest fucking patch notes ever. If you see them and how they are dealt with by everyone else. True, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, like, to give you an idea of, like, the Dwarf Fortress community, for a while there was another... I don't know if this Discord still exists. It might. Probably does. there is a fracture of the Dwarf Fortress community who, let's just say really likes modding in actual crimes and ridiculous amounts of racism to Dwarf Fortress. And they run their own Discord, or did for a while. They came out of like the original 4chan community, I guess. And I presume they still exist because I see their mods popping up on the workshop like every other day. But it's like let's make it so that no dwarves can be not white kind of thing. Those exist. Do we acknowledge them or feed them? No. They're just kind of assholes. I just kind of ignore them generally. Yeah, also that. Just because there's like the Grognars are a universal plight on any game old enough. Exactly, absolutely. Like for every like 10,000 awesome individuals who just want people to have fun playing this game, there's one person going, "There's too many dwarves with not white skin," and that we laugh at them because that's a sad existence. Speaking of a sad existence, the dead walk. Hide while we still can. My squaddies ain't back yet. Have they all left though? Yes, they have. Let's make sure everybody's in the burrow. And enable it. Oh, we got new neck. Oh shit, Orbit came back. Orbit, I killed her husband, Bustin. It was Merchant, it was something, his last name was something Busting, so yeah, I named him Busting. And then this is Brush Orbs, who's Orbit. And she killed a dwarf a while ago. Not one of mine, though. Actually, hold on a second. Onal Helltorch. Oh, that says Olin. I was thinking for a second, that, did you kill your brother? Actually, did you? Also, Helltorch is a great name. Oh, Halltorch. Still a good name. Still a good name. Ads are about to run. We're just going to let those run through, and then I will pause the game. No, I gave them a nickname. If you give an enemy a nickname and they come back, they bring the name back. I give enemies nicknames pretty frequently if they're kind of funny, or like if they have history, just so they're easier to spot. Like, I eventually gave a nickname to that one thief, I think it was in Sunbirths, who just kept trying to steal an artifact, getting arrested and beaten up, and then I would release him. And he was the husband of a necromancer and wasn't a zombie. He was just like a dude. And he was like in his 80s, and like by the end of it, he had like one arm left and like no nose and like an ear, no teeth. And like every time he would just get maimed, arrested, because my dogs would kick the shit out of him when he tried to steal my stuff. We'd arrest him and then release him. And then he'd come back like 2 days later, and the cycle would repeat. Yeah, like that was pretty fucking good. Lurking in the wilderness outside the fort. I think they live in the tower. Chat room, I'm gonna go do something off screen, so I'm not gonna go be gross. I'm gonna go blow my nose, because there's an ad break at the moment, and this nostril's plugged. 2 seconds.
Over here, he has a sword!
Tea, Earl Grey, hot.
It's a human system. I know this.
I can breathe. All right. Orbit will come back around.
Let's get
Totally.
Lovely.
Well, I mean, now it's vengeance, right?
Everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the
She's also got an artifact spear.
And just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
Which has an image of a bloated tuber on it. All right, so now we get to see if my squads return. Although I do have the backup squad, so that part's good. I will actually line them up. Let's actually just go down here. I'm not actually going to pause them. I'm just going to remove the tasks for all of the dwarves who have them. Because once they have access to them again, they'll just go do them again. Or that one goblin child snatcher that come back 7 times. Well, with snatchers, it's way easier. Because they bring another bag every time. Every time they leave, they grab a new bag. They must just have like free bags or something, just like sitting in a container, like in the goblin dark fortress. And so every time they, have to go kidnap somebody, they just grab a new bag. Like there's some logic to it, I guess. All right, dwarves. Once most of the dwarves seem to be inside, once the new ones stop showing up. Are we carrying stuff? Nope. Where or how you can learn to play it? Time, and either watching tutorials or reading the wiki or asking for help from friends. Any of those things are perfectly viable and relatively consistent, tried and true ways to learn the game. The wiki is very, consistent and helpful. Maybe I do need to pause these. Kodiak, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Okay, I know. Just like that. Can you turn around before somebody crushes you with the drawbridge? Or don't. There you go. I guess I do need to actually pause these. Did I not tell you to pull the lever, dwarves? Oh yeah, someone is coming to pull the lever. Don't know where the hell they are, but here you come. There we go. Oh shit, is my military back? My squads are actually back, which means hopefully none of them get squished. There you go. Okay, so now I can go over here. Yep. Goblins can, or zombies can, in fact, make it over here. Now, the problem is I don't know where the undead army is. Okay, so most of them are pretty far away. Keyword here is most of them. Where is the military re-entering the fort? Okay, so they're also pretty far away. Cool, that's good. Katie almost got flattened, actually, is what almost happened there. But now it's a race to see who can get to the construction site of the arena first, my militia or the zombies. Correct, Paxmac, yes. The turquoisey color ones. Jack keeps saying that this looks like a chocolate mint fort, and I'm here for it. I don't know. Actually, this is a decent thing to do when stuff like this happens. Just forbid all your wheelbarrows. Okay, so let's see how this raise attempt of this location went. The strategic boots attacked the hatchets. The sweltering hatchets, what a good name, of the brass inks at Murky Whip. And Poobert led the attack, and the defenders were led by the dwarf Rotten Butcher, Stockwood Ore Group. in the early summer of 311. Because amber is the color of your... Anyway. And the dwarf Zulban, Pubert, outmatched the Rotten player, and they had a strong positional advantage. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. It looks like there was a bunch of like duels with no clear winner or loser. But the Rotten Butcher, Katan, who was dueling with the dwarves, was struck down. The Vanished Destroyer was their last name, was their title. What a good name. Saigon got the kill. The Walls of Color clashed with Zulban, led by Zulban Pubert. They clashed with 8 dwarves in Murky Whip, slaying them. They destroyed Murky Whip. They also killed the leader of the group, which was Zulglar. And, yeah. Not much to actually claim, though. They did get the Systemic Speaker. Probably a book, I guess. Moist Napkins, that's an excellent username. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. You're stuck with rock salt. I like rock salt. Hey, if you've got rock salt in your fort, you're doing pretty good. You could do a lot worse than rock salt, let me tell you. Let's see how big this army actually is. I'm sorry, there's a friendly nightmare somewhere? Oh no. Well, Pilot got a little enthusiastic and killed a nightmare. In fact, scratched it in the upper body, which bruised the brain. I didn't get the chance to see what it was. Okay, well, we have to go help Pilot then. Unless Pilot is not going in to murder everything now? Let's see. Nope, Pilot seems to be going in to murder everything. Pilot is 1v1ing all of the vampires. I'm going to send my squads, or not vampires, all of the necromancers. Actually, let's just follow Pilot for the moment. Are you just going to kill the necromancer, or are you going to kill the necromancer and all of the zombies? Nope. Okay, so Pilot took out that necromancer. So they're now both dead. Pilot killed Bush Orbs, the dwarf necromancer, Mebzith. Killed him by slashing the necromancer in the head with a steel short sword, and the injured part was cloven asunder. Now, where are you going to go? Are you going to turn around and fight the zombies, or are you going home? Whoopsie. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. Because you're supposed to station. Ah, sweet. Excellent. I'm very happy I didn't tell my whole army to attack then. Nope, the orbit has been dislodged. Yeah, I've got quite a few legendary dwarves in this fort. They've been training for some time now, and also doing quite a bit of invading. What squad are you in? The Walls of Color? That top squad we actually need to give a break to. I mean, how many kills are you up to now anyway? 44 kills? Now my squads are just continuing to pile in up here. Let's just move them back a little bit. Man, what a sad dwarf there. So now we just simply wait. I just want the zombies to be easy to clean up when they die. Actually, dwarves, you guys can all go take a brief break. Just go get food and stuff. Because it's going to take a little bit for these zombies to get here. Yeah, just casually killed a nightmare and a necromancer. Nightmares are fun, dude. I really like those. How goes the Dwarf Fortress Tongue Deal? Pretty good. Hopefully chat's enjoying it. It's been pretty chill. We're getting invaded by the undead right now. Nothing crazy. The dead walk, and we shall hide while we still can. I don't suspect it'll be too much of a threat for my dwarves. We do have some pretty good military leaders, though, such as this dwarf. Saw a dwarf walking outside. Oh, it's just my military that's still heading in. Yeah, it's just my military that's still heading home. Well, if somebody goes out and dies, sucks to be them. I do kind of like roll with that way of playing where it's like, if a dwarf decides to go out and die, they are permitted to do that. It could also be one of my military dwarves, though. Swapping out gear. Nightmares are a great way for your fort to collapse when you grab a secret book without realizing it. I mean, that's... Let me tell you this. That is Dwarf Fortress. If you can't accidentally seppuku your own fort unbeknownst to you, are you even playing Dwarf Fortress? Like, this is a game that is designed to trap you in making mistakes. At the very least, like, necromancers are somewhat manageable now. For a good long while, necromancers weren't even remotely manageable. Like, how many people in chat remember the days where if you had one necromancer in your fort, you would suddenly just have, like, all of the bodies everywhere would just be animated. Just out of nowhere. Like, you would just look up one day and there'd be, like, 100 corpses just walking around and you're like, why? Who let you in? Every single corpse. They would just walk up to them and res them. Now they only res them when they're, like, in combat, which also includes, like, you know, getting swiped by a cat that they're trying to geld. But, like, at the very least, it's not like just, oh, it's a body. Blip! Zombie! Yeah, I really think all of the blocks are holding the room together. Literally. Mina. Oh, I mean, they still do that. Romanoid, but at least they only do that when in combat, so it's possible to avoid it if you need. I've got a strange mood. You know what? What if I go be cocky, chat? What if I go be silly? How do we feel about being silly? Yeah, what if we be silly? You guys want to be silly? I want to be silly. The necromancer's dead. That's the real threat of this army. What if? And, like, you know, if the livestock dies, the livestock dies. If the cats die, the cats die. What if I just release one of the Forgotten Beasts? Just like, go get them! I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to release one of the Forgotten Beasts. Although I need to make sure this is in the burrow, which it is not. The strange mood is going for items. We'll get that done in a sec. Pupper, go back inside. Go back inside, Pupper. Or don't. All right, Pupper made it back inside. Peacock, on the other hand, did not. All right, so now that I've done that, I can... Uh-oh. Well, that sucks. Never mind, gotta reopen the door, guys. Lead didn't make it back in yet. In fact, now he's like, oh god, I'm stuck. Whatever shall I do? And I'm like, yeah, you're dumb. You silly Billy. One day and you're like, uh-oh. It's like the odd time that like a brute shows up or something as part of a siege and you're like, Nani the fuck? The hell am I supposed to do about that? All right, old fogey. Fort, get into you now, please, thanks. Zombies are arriving, so our time is now limited. But Kintako, what's up? My ceiling, hopefully. If it's not, then I'm concerned. The fort, we're currently besieged by zombies. And I'm like, what if I make a Forgotten Beast fight them? Gig the mayor's been reelected. Here come the zombies. So I'm going to pull this lever. And pull this lever. And once these are closed, I'm going to pull this lever. Or the Forgotten Beast, you know. Romanoid. All right. Here goes the party. Let's see how this beast does with these cats. Someone's got to clean up the cat pop if the cat wins. Oh my god, if the cat wins. What do I do if the cat wins? I think the cat's winning. Oh my god, I think the cat is winning. The cat's biting the Forgotten Beast. A Forgotten Beast breaks the grip of the cat's teeth. I would say I have no words, but I do in fact have words. What a not threatening beastie. Okay, so one of the zombies has made it over, and the cat is... Okay, that's it. I'm just gonna let my soldiers over. We're gonna go have a three-way free-for-all. This will be fun. Let's just get this gate open. It seems that zombie... what's on the floor there? Ah, so one of the Forgotten Beast's hands is now just mangled and on the ground. The zombie's seemingly lost interest and is now heading towards the cats. Hasn't managed to successfully kill anything. The rest of the zombies are coming up and over the hill. The dwarves are now all free, and the zombies are like, let's fucking fight things. And I'm sending my military over. Let's see how this goes. Who's leading the charge? It's Stormwolf. Name the cat Thundercat. Hold up. It was one of the named cats. It was like Eustace or something? It was this one, right? Alright, I also don't know anything about the Thundercats, so it's hard for me to name something after a Thundercat, because I've never seen the Thundercats. Stormwolf's still leading the charge. Runs in. First zombie dies faster than it really deserves to. The Forgotten Beast is on the wrong side of the fight now, but I'm going to send my squads up here. I'm also going to send the Marksdwarf squads into here to go start shooting. The majority of the militia... Oh, somebody found him. Aerith the Wrestler. What are you armed with? A steel battle axe is fighting with the Forgotten Beast. And, I'm sorry, Unknown Substance? Most of these creatures that have, like, poison or, like, stuff that they secrete, it's named after them, but with this guy, it's just Unknown Substance. I don't like that very much. It's made of crystal glass. It's shaken to the core. I think the dwarves got this. The rest of the dwarves are kind of coming around the corner. It seems that Fath and Poobert are up at the front. Poobert hacking his way through zombie after zombie, and there's a dead cat down there. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It is part of doing business in a dwarven fortress. And as okay, down here it seems that Zuglar Sodel and Aerith have taken down the glass beast. And Ocean Arrows, Aerith is now known as Glass, killed the glass beast. Let's send the rest of the squads up here. By that I mean all of them. And we're going to execute the few remaining zombies. Well, maybe not few. I don't actually know how many are left. It's probably quite a few. Down here at the outside of the arena. Arena. The dwarves are flying down the hillside. This is actually going to be pretty badass of a charge. Look at that. Just pieces flying upwards. I don't appear to have lost any citizens other than cats. Hubert, my militia commander, is hacking through these zombies. Thankfully, zombies are actually pretty easy for them to kill. He's getting tired, but he just went into a martial trance, so he should be fine. I just saw like an injured symbol, and I was like, oh no, is that my dwarf? No, it's just a zombie. Let's move the entire army down because it appears that they are getting behind schedule here a little bit. Yeah, a lot of them are still back up here, so just informing them that they need to keep charging and helping their leadership, Dwarf. I'm actually just going to tell them to go past where he is currently. Let's actually tell them to stand somewhere they can actually stand on. And the dwarves are going to pile drive down here, following Poobert, because I really don't want to lose Poobert, who's a little bit far back now, who is overexerted and no longer in a martial trance, meaning he's now at threat, but went back to just being tired, and has backup again, which is good. Poobert has bestowed the name Ibis Shadil upon a steel short sword. What that translate to? Oh, named objects. The Roasted Angel! Okay, that's pretty good. That's a good name. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck for the remainder of these dwarves and the rest of this siege? How many of them are left? Oh, basically none. It's, well, this guy. Well done, squaddies. Well done, Poobert. You did good, dwarf. You did good. I was going to give these dwarves a break anyway. I may do that now. Except for the dwarf in the strange mood. Who, what's your name? You're Lytast the Planter. Take you out of the burrow and see if you move. Also going to unforbid all of the wheelbarrows. Okay, what are you looking for then? What do you have? Got all the way up to leather. Bones, okay. Tanned hides, got it. What else do you need? Cut gems, okay. And some migrants have arrived. Okay, but hold up. If you need cut gems... Ah, I've only got rough gems. Makes sense. Is that a new orc with bow emote? That's a adorable little... Just a little guy. Happy to help, Jimmy. Jimmy Johns in YouTube chat. Not the actual Jimmy Johns, just a Jimmy Johns. I'm very sad that the cat didn't win that fight, by the way. It was certainly a fun bit to be able to, you know, just send out a... fuck it. Let's just turn this off for the time being. So I can just get this stuff done. It was a fun bit to be able to send that dwarf out to go fight, though. Or to be able to send the Forgotten Beast out to go fight. That was entertaining. I'm going to take 3 of these squads off duty for a little bit. And go up to here. And take them off of training. And just let them have a proper break. Because they need to go repopulate their quarters with new clothing and do other things. So taking them entirely off duty allows them to go take a break, which lets them claim new clothing and do other important things of such nature. A cat won on our hearts. Well, the cat didn't die. That's like the equivalent of a still counts, you know? Like, this is what I want them to do. I want them to take all their gear off and run around in socks and glove and get clothing or get new clothing, if possible. Reclaim stuff. Get a break. It's what they need. Also, I find whenever I make a new video, people always latch on to one or two lines that I say. And the one that I'm seeing a lot of people latching onto in the current video is, even his eyes have tears equipped. Which is just really funny. Because, like, I mean, even his eyes have tears equipped. Oh man, am I just like out of peachwood? Must be. Okay, so pear trees look just like peach trees to me. This is not great, but we're about to get hit by ads in 40 seconds. When they pop, I will pause the game. You equip your eyes with tears every day. If your eyes didn't have tears in them, they would be very dry and probably hurt quite a bit. So I feel like that's probably optimal eyes. So optimal eyes is not a sentence I like saying, but I digress. Pig iron bars. Let's make 40 pig iron. What, if you overload the carry capacity, then you start crying? Is that what you're saying this is? Okay, hold on. So you need leather. You got that. Cut gems. Then what's the next thing? More cut gems. Okay. More cut gems and bones. What's the frequency of this? Monthly? Let's do this seasonally. When one of these two dwarves down here moves, this dwarf should go get a gem. You don't make the rules, you just interpret them in the funniest way possible. I mean, that's half of reading rules, right? How can you live with yourself knowing that somewhere the elves are seething? I'm just hoping that we're outside of signal range of their tree chop down detection devices, you know? That's what I'm hoping. And the exact same way I live with myself every day. That's all. And also, I'm not clear-cutting the whole forest, just like, you know, the chunks that we need. I wouldn't say that we're, like, over-cutting or anything. I think, like, certainly I could be abusing the forests, but I'm not abusing the forests. Also, chat, since uploading the video yesterday, I've gone from 83,881 subscribers on YouTube to 84,211. That makes me happy, so I wanted to say that out loud. But yay, number go up. Considering, like, I've been getting, like, maybe 10 to 30 YouTube subs a day. It's nice to just get a whole pile. It's been a while. 84,212. Thank you. We were in an ad break, which is why I was looking at it, but well, it just went up. I missed it. This is a number. I mean, like in the last month, it's gone from 83,255 to 83,881, which is fine. Still growth, but it's just a bit of a slow month, and then it went bonk, which is, you'll have to see that. It's always fun to get that. So thank you, Zostra. You made a training hall in the center of your volcano so that your soldiers don't get cave adaptation, and a rock flew in and immediately got shit stomped. I always like that when you just like have a very convenient like location for your soldiers to train that's like outside, and then they just get like, you know, just a random elephant walks by and just bang, just splat. Sub that smash button. Damn right, son. What? You've been watching me for a long time, just don't watch the streams. That's the case for a lot of people, Jimmy Johns, which is always like funny when I run into people that recognize me, because it's like a I haven't been recognized in a couple months, but I've been recognized enough that I can say that I get recognized in public, and it's always kind of funny because it's a like, oh, do you ever leave comments? Like, would I know your username? And it's always oh, probably not. I'm very much a YouTube lurker, but you know, like that's fair. I mean, like, hundreds of thousands of people have seen my YouTube videos every month for years now, and you know, less than 100,000 people see my Twitch channel or my streams, so. You wish yours would grow that fast? Ice Blue. How many years do you think it took me to hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube? I've given you permission to talk about that stuff, but like, you gotta be realistic, mate. You don't need to be all, are we there yet? About your content in my chat. And now I need a planter guild, which is to be expected. I actually don't know the number off the top of my head. Let me look. Lifetime. Okay, so I hit 1,000 subscribers in November 12th, on November 12th, 2019. I went from, yeah, I jumped up to 1,000 subscribers. I made this YouTube channel in 2013, and I started uploading to it in 2015. So, 5 years. Practically. Like the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2015. So, like, I wish mine grew that fast, too. I'm really the most coherent Dwarf Fortress teacher on YouTube. Well, thank you. I'm just saying, I streamed 7 days a week for years. And like, there's people in my chat who are just like, man, my stream never grows. I'm like, well, how long have you been at it? And they're like, 8 months or whatever. And I'm like, well, how many viewers do you have? And they're like, 20. Mate, it took me like 3 years to get more than a fraction of that. So like, this isn't a industry where you will get any kind of instant gratification. Be realistic. Or you will get me kind of poking fun at you. 20 viewers in 8 months is actually like really good. I mean, I've known people who started before I did who are still at it who don't pull that. So, like, that's, like, if you can get 20 people that are actively watching your stuff that are engaged, that's actually really good numbers. The Forgotten Beast, a puffy. Raphoenia has come. A gigantic blob composed of salt. It has 2 short tails and it appears to be emaciated. It's very low down, but that looks cool. Doesn't look like it's made of salt. Is this area accessible? Can I just tell the dwarves to go kill it? No, it's not reachable. Well, they found a dead Kia. Oh, I see. The whole thing's blocked off. Let's just leave it blocked off for now. We'll deal with that thing later. So mine doesn't grow fast. I've just been at it for long enough that I've built up some momentum, and I have the ability to get the momentum going again. So my channel didn't grow fast. Very much the opposite, in fact. It took thousands of hours and half a decade to get any kind of growth. And also it didn't make more than dozens of dollars per month until I'd been at it for until 2022. So it's pure gambling. There's more user control than gambling. So I think that's a bit of a misnomer, but it is a lot of luck. The planter has created Estelatham Cash Ben Alaruk. Also, you started a podcast, Ice Blue. That is like the hardest thing to grow in organically. The way you start a podcast and get an audience is by having an audience and then being like, oi, we have a podcast. That's how you make money on a podcast. That's how you make an audience for a podcast. Podcasts are like the thing that you don't make as your first thing if you're trying to grow. So, anyway, I'm done kind of bashing because I feel like I'm bashing you. I'm sorry. I don't intend to, but you're doing very well. If you're making content, you're doing better than most people. Most podcasts don't make it to episode 3. Worry about that. Worry about enjoying it. Don't worry about the numbers. If you're worried about the numbers, stop! And never do it again. Because you'll hate it. Also, thank you, Jay, in YouTube chat. I just don't want to talk about this. Chat, give me another subject. Let's go. Lytas, the dwarven planter, has created Estithalum, a limestone scepter, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Thobbed Kiss Stockades. Huh. This is a limestone scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with radiant cut milk opals and decorated with walnut wood. It's encircled with bands of rectangular limestone cabochons and horsebone. This object menaces with spikes of milk opal. On the item is an image of Vokar Ramdor, the cat, and Gopet Moisin-echoed, the umbral forgotten beast in limestone. Gopet is striking down Vakar. The artwork relates to the killing of the cat Vakar by the forgotten beast Gopet in Colorbeard in the early winter of 310. During the rampage of the forgotten beast, Gopet moisten-echoed the umbral in Colorbeard. That was the one that got in via the gates that we killed. On the item is an image of termites and lemonite. On the item is an image of perished ramled. Perished, trammeled, that's the word. The glowing poetry, the cat bone crown, in horse leather. On the item is an image of the shadow of hoods, the microcline earring in horse bone. On the item is an image of the taper cut gems and milk opal. Randor would get along really well with broken screen, I would presume, right? Violet guy. Freshly minted heirloom of this Grand Gap referencing the death from last week. It wasn't from last week. No, last week stream, not last week in game. Last year in game. But all right, I'm going to. I mean, you'll love to see the recent references in Dwarven Forts. I got a backpack full of cilantro on Thursday because the garden that I've been getting a CSA from just had like 2 giant bins full of cilantro, and they're like, and take as much as you want. I was like, I mean, if you insist. So I have like 8 freezer bags full of cilantro. Just most of the stuff I did this year was just grown in pots, so I actually didn't get huge harvests of anything. But my tomatoes are finishing up. I'm going to start pulling them out soon. Username checks out, lore nerd. Like, starting a Call of Cthulhu game tonight. Username is lore nerd. It's like, yeah, you are. Damn right you are. What else would you be doing? So limestone scepter, named EST. There was also Parse. I took a bunch of that too. Let's just go scepter. Late in the season. Yeah, once I get my tomato plants out, I will plant some radishes probably. Radishes and turnips are usually what I do late in the season. You just need to learn to like the taste of soap, Alf. Easy. Or stop eating soap, and then it won't ruin plants for you.
Chat, did you know you can use your Amazon Prime sub to support the arena construction project?
That's one way to word that. Thank you very much, Kate Ranos, for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for giving me your Bezos bucks. I have a vault if you don't have visitors. Technically, I can have visitors. In case I want visitors. Mostly. Also, Dwarf, get out of here. The Mountain of Dyes. Creative Silver. Diamond Cult. Cobalt Fellowship. Diamond Denomination. I had a temple there that I'd kind of cheated with, but get out of here, you dwarf. Shoo, get. I don't know which one that was, but it's that one now. I'm not sure which one this was supposed to be. But it was supposed to be one of these chapels. It was somebody who had a grand guild hall. Or like a hotel or temple complex. Was it the Shrine of Taxing? I don't know. They'll tell me to remake it. And then I need a Planter Guild. Planter Guild, Planter Guild, Planter Guild. Which I was going to put... down here. And not do that, because that's just using whatever's nearest. But I will, in fact, do this. Let's do a line there. And then I will grab this and go along here. And let's go with marble for the remainder of that floor. Do not let it go to seed. Well, I mean, I actually like cilantro seed more than cilantro. I like coriander a lot more. family garden is winding down. You've canned more tomatoes than there is room for. I did that last year. I had, it was like 15 jars, 1 liters of tomatoes at one point. I might end up doing some visitors in this fort for fun, but because YouTube chat's asking about visitors. I agree, though, visitors are the worst. Sometimes in real life, too. It's like, oh, no, I got family coming to visit. It's gonna be a rough weekend. But no, I understand the problems with Dwarf Fortress visitors because I'm very much at the forefront of dislike of them. Okay, so Planter Guild. Guild Hall. There it is. The Realm of Meadows. We're almost halfway there already. Living on a prayer. Let's go all the way across there. That was an unintended rhyme, I'm sorry. That heated greenhouse? I don't really want a hothouse, though. Heated greenhouses don't make stuff that... I mean, it's probably still going to taste better than the grocery store, but... like, stuff that you grow in a heated greenhouse never tastes right. Something, something, whoa. Bird. Let's see, what do I have for blocks at the moment? Let's just use these. Let's just let them build most of this, and then I will unforbid all of the forbidden stuff. Craftsdwarf's Guild. Right. Which one was the Craftsdwarf's Guild? I need to check my places. Is this the Craftsdwarf's Guild? Nope, that's the Weaver's Guild. That's the Dyer Guild. That's a dining hall. Where the heck did I put the Craftsdwarf's Guild? That's my Farmer's Guild. There it is, okay. Let's increase the value of this instead of being silly. I think I have a bunch of statues lying around, which probably have a bunch of gems in them. I think I'll also go along the top here. Replace these with nicer walls. Get this done too. But yeah, it's definitely that time of year for family gardens to start winding down. Next year, there's a few things I want to grow differently than I did this year. And Napalm Sideburns, thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you, man. Currently, we have a sale going on gift subs, which I do get a slightly smaller cut, but it's, you know, that's the cost of doing business. But thank you very much for the gifts. Appreciate you. Which is one of 2 incentives that's going on right now, because Twitch has sales if you have never subscribed before, or if you are subscribing for multiple months at a time. Regardless, though, thank you very much for taking the time and the spare change to help keep this weird channel funded, so that I can continue streaming like this and making fun videos. Until a few years ago, thanks COVID, you used to deal with 200 to 400 tomato plants. I'm jealous. I mean, like, one of my dreams, and a friend of mine was kind of making fun of me for this a little while ago. He's like, well, I guess you have to marry a doctor, which was like, I want to own like half an acre and be able to do that, not in like I want to run it as a business, but just I want to be able to stream for 8 hours, edit on like in the evenings, and then go garden. That's just what I want to be able to do. and be able to make enough that I don't need, or grow enough that I don't need to go grocery shopping all summer, at the very least, and then have stuff to can for the winter. Because I just love doing that stuff. But like, in order to do that functionally, I need to drive. And because I'll never be able to drive, it's like a, well, I guess I'm just screwed then kind of situation. What are you overlapping with? Probably a bedroom, right? That's probably what you're overlapping with. Yeah, it's gotta be that. But Napalm, thank you so much for the gifts. Appreciate you, man. Value going up. It's taking time, though. All right, zombies. The only rule is you're not allowed to invade me with an army of the undead at this exact moment while I build this wall, please. That would be rude. It was fun finding out what parts you've seen live already. And also how I interpret them, I presume. But glad you liked it. I think that video turned out really well, and it's been doing really well, so I'm pretty ecstatic about it, actually. Yesterday in the evening, I went to the brewery that I like going to and was talking with the bartender kind of about the video, and she's like, you're not allowed to look at your phone. I'm like, I know. And then she's like, you're looking at your phone. Oh, I'm still looking at my phone. Because, like, whenever I release a video, like, for the next 3 days, I'm just glued to the screen. Like, I can't look away. Like, I have to see if it's going up or going down. It's like the YouTuber equivalent of day trading. We're just like, I can't look away. If I look away, the stats will get worse. But if I keep looking, the stats are getting worse. So good. You keep making content I enjoy. I keep pushing money your way. I mean, that seems like a fair trade to me. As long as it's a fair trade for you. I'm glad I haven't outstayed my welcome yet. I don't know why this has become the most convenient entrance and exit for the dwarves, but apparently it has. Now it's no longer there. Well, value of this hasn't gone up enough. It's gone up a little bit, but I guess I could engrave some stuff. Like, let's engrave this center here. What's the actual engraving rules at the moment? Do I have people who are good at engraving? I do not. Really. Oh, never mind. It's because I clicked on the wrong job. Engravers is the one I was aiming for. Currently growing out of a fish tank. I have a mint... Oh, I have a dwarves that are locked outside. That's why they were using that as an entrance and exit. I have a mint plant that is growing in a pot and a mint plant that is growing in an old gin bottle. Are they at least different kinds of mint plants? I've seen a bunch of videos of people growing strawberries in fish tanks. I don't know if that's something you'd want to try, but... I've considered getting a fish tank for years, specifically just so I could grow aquatic plants in a fish tank. Which means in reality, I'd probably get a snail tank with like shrimp in it or something. Just get some accent colors in here. Oh, he's getting there. A well-designed image. And you're an accomplished engraver. Oh, look at that. It's actually focused. Something has collapsed on the surface. Oh no! Trees went splat. Seems that English here got hit with a log in their upper leg, and their leg was smashed into an unrecognizable mass. hazard of the industry, unfortunately. Seems that Feely here is coming to save the wounded dwarf. Mint is like what people think grass is. Romanoid. As somebody who doesn't really interact with many people from like the younger generations, sure. Bert, sure. How would you feel if you were wounded in the battlefield and your medic was coming to rescue you and they were carrying a baby and a pickaxe and also vomiting? Or if you got a workplace incident and same thing. I feel like I would ask for a different doctor. $20 for a local jar of honey is the best purchase. So, true story, there's a farmer's market that's pretty close to me. It's like maybe a 20-minute bike ride on the weekends from me. It's just in the direction I don't normally go. And I've been resisting going there because there is... I've been there once. Because there is a farm that sells honey there every time. Like, they're there year-round, basically. And I'm like, I would spend way too much goddamn money on honey, and honey's really bad for me. I shouldn't do that, so I don't. But it's tempting. It's blackberry honey. Ooh. Dr. Silk? Can I ask the logic behind that, Seth Monster? But sure. Would you like them to actually be a doctor? Okay, well, you get Kib then. Wouldn't it be more logical to name Kib Silk because they're a doctor? Otherwise, their name would be Dr. Silk. It's up to you. But to me, Silk would make more sense than Dr. Silk. Dr. Acula. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. You know, honestly, a better name for that would be Dr. Major Minor. And his son's name's Chromatic. Came by to say thank you for the tutorials. Cheers, mate. Helped you start a lot 200 hours ago. Still plenty to learn, I'm sure, though. It's an old joke with a dead man. I'm trying to, like... This is one of those jokes where I feel like I know the joke, but it's, like, missing really hard in my brain, you know? You know? Spies like us, doctor. I mean, yeah, sure, okay, I don't know what we're referencing at all, but I will humor you and it'll be Dr. Silk. I'm also biding time because we're in an ad break, so... Dr. Silk it is. Kib, Dr. Silk. Or Dr. Silk, who is also a doctor. They're singing in my secondary tavern, because I've got 2 taverns. One of them does actually allow visitors. I think. Does this one allow visitors? Maybe not so many visitors now because I am like actively at war with the local dwarven faction that was sending me visitors. I mean, they're 90% zombies. Okay, they're not very friendly. Anyway, Dr. Silk, who's currently attending a meeting, finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. Is gripped by crippling shyness. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. And is completely closed-minded and never changes his mind after forming an initial idea. He easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding. And he lives a fast-paced life, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he has a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He doesn't really care about much anymore. He's married to Dulcan. I don't know if Dulcan's in chat. And has a daughter named Dulcan Jr. And he should probably go hang out with his wife because he's lonely. He's just in the wrong half of the taverns. I was wondering why they weren't able to get anything else out of here because this is now done being constructed. Let's do that, this, and that. Awesome. I think so, Zostra. Yes, you are in fact you're in fact a miner who's currently planting seeds. You're very happy. You're blissful about your lovely bedroom. You still have 2 kids. Your hubby is still alive, and so are both of your kids. And you want to be around friends, but you have none. Family's fine though. You got lots of family. Speaking of visitors, I had a visitor for a bit who's now gone. I'm going to get this squad. These squads. Just back into no orders. Since they've been able to go deal with needs, most likely. Man, I feel bad for this dwarf whose lover's dead. It's a damn shame. Sorry, Poobert. I think I'm going to start building out this squad too next, but this squad's going to need an actual uniform assigned. Need to see what the equipment status is like. I'm just going to leave them off duty for right now. When this dwarf goes to socialize, they've gathered all the gear that they're going to. Set you guys to no orders. Take you off of training here. As they go to store items they don't need anymore and put on other items. Let's also grab you and just update your gear. And I'm going to send the top 2 squads out to go take something out. Take something over. That's the words I was looking for. Maybe not take over. Let's go destroy stuff. Ooh. Let's go hit Tin Wheel. Raise. And this 3rd squad is just going to go steal stuff from this empty place. You may have been in an ad, Theranek, when I answered this earlier, but yes, they have been able to do that for several years now. But here's the thing, and this is the way it's always been. I did quite a bit of testing of this when I recorded a lot of footage for NoClip. They've been able to do that for a while, but the asterisk is, back in the day, they weren't all able to do it. They just would set your frame rate to 0 if they couldn't. They would all try to. So what would happen is you'd have to unlock the door because your frame rate would just go to 0 if they couldn't unlock it themselves, which obviously is like not ideal and kind of obnoxious and sucks for lack of a better term. You haven't played for a bit and that bug was still in the last time you played? Sure, but it's possible that you played last after that bug had been fixed, but thought it was still there because it was something that, like, you wouldn't encounter super frequently, if that makes any sense. I'm just turning off a lot of tasks so that they can focus on this and then cleaning up. Need a faster way of dealing with bodies. But yeah, I mean, maybe 1 in 10 Forgotten Beasts are going to be able to break doors that aren't artifacts. Maybe 1 in 10. If that. But any troll or cave dragon that is hostile can just rip a door off. Same with, like, normal dragons or bronze colossuses. Or tantruming dwarves. But, like, not every Forgotten Beast is a building destroyer. I can't remember the exact version number where that was fixed, but it was before Adventure Mode released. Although, it was before Adventure Mode released in the experimental branch that Adventure Mode was in. So if you weren't playing in that mode, you may have actually gotten it when Adventure Mode released. I can't remember if that went directly to the main branch or not. But it was during the development of Adventure Mode that was fixed. So many store-owned items. There's a lot of this going on, which is fine. You're gonna go trick Valorant players and switch when I get viewers to DF. Okay. Good luck with that strat, mate. Also, people really like the line that I said in that video of even his eyes have tears. You can tell that he's crying because even his eyes have tears equipped. People really like that line. Apparently. Been getting a lot of responses and comments about that line in particular. Let's just let you take the pink cloth as well for this one. Just get some more varied colors of tunics made and dresses. The socks are the most consistent by far because all of these are used for socks. Should also allow hoods to be made down here, actually. But it's specifically the dresses and the tunics that I need cleaned up a wee bit. One of your legendary miners, you forgot to assign a bone doctor for like 2 years, and it seems his bones fractured healed wrong since now. Yeah, no, if they never got, like, bones are like healing on a timer, essentially, assuming with a percent chance to get infections and if that can kill them, but yeah, they can heal poorly. He made the hospital zone a tavern since he's been like that for many years, and his mood seems to endure. I hope having him close to the tavern helps. I had a dwarf who had no legs and no eyes, and I don't think he had arms. I made him into my broker, and he was great at it. And I, like, hung around in the tavern and got, like, drank alcohol and was served drinks, thought it was hilarious that he was naked all the time, and, like, just sat in the in the tavern with his office next to the tavern, like, doing the books. Keeping count of shit. He's very good at his job. At first you do not heal. I will also say making the tavern into a barracks is a really good way to train soldiers. Speaking of, my soldiers have returned. So we tried to raise one location. In the early autumn, the strategic boots attacked the silvers of armor of the brass inks at Tinwheel. Poobert led the attack. Zulban had a brilliant plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The Walls of Color, brilliantly led by Poobert, clashed with a single animated zombie, slaying them. Duh. They looted treasure. Good for you. And rampaged throughout the location. Great. I don't think they destroyed it, though. Mountain of Dies searched Helm's Goal. Good, good, good. And we got the 2 books that were there. I'm going to send these 2... Well, I'm just going to send one of these squads, and we're going to try and raise this location. I'm going to send a... That one's mine. And I'm going to send a different squad up here. No, don't go explore it. Go to this one. And we'll go pillage that one. So one of these sites I'm attacking. The other one I'm splitting my squads now, trying to make better use of my time because I've got 2 very, very legendary squad leaders. We got Romanoid and Poobert. Romanoid is very, very, very good at his job, and so is Poobert. And you're carrying a large rock crystal, which you're probably gonna lose, but that's fine. Holy shit. It's a lot of stuff, including a serrated iron disc. So for dwarves being blind, it doesn't negatively impact their ability to do any tasks. Unless they're in the military and stationed, they'll just stand still. They don't know who to attack unless they're standing next to them. But other than that, they don't have any, like, negative effects on their abilities. It is purely like, will they spot something what is in stealth? No. That's the only debuff they get. So, like, you know, keep them in your offices. Keep them in your, like, combat-related tasks, and they'll do just fine. Genuinely, they will do just fine. Just looking for more malachite. Nope, that's silver, but I'll take it. There's more malachite. Let's actually do this on a lower priority. Guys, are we in combat? Who do I hit? What direction do I smack? Although, to be fair, I've also had dwarves, like, with no ability to see, like, do just fine in combat, so... Because once they're in melee range, if they're good at it, they still win. That's really what matters, right? Chat room, have any of you guys had a particularly crippled dwarf who was particularly good at their job? I'm always a big fan of those. Like, oh yeah, no, it's a dwarf that... Like, I had a militia commander once who lost a leg and had a spear and a crutch and fucking wrecked people. It was great. We got dwarves that have arrived to trade because it is that season. And also a caravan from a different faction, the Rainy Corridors. So we're trading with 2 different factions today. Invading 2 factions and trading with 2 factions. Probably have a lot of clothing that I can sell. Yep. The one thing I'll say about dwarves that have, like, no arms and no legs is do take them off of any non-critical tasks. So just, like, click the little green button next to their name. Because, like, on the off chance that they try to haul something, you'll end with either, like, job cancellations or, like, they'll just get very upset because they can't. or like it'll take them forever and then they'll get thirsty and hungry and then get upset because they're thirsty and hungry. Just like make sure that like you're very intentional about what you make them do. Just gonna use that as a means of getting rid of a bunch of bones. Because I can. Although... yeah, no, this is fine. Yeah, kid who lost their ability to grasp and they're doing their best. Yeah. You know, a dwarf who could not grasp. Both right and left injured and his clothes rotted off, but he was one hell of a guild teacher. Oh, that's great. I've always wanted, like, I'm really curious to see how Tarn ends up reworking the siege weapons, because I've always wanted to be able to take very talented militia dwarves that maybe like, oh, he lost a foot, and like make them just do the siege weapon stuff, because I feel like they'd be really good at it probably, but oh well. So one of the factions is now ready to trade, which is Kasoth. Not sure if this is my faction or not, but they brought platinum. Big fan of that. I'm gonna buy these standing weapons because those are fun. Much better than sitting weapons. Buy that extra minecart because it's made out of a fun material. Let's just buy the food variety because why not? Buy the thread because why not? And buy the steel leggings, because why not? Yeah, I think losing the ability to grasp is a classic one, though. In YouTube chat, Clem Hazard said, I had a fort that had a dwarf that was mangled beyond recognition from head to toe, but she was very happy. I had a zombie, like an intelligent undead, whose head was mangled beyond recognition. My favorite one, though, is like when you have dwarves whose heart is mangled. It's like, man, creature from my own world, you know? Like, oh, it's my people. I meant me. We're getting a migrant wave. Likes a little discord and tumult in day-to-day living. Do you dream of mastering a skill? No. No. Okay. What else do we get? Was it literally just a singular migrant? May have been. How'd that pillaging go? Your sick dwarf only has his left arm mangled and destroyed, but never leaves the infirmary and says that he's also got an infection, maybe because of that. I have a question. Do you have a traction bench in your hospital? And go to the health tab on that dwarf and click on treatment. It did say a migrant? Oh, I didn't read it. Rotten Butcher was killed by Romanoid. And they looted treasure. What did we get? Some mittens, bronze meng, rock crystal. Good, good. I'm gonna try and conquer and occupy with this one. I'm gonna make a new squad. No uniform. When this dwarf comes back, I can assign the squad. I'm just gonna say whoever's most pissed off. Bambool! Just waiting for Poobert to come back. Trying to work for Axios? Oh. Anxious. I was gonna say, like, did you just apply for a job at Axios? That's how that read. But, best of luck, Necrontier. Chat, wish our friend here good luck on their job application. So now that this dwarf is in this squad, The other squad went to go raise this fort, Mountains of Brass. Led by Poobert, unrolled a brilliant tactical plan. The zombie dwarf, they took off a zombie dwarf's fifth toe, of course. We had a strong positional advantage. Took out the leader, I think. Wait, hold on. The strategic boots attacked the constructive mountains of brass. Stockade, the dwarf Zilban led the attack. They didn't even have the defender to lead them. They rampaged throughout. We stole some books. And got a bunch of gems and some other things, as well as some instruments. Okay, so this location is mine. This one. Pulley lines. You are going to go conquer and occupy this place. Yep, I was correct. So, I'm sending you, well, first to go get some clothing. And then to go leave the map, to go join a new squad. Or to go make a new fortress for us. Best of luck there, dwarf. Okay, so is this the one that we traded with already? Yes. So this is what happens when you're trading with multiple people at a time. You just have two options of who to trade with. This is definitely my faction that we're currently trading with because they brought a bunch of logs because I asked them to. Ooh, Nethercap Rosus, whatever that is. I'll buy it. Also buy these. 4 traction benches in them. Full equipment hospital says needs setting. Needs setting and dressing and need immobilization. Do you have splints and cloth? And do you have a chest in the hospital? I realize that I'm just like being very basic here, but humor me. I'm just curious. When you become the capital? Well, you still have the ability to request things, but you gain the ability to request things from other factions. Queen's Ostra. So you lose the ability to request stuff from your faction, but if you expand outside of your current trading limits and start trading with other people, you gain that ability. So I don't know if you necessarily lose that ability, you simply gain it with people who you didn't have it with previously. So, like, go demand tribute from some people. You can only train with your own faction? Well, that's a you problem, and I can't help you there, mate. That sucks, I'm sorry. You could retire that fort and then start a new fort from a different dwarven faction on the same island, and then retire that fort, and then reclaim the other fort. But it's a bit roundabout. Did I ever satisfy the need for this? Nope. Guarantee you they're all pissed at me. Also going to limit the number of dwarves doing stoneworking tasks, which is, again, something I don't often do. It's just going to be dwarves that aren't super busy already with other tasks and already have some semblance of skill. So this dwarf who's just wearing shoes and a hood is going to go seize pulley lines. Do you think they're going to be successful? Wish them luck, chat. What is the goal of this game? Whatever you want to do. It's a sandbox. It's kind of like asking what's the goal of Project Zomboid. Don't die. So generally don't die. It would be the described goal of this game. If you were to be like, what's the goal of this game? It's a open sandbox that is up to you what you want to do. So it's whatever you are feeling like trying to complete is your goal. That's what I need to see. What can kill you? Yourself, goblins, other dwarves, monsters, demons, angels, monsters like these, zombies, not zombies, chinchillas, cats, whatever breathes, virtually anything. Whatever really decides it doesn't like you can kill you. Trees? The hillocks of pulley lines far to the northeast has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. Dwarf was successful. I'm going to try and raise this site, squad A. Try and raise this site with squad B. The decent smith is right there. The site government is the Tomb of Death. What a name. I'm gonna go demand one-time tribute with the third squad from them. Let's go make contact. But yeah, that's a very, very large question. Like, what can kill you? It's like, well, this is a very, very, very large game. I'm not even gonna get into like the boogeymen and mummies and such. Kias, like birds can steal your anvil. All kinds of things can happen. This is a game about, I mean, if you're completely incompetent, sure, hunger can kill you in Fortress mode. This is a game about like trying to role play a narrative with yourself. It's like playing D&D with a very large crowd of dwarves. And you are in charge of your own story. And it's largely a game about manipulating the dwarves into completing tasks that you think are entertaining to witness. Lots of things can kill you, but losing in the game isn't necessarily punctuated by what can kill you. But if you just start naming things, yeah, duh. Incompetence can absolutely kill you, which is usually where hunger comes from in this game. Speaking of chat, I'm a little hungry. Speaking of hunger, ads are about to run. I have a sandwich in the fridge, but it's very crumbly bread. So I'm just going to pause the game for the ads. For le momente. I will be back in like under 5 minutes, but I'm gonna go eat it in the kitchen. BRB.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Over here, he has a sword!
All right, lunch has been consumed. Holy shit! Shen! Thanks for the raid. Hello. I was hungry and needed a sandwich. Welcome, raiders. Hi, everybody. I'm trapping forgotten beasts and then trying to make them fight. We made one fight tried to make one fight one of a siege that showed up, but it was more interested in almost dying to my cats, so we had to kill it manually. But thank you for raiding me while I was acquiring a sandwich. Hello, raiders. What were you guys up to today? And thanks, Shen. Appreciate you, mate. I'm over here just trying to, handle my army of infinite turkeys, apparently. I think they just had baby turkeys again. I mean, the cats were, in fact, trying to fight. What's the word? The cats were, in fact, trying to fight with the Forgotten Beast. They didn't win, but one of them got a bunch of hits in. If you're in a civil war, the game becomes unplayable because it's not supposed to happen. I have no idea. Eric Steen in YouTube chat. I have no idea. That's one of those actually game-breaking bugs that either needs to be properly worked into the game as a mechanic or, fixed. Because it is kind of bad that it's stuck around this long. It's kind of like loyalty cascades, where, the one good thing about loyalty cascades is that they fix them eventually. I can't believe that this guild hall got satisfied and it's just, an empty room. That's funny. All right, dwarves. I need to give these dwarves a break sooner than later. You cannot geld turkeys. Birds cannot be gelded. I mean, I could separate them. Keep the infinite turkeys is intentional, though. That is an intended thing that I'm currently working on. Regardless of how silly it sounds, it is something that I'm trying to do. No, it is in fact the plan. You figured correct. Civil War has made your fort interesting. I mean, it can be fun to play, but 24 years in and you only have 22 dwarves. We do not have a pit to the underworld, and we do have a pit to the underworld and almost a dozen caged forgotten beasts, though. Oh wow! All right. I mean, it certainly can make the forts interesting, which is why I would prefer it be worked into the game as an actual mechanic that functions, because it does just make the game hard to play. I need a bigger furniture stockpile. Why don't I just spill it out into this room? Because I'm just encrusting furniture over here anyway, so might as well just let it spill into there. I guess I could also just place a bunch of doors that would also free up some space in there. Thing is, I don't really have anywhere I need to put doors. I should just build more things that require doors, is what I should do. Oh, squads are coming back in the first two. So, as far as our seizure of pulley lines goes, which was successful, we can just skip that one. Strategic boots attacked the brass meetings, the brass inks, and the defenders were led by the dwarf rotten butcher Iden page priests, but Poobert outmatched him with a cunning plan. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. The rotten butcher was struck down. They clashed with, a single animated dwarf, and they killed it. So there was one smart zombie and one dumb zombie, two dumb zombies. 3 dumb zombies, 4 dumb zombies, and then they looted treasure and rampaged throughout Machine Hushed. What a good name. Second round, or second squad raiding a different location. Romanoid led this attack, outmatched a Rotten Butcher Zasset with a cunning plan. They had, ooh, wow, what a name. The Rotten Butcher, Zasset Guild Earth. The Music of Lashes. That's a good name. I like that. Merp, what's up, Gisp? What are we merping about for? How goes the merping? Chad, is there a bug in Dwarf Fortress that you found made the game more enjoyable? I think the one that I always return to, we're stealing books now. After rampaging throughout the location. Gotta go claim these as mine. I think the one that I always return to, Copper Cage, bunch of random crud. Steel, ooh, a Steel Warhammer, nice. Steel Chain Leggings, nice. The one that I always return to is I love the fact that Mega Beasts can join religions. I adore that bug. It's like, yes, it's a bug, and I acknowledge that it's a bug. And it does, in fact, break the game in many ways. But my god, it is such a fun feature to have. Purely because it's just like, who doesn't want, like, how do I put this? The ability for, like, a Cyclops to just become a priest. Infinite stockpiles? Sure, fair enough. I do agree that infinite stockpiles increase the quality of the game. Speaking of increasing the quality of the game, why don't I just make an infinite stockpile out of the furniture for a lot of different types of furniture? Like maybe make one for like doors and tables. So I could just go up here and just be like, yeah, well, you see all these. Yeah, you know, let's just do cabinets, doors, and chests maybe in one. So let's just go here. And I'll just go build. Go this way. And this can just be for cabinets. What is it? Boxes? Tables. Thrones. And doors. Doesn't matter the material. What else should I throw in there? Maybe beds? Coffins? That could be fine. We'll do that. And then you right here. We'll just call this furniture. Well, no, not route 8. You can be stop 1, but furniture 1. You're gonna load from here, and I will just say load everything. Just load everything in this degree, and it'll filter itself. And then none of this, and add that. Oh, let's also throw statues. Okay, so let's go through this and do you now. Tables, statues, thrones, boxes. What else did I do in this? Coffins. Doors. Cabinets. I think that's everything. Did I throw anything else in here, chat, that I'm forgetting? Let's do mechanisms, actually. Did I forget to do statues? No, we got statues. We should be good. My favorite was definitely the lungfish because they never really broke the established fort, and it was always just fun at the start to see re-rolling a new fort, and it was too much of that on the map. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, lungfish were a genuine menace at one point. Oh, beds. Because this has beds, right? Yeah. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to go here. And I'm just going to go through and pause every task. And I'm just going to let the dwarves haul everything. So I'm just going to pause every single job. Well, actually, let's let you keep tanning heads. We'll pause every single not time-sensitive job up in here. And then just put everybody on hauling everything. Pause some of those, maybe not all of them. Pause that, pause that. Pause all of these. And then as these squads come back, I will just take them off of training. Let them go do whatever, and we will start getting stuff put away. Yeah, I mean, for an afternoon, it was really fun. This is maybe just me being like somebody who plays too many video games. I do sometimes find that when a game is bugged in a way that's like game breaking, it is entertaining for a while. But like, I have like an upper limit of how long I can handle bugs like that before they just become annoying in a bad way, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Like, when drinks were bugged, that was entertaining for a day, and I'm glad that's all it took for them to fix it. Because that's about how long I could handle that. We went and demanded tribute from another dwarven location. Let's see how this went. We received treasure. They gave us a pair of pants. I went and demanded, threatened their lives. Unless they give us tribute, and they gave us a pair of trousers. Well done. Thumbs up. I'm gonna send the oily bolts, and they're gonna go demand one-time tribute from that location over there. Pants are important. Sure, those must be some those must be like some fucking high-end designer pants, though. I'm like, come on. I should make another one of these for rock pots. You would like some pants? I need a new pair of shoes. My current daily driver shoes almost have a hole in them, and we're gonna have the rainy season hit soon-ish. So I would like to have shoes that don't have holes in the bottom of them. I tried to buy a pair of shoes online because they had a sale and it was kind of an impulse buy, and they're in the style that I like, which is just slip-ons, because I like those for my bike, because they don't like have laces that get caught in your bike chains, which is not optimal if your name is me. So I am quite the fan of, you know, shoes that don't cause me to crash on my bicycle. Anyway, and so I bought a set that are normally in my size, and had to return them because their definition of size 10.5 men's wide is not my foot's definition of size 10.5 men's wide. So it's a little bit miffed. But I got my money back, so it's fine. Buying shoes online is always a gamble, however. That shows the wealth of your civilization and proof that you should not be conquered. Gives us a pair of pants. You are a Actually, you know what? Here's the thing. Theranek. Give us an item that proves your wealth and makes you worthy of not getting, like, you know, occupied. And they're just like, okay. And they give you, like, a head scarf or a mask or something. Like, something that dwarves can't make. Or you're fat. They give you a high boot when all you can make is low boots, you know? They give you a tunic and you can't make tunics. It's like, oh my god. But the reality is that actually just pisses your whole fort off because now they want it. What's the green colored material? It's malachite. It's the ore of copper. One squad is returned. This is my raise attempt of bell shoulders. Romanoid led the attack. We had a strong positional advantage. Killed a bunch of zombified dwarves, looted treasure, searched the place, stole some books. And they rampaged throughout, but didn't destroy the place. Probably means there's enough civilians there that they can't. We also got a dog, 2 chickens, and a horse. Great. Just what I need. A horse. A horse, but of course, naturally. Fishbone! Hello, it's good to see you. I mean, it's like the classic, like, thing that was posted on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit when Dwarf Fortress first launched, which is just like they demanded tribute from, like, kobolds and they gave them a cabbage. Like, a singular cabbage. Okay, the other squad is returning. How'd they do? Poobert outmatched the Dwarf Rotten Butcher with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Dwarf Rotten Butcher Dobar was struck down by the Dwarf Stukos. Furnace Somber. Furnace Somber. What a good last name, Stukos. They clashed with 8 animated dwarves, slaying them. The Mountain of Dyes looted treasure and seized livestock. What do we get from this place? 3 donkeys. If anybody's a tier 2 subscriber here, you know what to do. Bunch of ass, let me tell you. I really need a more efficient way of getting rid of all this stuff. That's for sure. Well, you have to be a tier 2 subscriber, right? Necron tier? So here, I'll do the thing.
You fucking donkey!
There you go. That get the point across? What are the majority of the dwarves doing? Everybody's just storing stuff in stockpiles. So I think we'll just let that run. There's a... Okay, who let this rabbit into the fort? It's unacceptable. Oh, don't worry about it, mate. It's all good. Please don't give me money if you don't have it. It's like the fact that you're around enough to support this channel is already more than enough. It's more than I could ask for. I mean, I'm just some weird guy making videos on the internet and streaming stuff on the internet. Who am I to make unreasonable demands? I don't know where I'm going with this bit. So I have no idea what this means, chat, but Stone might get a kick out of this. The video that I uploaded yesterday on YouTube has 67 hypes. I don't know what a hype is. I don't know how you get it, but apparently I have 20,100 hype points. It is the silliest stat on YouTube because it means literally fuck all. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it does. I don't know how to quantify this statistic. But apparently, in the first day, I got 20,100 hype points. If anybody has some insight on what the fuck that means, that would be lovely. I don't know how you get them, how you give them, what they mean, what they do. It makes me feel kind of old, I'll be honest. That's all I got. Hold on. Are you calling me out for my language? Jimmy Johns? Because I said, what the fuck does that mean? This isn't a kids-friendly channel, though. I can say bad words as often as I like penis. Such is life. Hearing about the hype thing. I mean, I've encountered a number of YouTubers who are like, you need them because they're good. And that's like all that we really know. We don't know anything else about them or really what they do. Or at least nobody I've talked to does. I'm sorry. What is a hype leaderboard? I've never, like, none of this means anything to me. What is a hype leaderboard? Where is the hype leaderboard? Is this something that's rolling out to, like, one region at a time, so I just might not see it yet? Your very same question. Okay. Well, thank you, Theron. We got 67 arbitrary points of arbitrariness. Yeah, I think my militia captains need a break. Another thing to stat pad, totally. Yeah, no, it's kind of what I thought. I was like, this seems like a farce. What? It's trends, but you have user interaction. So it's like top trending videos. I'll be honest with you. I don't think I've ever gone to the top trending page on YouTube and watched something. Literally, you get 3 hype gifts. So my question is, Ash2, because they say that you get 3 hype gifts to give to any video you like. When do you get more? And is that something that's being rolled out slowly? Because I certainly haven't seen it anywhere in my user interface. It just showed up in my dashboard on my phone like a month or so ago. Oopsies. And a dwarf's been missing for a week. Huh. I wonder what happened. Well, that answers that. YouTube does, in fact, have a top trending page. Well, good to know. We'll just dig through that. Get this dwarf memorialized. I feel kind of bad about that one, actually. The more hype you get, the more likely your video is to land on the hype leaderboard in your country. So it only matters if you live in, big country? Or a country with large user base? Because that's how that reads. Leaderboard with the top 100 hype videos of the week. Anybody can hype up to 3 videos per week. In the future, we plan to allow fans to purchase additional hypes. Oh. So it's rigging the numbers, is what it is. Which also means that the second they let you do that, that entire page is going to be completely worthless. That's really what that means to me. That's what Reddit told you. I believe you. Yeah, I know, I believe you. Huh. Cool. That's all I have to say to that is cool. Because as far as I'm concerned, that literally just means it means nothing. Flash frozen? Oh, for certain. Most dwarfinitely. So paid super likes? Sure. Already worthless? I mean, hey. It's good to know that I'm getting some numbers. I presume YouTube would tell me if I'm in the top 100, although who knows. So I presume I'm not. That is my assumption. We're in an ad break. We'll pause game. Brought out by the mouse, another media corpse. Oh no, totally. Just gonna quick save while we're in the ads. For the first 7 days after you published a video, viewers will see the option to hype. When a video is hyped, points are immediately applied to the video. I'm gonna go like to my subscription inbox on YouTube and just click on a recent video and see if I see it. Hello, everybody. Ah, that's my voice. It's terrifying. Hold on. I mean, I see super thanks. I don't see anywhere to hype things. I guess that must just not be active here yet. That must all be what it is. Because stuff makes a lot more sense when you actually have, like, functional access to the feature. And it often takes a while for YouTube features to roll out globally, so it's got to just be that. Well, anyway, that's kind of a neat idea that's made completely irrelevant by the ability to purchase it. Like, if you're able to rig the votes, then, like, yeah, it's, okay, cool, it doesn't matter. Cool. Doesn't matter. Do knife blocks block knives? That's a sentence I just read. Are you getting put in a tomb? Do you have a tomb? There we go. What's up, Bismuth? Preferably bearded military if possible. Military is certainly possible because I've got a big-ass military. Or maybe not that big, but I've got a decent-sized military with people that are not named yet. Like Fath, who's now Sergeant Nut. Do not ask any questions. Is impervious to the effects of stress and develops a hatred towards things. He easily develops hatred toward things and never feels discouraged. The hatred is caused by trauma, which checks out. He never feels lustful passions and is very slow to anger. He has a strong sense of duty, is very greedy, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, is stubborn, and takes effort helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He tries to keep his things orderly and is assertive. He is quite ambitious. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will naturally be the one that comes to pass. And he generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and scratches his head when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Dreams of mastering skill, and this dream was realized. He personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent, but would have peace at all costs, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and does not respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and does not care about family one way or another. He likes porcelain, rose gold, and golden beryl, as well as the color beige, amulets, enormous corkscrews and geese for their formation flying, and the words of the early dress in the sight of the heliotrope festival when possible. Prefers to consume beet plants and whip wine, and absolutely hates leeches. I also hate leeches. Not a big fan of medieval medicine, are you? Has lots of kills. 46, as well as several notable figures. Pretty good for 28, frankly. Doesn't care about family, but has a huge family. It's Wednesday, isn't it? Need to look at the date now, so I need to make sure that I don't need to go outside because fire alarm just went off. It is the second Wednesday of the month. I am good. That startles me every Wednesday. Every fucking Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Well, it's the second Wednesday of every month. The fire alarm goes off like that once because they're testing the system. It was every 3 months at the old building, but it was a more invasive check at the old building, so. Gotta love apartment living, hey? The dog downstairs is still barking now. Ooh. Dark Goblin Pits of Menace, demon! Hail Drink is a pretty good name for a hamlet that the dwarves took over. Oh, that one's inaccessible. I was like, why can't I attack that one? Because it's inaccessible. I'm gonna go for this place. The Dwarven Fortress of Brass Pleat. They have a population of 10, but they also have a very large pile of books. I'm not going to steal livestock or loot other items. I'm going to send the 2 squads that are good at this. Not the ones that are less good at this. To which I have to say, good luck, Poobert. And friends. Poobert, on the other hand, 65 kills. It's like a scheduled labor alarm order test. I mean, fire alarms have to be tested regularly in apartment buildings where I live, so. It's honestly not something I mind all that much. It's just it startles me every single fucking time without fail. Best of luck, dwarves. This is potentially one of the more dangerous places we've attacked. I love these Kias stealing all these artifacts that we're like reacquiring, and then I don't realize that we've acquired them, and then the Kias steal them. Something about that that's kind of funny. That dwarf get thrown into that tomb? Nope. I don't think so anyway. Oh, nope. No, they are. Sweet. Also, thank you very much for all the follows, by the way. I don't have a notification for them, but I do see them. Funny in the sense that it's like a DF, like a monthly order. I get it. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying now. What do you recommend that not so new beginner players who lost 5 forts already do to change things up a bit? Well, chat can probably assist with this one a little bit, but there's a page on the wiki called Playstyle Challenge, and it's one of the older pages on the wiki. It's been there for quite some time. If somebody wants to go grab the link for that, actually, that'd be very useful. Or even just pop it in the YouTube chat directly. But basically what it is, it's just a series of, like, themed playthrough ideas is maybe the easiest way to put it. That are all, like, pretty straightforward-ish doable things. And if you're new to the game, that's probably kind of what you're looking for, if I had to bet. Also, Lightning Roger, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. These all steel anvils. Yeah. Let's just unforbid that one. What do you need? How many bars are we up to? 103 steel bars. Question is, what should I make out of steel? Because, like, we're all pretty decked out already. You know, actually, let's just do this. Let's make 30 steel spears. Might make some spikes. Or spear pits. Okay, so now that this area is getting cleared out, and has mostly been cleared out, I'm gonna go back to here. What are the dwarves up to? Let's make 1,800 rock blocks. I don't know why that many, but that's the number I decided to make. I'm just gonna let dwarves continue putting shit away for a little bit. Oh, like what you want to bring with you? Something that I think is kind of fun is by giving no skills to your dwarves so that you start off with 7 peasants. That's kind of fun. Learning how to start with less is also interesting. Like, what do you actually need and what do you not need? Like, you don't need anything made of wood in most embarks. You can just make it all when you get there. You also don't need food. You can just tell the dwarves to start gathering immediately. Although, admittedly, it is useful. Because it will certainly make your life easier. But that dwarf gets 2 chests now, and I'm too lazy to go cancel it. Okay, never mind. I will cancel it. So that somebody up here can have a chest. Squaddies have returned again. So this is another pillage attempt. This is me going to that bigger place where I sent both squads. Poobert led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Dwarf Rotten Butcher, Datan Copper Plains. Poobert outmatched the Rotten Butcher, and they had a strong positional advantage. I mean, bring only an anvil and, like, a metal bar to make a pickaxe. Dwarf Erish was struck down by glass. Olin was struck down Saigon. The dwarf Zon was struck down by Bomrak. Cogsack was struck down by Romanoid. These are all just dwarves that we're striking down too. Well, not all of them. Some of them are just dwarfs. Like the dwarf Dakost Fordwall was struck down by Codol. The dwarf Erdim Boatsquake was struck down in Brasspleat. I feel like kind of mean just beating up on all these dwarves, but there's such like majority zombie and necromancers in this faction. And they are the one invading me, so. This is quite the fight, actually. We're taking down so many named dudes. Erel Monk. Monk Keys. The key of Monk. What a fucking name. The dwarf Erel Monk Keys. That's pretty thumbs up on that. The forces of the Mountain of Dyes searched Brasspleat. And it looks like a lot of items are getting reacquired from here. Are you going to chop a tree for charcoal with no axe? Have you ever deconstructed your wagon? Like, your wagon is made of logs. Interesting. Now there's a population of 20. Let's pillage again. So yeah, no, you take the block and you make an axe. Then you chop down a bunch of trees, and then you either wait for a pickaxe or you melt down the axe. You either melt something down or you wait for picks. I'm just gonna slaughter a bunch of cats here. I've got too many cats. That's plenty. I mean, I have a few designated planters and harvesters, mostly because it's a time-consuming job, and you kind of want the people who are good at it doing it because they get better harvests. So they straight up get more stuff from it. So it is worth it to, just like with engravers, it's worth it to have a few specifically designated ones that get really good at it, because then you have much better outcomes. Early on, I also tend to restrict it, but the reason I restrict it early on is because then I don't want everybody to be doing it. You know, I only want some of the dwarves in the fort to be busy with managing that. Man, we got 164 books, all from stealing. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. It does explain the Farmers Guild in every game. It certainly is a factor, yes. Uh-oh. Just got a bit of a hitch, which means there's probably Kias on the map again. That's usually what that means. They've been off demanding tribute for a while because this dwarf hasn't successfully left the map yet, so I'm just going to boot them out of the squad because they suck at their jobs. And I've got this dwarf over here who's just, you know, telling a story. Who desperately wanted to make merry, so it's a good thing that they're able to make merry now. Yeah, apparently I was blowing a lot of people's minds with the whole, like, explaining how guild halls work thing. Which I did in a couple of YouTube shorts, where I was just talking much about how guild halls function. And aside from a few people jokingly referring to me as a union buster, which is, it's not busting unions, it's simply encouraging different unions, okay? It's union prioritizations? We also had a child. Feli has given birth to a boy. Lovely. Oh, the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Well, shit. Wait. Did they show up and siege the fortress and then immediately leave? Okay, so they probably sent necromancers onto the map. Probably. There's definitely something coming here. This dwarf should be booted out of the military. You heard him. There you are. Go do anything else with your time in life. Sure. Yeah, definitely Zostra. just expecting something to show up. How injured are you, Lanix? Oh. The dead stumble. Stab while you still fight. Okay, well, I'm just going to tell all the dwarves to stay inside, and we'll let these dead come over. Red Rover, let the dead come over. Is Lanix still... Lanix is, in fact, still alive. You did get pretty heavily injured, but... Okay, my 2 main squads are back, which is good. How'd that pillage attempt go? Dwarves against useless unions. DAUU. The Brass Inks Brass Pleat. Poopert led the attack. The defenders were led by Logum, portal forted. Poopert had outmatched them with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. They clashed with 5 animated dwarves and slayed them. The dwarf Etor, cave lured, was struck down by Stormwolf. You shot Cactus Staff. The elf you shot Cactus Staff. Chat, if you shot a Cactus Staff, please go see a doctor. That seems unhealthy. Who else do we have? We have a dwarf. Thosidu was struck down by the dwarf Toulon. Rhythm Salve. Rhyming Salve. Valve. There you go. That rhymes with salve. More dwarves are struck down. Another dwarf struck down. I need to check. They looted treasure. What did we get? Holy shit. Pile of stuff. Bismuth 83 is in fact a dwarf. You're currently reading The Knowledge of the Tides. Do you think that book has good or bad tidings, chat? Ting! Anyway, yeah, so you're reading The Knowledge of the Tides. Tides. It's a very tidy book. And here cometh the zombie. Random naked dwarf running around. Can't stand or grasp. Seems bad. Best of luck. $180 unique card effects is going to be a very big midday project. Are you... What's a card effect? Wait, what are you hauling? Oh, I see. Well, that dwarf's already gone, so I presume they're now hauling it. Oh, no, you're not. Oh, really, you're trying to drop that off. Oh well, we'll just finish the fight and then we'll let them drop items that they don't need. Here come the zombies. Slow and steady. You know, actually, I'm looking at my moods. I realize that the fights are kind of hard to watch when I do this. But I'm just going to send these 3 squads right here. And we're going to follow Poobert. And then I'm going to get all these squads back inside and wait for the last squad to come back, who are currently out demanding tribute, God knows where. And when they come back, we'll follow the Swordmaster Cole. Now I'll follow Poopert. When they come back, I'm just going to let them in and lock the door. And we're just not going to worry about the bodies outside for a little bit, because I need these moods to sort themselves out a little bit. Chat, can I get a round of something for good luck? Your favorite emotes, or your favorite fighting emotes. The first zombie is fallen. Boobert's charging forwards and slashes, I think, the head straight off that thing. Yep, slashes them in the head. That is the best way to defeat zombies, because zombies, I don't think, like the dumb zombies like these ones, I don't think they're capable of dodging. Like, they're literally incapable of it. Just charging through the second and third one, so it's like if you've got good aim with a sharp object like a sword, they just do so much goddamn damage. Like, so quickly. Like, it's just plain old ridiculous, man. It's bloody ridiculous. Sergeant Donut as well. 3 notable kills and 47 others. Charging through, actually slashes a Hammer Dwarf corpse in the head with a steel short sword. Further ahead, we've got Die Bustin', who's still running forwards. Mr. Tom Lulled. We're going to see how many zombies is left. None. Excellent. I'm sorry, but reading that sentence clockwork hurts my brain. Is that the difference between an e-girl and an eye-lady? You haven't flexed that privilege in a while. Fair enough. I mean, it's less of a privilege these days. What kind of dwarf would you like? Napalm? How so? Basic, if I can ask. Basic says that my latest video really inspired them. Like to do what? Build a fort? Make a video? Scream into the ether about how I caused the apocalypse? All the above? And also the final squad has returned. Happy and Beardy. So, okay. Got it. This was my very far away request. It was rejected. I mean, hey, that's fine. Channel Sense can absolutely reject our request, but it's not going to stop me from asking. Well, now I have Marilyn Manson stuck in my head, so thanks, Vol. I'm doing all right. Volt, how about you? Chat, Volt would like to know how you're doing today. How are you doing today? Chat room. Doing better than yesterday, so that's a win? Well, that's good. Napalm. Would you like a dyer? What else do we have? There's a lot of dyers in this fort. Yeah, I'll give you this dyer if this works. Does this work for you, Napalm? 67 years dwarfed. Has a pet sheep named Mebzuth. Slow to anger, recovers quickly. Napalm Sideburns never becomes angry after seeing Potpourri die. He has a very calm demeanor, is brave in the face of imminent danger, and has a sense of duty. Would you like to run a squad? He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He can handle stress, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes work outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Kind of wild day? What kind of wild? Name any dwarf goober. Can I name a cat goober? He likes gypsum and bismuth as well as rose quartz, bobcat leather, and bolts and shields or bracelets, but sure. Would you like a beard or no beard, Bismuth? Or do you care? He prefers to consume giant vultures and date wine. Wait, so you like to consume billionaires? I like this dwarf. He dreams of mastering skill, personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting. He likes gypsum and bismuth as well as, see, he likes you, chat. As well as rose, quartz and bobcat leather, bolts, shields, and bracelets, ballista arrows for and dogs for loyalty, giant ocelots for their coat patterns and the sound of the iron of mines, and when possible, prefers to consume date wine. Hates hamsters. Has no family, but does have some friends and a pet sheep. He's a member of the Creed of Silver. No preference. Okay. Boop. You're goober. Kumil is goober. Goober, McDoober, would flee the most necessary battle to avoid any form of confrontation. We're in an ad break. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. She always is in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations and is rarely jealous. Is not careful with others. Is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. And generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and has a greedy streak, finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She enjoys the company of others. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Finds leisure time wasteful and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes native silver, rose gold, and melanite, which sounds delicious for some reason. Macadamia wood and sheep's wool. The color gold and yellow, graves, and the sight of the shadow of rock. When possible, prefers to consume beet plants and perry. With an online homie, they cried when they opened their gift. Oh, that's lovely. Can I ask what the gift was? Or is that too much detail? A very busy temple. Turns out there's a lot of dwarves that really want to pray. So, I'll let them get their prayer sessions in. Seems like civilizations expand faster early on in World Gen. Correct. You were wondering if they keep expanding faster if you start a fort in 1 year and just play. No. So expansion slows greatly when the player starts playing. Certain types of sites cannot be made once the player starts playing. New fortresses can't be made. Places can be reclaimed, but fortresses can't be made. Hillixes can, though. Towers can't be made, but basically the world becomes a bit static when the player takes over. It's not really what I would describe as that technical of a question either, though. Okay, who is the most pissed off soldier in the fort? Odon the Dyer. You are going to go... conquer and occupy this place. Good luck, dwarf. Might be Goose, thank you very much for the 10th month. You know, Might be Goose, I had to ask somebody in the YouTube chat whose name was just Goose, if that was you, or if there was another Goose. And so there might be two Goose, actually, Goose. Just thought you should know that information. Thank you very much for the Prime. For 10 months. What does the dwarf uniform look like? They just look like this dwarf, like the militia dwarves. It's just like... because, like, what's it called? If you don't have the profession clothing set, they just look like the noble dwarves, which are like doctors or like officials, basically. And this is what most of the dwarves are wearing, basically. It's like the pinkish red hood, gold upper torso clothing, and then the red coats, or the red cloaks, I guess, which are more like capes on the sprites. But if I turn off the clothing colors, it'll look like this. It's never stopped being a thing, unless you can't physically smooth the walls. So if it's like, you know, dirt, yeah, you can't smooth them. But yeah, no, it's always been a thing. Volt or volt. So yeah, it's never not been a thing, at least as far as I know. It's always kind of funny with temples, because they always do this. They always, like, clump around one area. Like, taverns, they spread out and dance and stuff. Whereas with the temples, they just kind of pick a spot and just kind of stick to it. Which I've always found that funny. How do you dig through it and you build something there. So, like, if it's dirt, you dig through that layer and then fill it up with wood. Or blocks. If it's stone, you can smooth it. But you can't get rid of the ceiling leaks unless you remove the ceiling as well. The video uploaded yesterday is at 30,000 views, chat. Still getting 1,000 views an hour. Fuck yeah. Pretty consistently, too. So much work, though. Especially if your temple is oddly shaped. To me, it only bugs me if I'm like renovating something and then they stand in the spot that I want to build the thing. But yeah, no, it can be a bit awkward. It was a banger vid. I'm just relieved it's doing well because I've put a lot of work into a couple videos recently that haven't taken off or done much of anything, and that's been pretty, how do I put this? Whelming is not a good word. It's been like kind of demoralizing, I think is actually the word I would use. So the beatboxing was in the commercial bit. Yeah, I ended up moving it due to early feedback from the internal testing committee. The internal feedback committee said that I should spend less time telling people to go watch another video at the beginning of a video. And I kind of agree. Just on the off chance that they don't come back and watch the other one. It's like a modern daily deity. I mean, I don't know about that. I ain't worshiping the algorithm. I'm more like, I was gonna say cursing it, but I guess there's like people cursing deities, right? Still checks out, I suppose. Ghost in the Machine. Yeah. Yeah. No. I don't need to, as mostly an atheist, I don't need to praise RN Jesus. I think RN Jesus will be just fine. All right, let's turn the clothing colors back on so I can differentiate people. They've had a little bit of time, although it's only early winter. So I can turn this back on. I think I'm just gonna let them just kind of chill for another month. Just kind of peek at needs. Well, actually, how much stuff is paused currently? Start lavish meals going again. Get a bunch of weaving going. And also, actually, yeah, Burrow's still on. So let's go over here and close this. I'm presuming that dwarf died trying to conquer and occupy Brassfleet because they're no longer in the list. Oh well. It's a shame. So this bottom two squads down here You guys are going to go up here and start training. These ones are all going to stop. So these dwarves here are just going to go doing their individual training sessions and non-individual training sessions. Danesta, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? Thank you so much for keeping that subscription alive. Appreciate you, friend. These 3 dwarves squads up here are just going to go off-duty all the way for a wee bit. And we are just going to work on this stuff. I'm going to go down to you. So I've got some things I got to connect to levers. So that I can get turkeys into them. Also getting a whole bunch more bones put over here. Let's see how these squads are shaping up. A bit of more work to do. But they do seem to be getting there. And Zoreza up here is sparring. Look at that. Grandmaster fish stuff. What a dwarf. What kind of PC do I have? An average one? I don't know, actually. It's probably not average. It's probably above average. I have, hold on. I'm going to be lazy. YouTube chat wants to know what my specs are. I just type in the command into Twitch chat and then just press enter in the YouTube chat. I do need to upgrade my RAM, though, because the last video kind of was maxing it out. Like, I'm used to being able to, like, record audio while also scrubbing through the video timeline. I had to like close my video editor to record audio, which was a little bit annoying because it was using enough RAM. Like the video just idling was like close to 32 gigs of RAM. I had to like close things that I didn't need open to be able to record basically while editing. So I kind of need to upgrade to 64 gigs of RAM, but yeah, it's 32 gigs of RAM, 3070. The 18 terabytes of hard disk is actually like incorrect now. It's actually 64 terabytes of hard disk space. Although I still have those hard drives, they're just not in the computer anymore. And then 4 terabytes of M.2 disks now in the main rig, and 7800 XVD. Yes, and I'm on Linux. But, I don't know, that doesn't really matter. At least not for this question. People usually just want to know what your specs are. I love it when a dwarf has a particular thing of food that they like this fish here. And they're just like, yeah, I'll just save that for later. You know, like I've unloaded my armor after a long time serving in the military, and now I'm just gonna, you know, take this off. My hammer withdraws from society. How is Dwarf today? Pretty good, I think. I mean, yesterday was... You know, I think I might actually like releasing videos not on stream more than I like releasing videos on stream. There's something kind of fun about like live streaming when I release a new video, but I have to say that like being able to just like sit at my TV and just watching my own videos is kind of nice. Released a big video yesterday, which is lovely. So that... my team's game jam is soon. I could grab a link for that if people want it, which I'm excited about. I've got another project I want to start up, but probably not until the weekend. I need to take a day or three in between the two. Might make a few shorts to promote the video, though. Here, I'll grab the link for the game jam. I've posted it in my Discord a few times, but I'm pretty quiet when it comes to pushing stuff, just in general. I find that, so, like, this is just an observation I've had about a lot of people who create content on the internet. I think a lot of people just, like, if they have something they want to promote, they promote it all the time constantly so everybody sees it all the time. I find that if you're always promoting, like, 15 things, that's a link to the game jam and the Discord that's associated with it, for those of you interested. I think that, like, I might be crazy, but, like, if a YouTuber or a streamer is constantly promoting everything, people just tune it out, right? Like, I have some friends who, like, are, like, very, very good about actively, constantly having links to things that they're working and doing and posting in the chat. I feel like a large percentage of their chat just, like, zones out all of the things that are posted in chat, and so it's all meaningless. I may or may not be overthinking this, but how many people have joined the game jam? Oh, shit, it's up to 17. Nifty. You may or may not have already formed your team. Can I ask how many people are in it, Elfie? Clear zircons, eh? What's the story with this fort? Well, I thought that I settled some... Okay, so the goal of this fort was just to build an epic arena and to become the entertainment capital of the universe, or at least the local regions. And after settling, I realized that the Dwarven faction next door to me, which looked just like a perfectly normal faction, wasn't a perfectly normal faction. In fact, they're entirely run by this, well, they run it as well, but they're governed entirely by necromancy. So all of these little red places here, these are all necromancy and necromancers. And looks like another one of my dwarves got imprisoned. I'm just gonna go pillage this location with those two squads. Which just means I gotta do... Can't do that. I could just open that up. I'll just turn the burrow back on. So because of that, I'm now at war with the neighboring Dwarven faction and trying to wipe them off the earth and still also trying to build a big arena. Yeah, so it's basically I'm trying to build a combat arena to make Forgotten Beasts fight, but I'm also trying to demolish this embarrassment of a Dwarven faction. So it's like kind of a 50-50 split of like me trying to make a big army fortress and also me trying to not let this fortress fall. Also, I'm trying to use kind of minimal defenses within reason. But we also have some pretty cool dwarves like this one. What a title this is. Pilot guy, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but this dwarf pilot, their last name is, well, their full name is Vabok Lovely Shoots the Labyrinthine Walk of Muddling? Of muddling. Muddling? It was like, that's such a cool name, the Labyrinthine Walk of Muddling. Of muddling? Whose business are we muddling in? I guess everything that we attack, right? We're muddling in all that. You and your cat intestine roasts. Meanwhile, Poober over here, who's mostly well, not mostly naked. He's got leg covering on. Doesn't have a name yet because he's only got 4 notable kills, not 5. The Great Muddler, yes. Ginturdin, the Hammer, has created a Sakrith, a chert ring, and offers it to the Mountain of Dies. You're my hammerer, you can keep it. This is a chert ring. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular chert cabochons and trillion clear zircons. It is decorated with cave spider silk. And this object menaces with spikes of iron and pearwood. On the item is an image of Vicar clasp seas and dwarves in citrine. Vicar clasp seas is surrounded by the dwarves. It relates to the appointment of the dwarf Vicar clasp seas, the position of outpost liaison of the strategic boots in 48. On the item is an image of Malful gang galleys. Gang galleys. Gang galleys gang. Indeed. And the dwarf and dwarves in rope read. Gang galleys is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Malful gang galleys to the position of Baron of the strategic boots in 175. Yes. And my head thwacker with hammer was that right? Yeah. Grab your ring. They put on a truly splendid item. The chance to bring some cabinets made out of sheep wool. Are you playing as dwarves? Isn't that just a bag? Huh. No, that doesn't generally happen. I mean, maybe you have a mod that's like causing that to happen, but I would go so far as to say I don't think that's supposed to happen. Crazy, I know, right? Just getting everything back up and running. A bunch of items are made out of sheep wool. I'll make shit. Well, I mean, I don't think sheep wool pickaxe was one of the items, but furniture made out of cloth is a thing that you see in adventure mode. You can also see structures and buildings made out of cloth. But like, huh. Yeah, that's weird. I can't say I've ever seen that as an option for Embark. Like, never. Let's just smelt some malachite, because I think, yeah, I've still got a decent amount. I'm trying to make more copper bins, and I ran out of my copper. Did I really mine through all of that malachite that was out here? I guess there wasn't much. It doesn't look like there was much. Oh, no, there is some. Maybe not tons. Alright, let's permit the dwarves to go elsewhere. Now that the moods have sorted up a little bit. I'm still gonna wait until the snow melts before we go outside and start working on the arena again. Okay, before I go outside and start working on the arena a lot again. Till then, let's just finish up this layer. Romans use leather for campaign tents. Well, there are leather structures. Usually camped out militias and refugees in adventure mode are inside of leather buildings. But like, you don't really see them unless you're intentionally looking for them or you intentionally settle on them, at least in fort mode. Like, you don't really see the leather buildings. It's kind of similar to like how characters can have leather buildings in Caves of Cud. Like, you can find tents and things. Stuff like jugs, nest boxes, pedestals, all made out of sheep's wool. Huh. Yeah, I have no idea. It's probably something that's really easy to mod, but I wonder if that's like an odd, something that happened. Like, I really wonder what would cause something like that, I guess. Gig meets with the Outpost Liaison. I've come empowered to blah, 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 blah. I'm just gonna do this. Just bring me wood, please. Next, for the past few minutes, and I envision a sheep's wool cabinet being one of these net hammocks you screw to the corner of a room just to put plushies on. I mean, you can buy camping hammock or camping gear hammocks. They go underneath your hammock. Functional jug made out of wool would be interesting. I used to have like, I don't have it anymore, but I used to have a knit pot cover. Cover that was made out of wool. I had like a little lining on the inside and basically was just like a sock that you'd put on a pot cover. Some waterproofing chemicals out there. Yeah, I mean, I had a pot that had a drip tray underneath it, so it was fine. Like wax or something it could hold as liquid? Probably. Oh no, actually, most definitely. Oh no. Oh no, the Gelder is throwing a tantrum. Why would you do such a thing, Dwarf? Oh, because you're haggard? Yeah, that'd do it. Okay, so my squaddies have all returned. We went and tried to pillage that place again to save my dwarf, potentially. Poobert's still leading the attack. The attackers had a strong positional advantage once again. Poobert clashed with 5 animated zombies, leading his squad, killing them all. Striking down a whole bunch of dwarves. Aura Razor! Oh, that's such a good name. We struck down Sodal Aura Razor, not Oral Razor, that's concerning. They looted treasure as well. No successfully rescuing of people, I don't think. I must have already killed them. Got a Billen Flask, a Panda-Tooth Ring. Okay, how come every single time I attack this place, the population goes up? I don't like this very much. This is a bad strat. It's not working. Let's just try to free captives belonging to my civilization and just try to destroy the site.
Face.
Gigmoth, what up? It's good to see you. How you been? How you do? How you be? Thanks for the 19th month. As we see, necromancer magic, that's cheating. Just quit it with your logic. How dare you make sense? What's the green floor made out of? It's malachite. YouTube chat, sorry if it took me a while to respond to that. It's the ore of copper. This stuff. Do one of those over here. Then let's go statue right here. Statue right there. And over here we'll do a silver statue and a copper statue. Just eating a Caesar salad and about to play Deadlock. How is Deadlock these days? I feel like that game was like crazy nuts and then just or was crazy nuts for a minute there, and then everybody kind of stopped talking about it. I hope that game's still doing well enough for what it is. Hopefully people still enjoy it. Somebody's obviously still playing it. It's addicting for you. Well, that's a good sign. It's been brought up a couple of times, KQ Bud, and let's just try and not. That's all I have to say. I just kind of want to avoid heavy politics for one stream. But yeah, I mean, c'est la vie. You're looking forward to the Myths and Magic update? I mean, we're in it, right? Like, all of the prereqs for Myths and Magic are being actively worked on as we speak. Which is the Lewis stuff, right? Like, that literally is Tarn working on the beginnings of Myths and Magic. Well, Putnam working on the doing the legwork so that Tarn can,
spooky.
you know, do the Myths and Magic thing. Play Deadlock for a bit, but you're bad at MOBAs in general. I feel like to enjoy MOBAs casually, you need to have like a chill group of friends that are willing to play MOBAs, and most chill groups of friends are smart and don't want to play MOBAs. So, you know, pausing game. You want your roaming wizards? They're called necromancers, but yeah, no, I get you. I mean, like there's magic items in the game already, right? Like we're getting there. Dr. Phineas is saying the thing so that I don't have to. Chat, can you post a round of beers for Dr. Phineas in the 63rd month at tier 3? Thanks for continuing to support the channel, mate. It means a lot. Like, seriously. It means a lot. Also, chat room, I decided to do a sale today on subscriptions. Which means I do get a slightly smaller cut, but for the entirety of today, or the entirety of today's stream at the very least, the next 2 hours, there's discounts on gift subs. It's a 30% discount, in fact. What can you say? You love it here? I do too. It's nice. It's pretty chill. It's a good vibe. Name a dwarf eye lady. Anonymous, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift to Subarinos. Appreciate you. Hey, you got Techno Trolling in there. That's a name I know. Want me to name a dwarf eye lady? I, lady, will not object to that. You sniped. We're all in that. Thank you very much for the 50-pack of gift subs, Phineas. That truly means a lot. You know, honestly, I actually have to say that Eye Lady needs to be the manliest looking dwarf I can find. Hold on. I need the biggest beard. How are you? How's this? Oh shit, hi Raul. What's up? Mons, can I get a shout out for Raul, please? But thank you very much, Phineas. That's ridiculous, but appreciate you greatly. He can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary, and is very rarely jealous, is quick to form negative views about things. He is eager to learn and doesn't seek out excitement. He is slow to anger and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a greedy streak and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of mastering crafterworks someday, and personally thinks that it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face, never grouse or complain, or even show emotion. Eye lady, indeed. He finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, like Stibnite and Pig Iron and Red Tourmaline, as well as the color vermilion, catapult parts, wrens for their intricate songs, and the sight of the festive saffron. When possible, prefers to consume Moghopper and strawberry wine, and elephant head amaranth. Stuff. He hates worms. His older sister is Zostra. Can I just say that it's really funny that Queen Zostra requested this dwarf, and that's his old, and the one that Eye Lady gets is Zostra's. That's actually really funny. Yeah. Congrats, you just named your younger brother. Chat room, since there's a sale on today, I think I should indulge in the sale. Out they go. And thank you, Phineas, for the massive pile of subs. If 2 people have Prime subs or resubs lying around or $1 in bits, that could be a really big hype train. But regardless, thank you so much. Seriously. Needs a bit more for it to become a hype train. Subs for everybody. Yeah. This way for subaroonies. Ella, thanks for the buck. Or, no, not that wasn't Ellis. That's okay. Zachary, thanks for the $1 because of the way you did it. It looked like Ellis did it. And Narvicious, thanks for the 51st month. Letterin, thanks for the $10. And Ellis, thanks for the $2. Thank you so much, guys. That's a level 7 hype train. Holy shit. Subs are on sale once again. 5-pack is needed to level it up, or $25 in bits. Which means I do get paid less for the subscriptions on an individual basis, but it doesn't really matter. That's called having a sale. It's just how sales work. Fida, thank you very much for that 38th month. Continuing that subscription. Yeah, let's just wait until the snow mostly melts. I'm very distracted, chat. Very distracted. Lennox, thank you very much for the gift. Fida with the 38 months. And Fida, thank you very much for the 10-pack of subscriptions. YouTube folks, can you guys just hit the party button a bunch? You guys have a party button. You should hit the party button. I think I'm just going to go down here and smooth all of these floors. I'm just going to let anybody do engraving for a little bit, just so that this gets done a little bit quicker, and it'll also clear a lot of needs in a pretty short period of time. Making pig iron, making iron, making steel, melting objects. Lots of objects. Many steel spears. Copper bins. And now we're just waiting for the squads to return. Let's follow Gig, see what the mayor's up to. What, like just bump somebody up for a month? Yeah, that would be neat, actually. Now that you mention it, I'm kind of amazed that that's not a thing that you can do. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this, but my mayor is wearing a skirt. Oh wow, that's a really delayed notification. Holy shit.
Letterin cheered. X1000. BITSSSSSS.
Yeah, here, have tier 2 for a month. Yeah, that would be kind of neat, but... also, it needs 19 subscriptions or $94 in bits to level up. I do have to say a huge thank you, though. You guys have done a ton. We cleared the daily minimum really fast today because of the sales, so... Thanks a lot, chat. Appreciate you guys.
Elith42 cheered. X200.
And thanks a ton. Just anybody for tuning in. But yeah, I don't know. I always thought that it would be neat if you could gift somebody bits. I know that sounds redundant, but I've always thought it would be neat if you could, like, be like, this person, and, like, buying them a gift card almost. Wait, what? Also, the Necromancer's visiting? And the boss is visiting? Okay, first off, that. Hype Train now needs 14 subscriptions to level up. Thank you very much, Lightning, for the 5-pack. First off, this is awesome. We've got a cave fish woman necromancer who's blind because it is necromancer. That's kind of cool. And then also just this boss. Civilization, criminal. Do you think that they're gamblers? The Greater Chip? And a member of the local government, the Busy Fellowship. Oh, that's great. I really wish I had an open case or a cold case. I want to, like, interrogate you. I really wish I could know. Nut dealers hanging out with them. Cave fish woman told the story of the human necromancer Rudd Rooster Boyish, yeah, there you go, to the position of chiefess of the unswerving bucks in the midsummer of 113 at the geared meal. It is interesting. Nut dealer, why are you associating with such questionable individuals? Elfie, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Is there a max level to hype trains? There used to be, but no, there isn't. They just keep going exponentially. But in order to break the world record, like, people would need to throw, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars in total. So that's never, ever happening. But at the same time, I'm just happy that we can get little ones. Or not even that little. Fight Attack, thank you very much for the 5-pack. It now needs 8 subscriptions to level up. One more 10-pack would do it. Are they friendly? Probably not. They're probably they're not hostile, but they're like, they're visitors, right? They're guests. They're telling the story about how Evost Spyfingers became the boss of the Greater Chip. That's actually really useful information on paper. Thank you very much for that hype train with 84 subscriptions and 1,300 pennies. So $13 and 84 subscriptions. Cheers, chat. You guys are very kind. This is actually really interesting information if you play adventure mode, because you could, like, now know the name of this person. But so this is the leader of the Greater Chip. Now is where I sit here and I hope that my dwarves commit some sort of crime so that I can arrest these two. Man. Where's Sour Grapes when I need him, hey? But thanks a ton, chat. Thanks a ton. The reason I decided to do this sale today is just because I haven't streamed enough in the past few weeks, so I was trying to catch back up a little bit. See, these are armor stands working, just for reference. Let's set these squads back on duty. At least go put their gear back on. We also tried to raise this location again. Sounds like Mobster DF spinoffs. I mean, dude, there's some really silly Mobster stuff in Dwarf Fort, let me tell you. Clashed with 4 animated zombies. Bembul, Ripe Syrup was struck down. Atir was struck down. A dwarf named Aban was struck down. It's like, it's a shame that this Dwarven faction has been completely usurped by necromancy, otherwise I wouldn't need to kill them. I've had an open tavern all day, Gib. Ton Trumpet Bite. The dwarf Erdim. And the dwarf Einod was struck down by glass. We rampage throughout. Yeah, I guess there's no rescuing. What's the population of this place now? This is fucked. Every time I attack this place, the population goes up. I don't I don't understand. Why is this happening? Go get them, dwarves. We'll just send everybody. If I have to send everybody, damn it, I'll send everybody. Average goblins feel won't take the average dwarf for play. You know, you're not wrong. How dare, though. I won't deny it, but like, come on. Like, come on, man. Every sliced toe. I mean, it's certainly possible. If that can happen that way, that's very much news to me. I've never seen that happen before, so I'm always excited when I see something I've never seen before. And the population going up when I'm killing them is a new one for me. I gotta say, that is definitely a new one for me. Each attack you get up to 8 counts? Maybe. But then why is the population going up? It was at 10 when I first attacked them. Now we're at 40. Like, something about this, it ain't right. It just ain't. It's like we're just attacking a faction of hydras. It's kind of what it feels like. Former warlord, hey? The apogees of opening? The common virgin. Sure. You were previously this dwarf, this fish person was the warlord of the common virgin. Virgin. Yes. This is going to be a pain in the ass to build, but I will try. The unswerving bucks, they do not stop there. They never swerve. That's for sure. Also, good news, chat. Somebody's throwing a tantrum. Please punch somebody and commit a crime. You did. I can now interrogate them. Let's see how this goes. See if we get anything fun. Aside from them just, like, leaving. Oh, it's possible. That or just, like, people are migrating there. So this dwarf has a pretty high speech skill, if I remember correctly. Yeah, professional judge of intent, negotiator, pacifier, skilled speaker, master comedian. This dwarf's very funny. Sweaty poet, very funny. So here's hoping. Here's hoping. Attempted to make remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was cagey and refused to comply. Oh my god, you must have some pretty good speech skills to be able to resist that. This visitor's ready to leave. I'm not surprised. This probably actually isn't a bad way to like just make visitors leave, is just like interrogate. Did you guys turn into ice? I need to pour some lava on this. This ice is causing me problems. Annoying. I will be back momentarily. There's something I got to attend to. Let me know how this interrogation goes, chat. Oh shit, how did it go? Did we get anything out of the boss? Oh my god. Built report in order to elicit information. The subject agreed for the love of the negotiator. Oh no. Or the interrogator. Wait, hold on. Did, like, the interrogator just confess her love to the fish person? Built a report to elicit information. The subject agreed for the love of the interrogator. Did the fish person fall in love with her? I mean, she is the sweaty poet because she wrote The Cracked Lover. But anyway, she apparently has made a threat so that Cricket would steal my stuff. And Cricket plotted to steal Growl Relief. And so Cricket's a thief. That's the first thing that we know. And they're trying to steal the Dead of Dusk from me. So if I go to open cases, I can accuse this dude in all of these crimes, and either we'll arrest him, or when he comes back, we'll arrest him. And he's trying to leave. Which means I'll probably get out. Or chat, should I just tell my squads to kill him? They're right there. Nah, we'll wait until he comes back. "85 days in prison, hey?" So if this dude ever comes back, he'll do his 85 days in prison. What did they do? They're trying to steal my artifacts. They're literally boss of criminal is their civilization, and they're a criminal in the busy fellowship. So they're the boss of the Greater Chip, which is a criminal group, a gang of sorts, if you will. Trying to do the task, but they've made it off the map, unfortunately. Under open cases, it appears that Onul was convicted of several disorderly conducts. And Cricket, I need to interrogate. Because Cricket, who's my broker, apparently has been taken aside to do stuff. You're having trouble with 2 pieces of networking equipment and came to find out that a major broadband supplier is using an AI to configure these items remotely, and the AI is doing it wrong. And now they're having to manually check the work of all of it? Oh, boy. Whenever people are like, why is this tech-related thing breaking for some reason, my response is always just, they're probably vibe coding it. And people either go, what? Like, what is this nonsense you're spewing? Or they're like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense, actually. It's like one of the two. How does an agent of Armok instigate an interrogation? You need to have an open crime that's been committed in your fort, which I think is a little silly. I don't think it should work that way, but... On the summer of 308, an unidentified creature corrupted the subject in order to have an agent in Colorbeard. The unidentified creature met with the subject and made a threat. The subject was afraid to not to comply, despite valuing the law. And subject plotted to steal fiery brigands. Well... that's a new, unrelated one. First off, we're gonna go chain up Onul. Lol indeed, Bitcoin Beastie. Just gotta get this dwarf chained up first. Who's haggard? Humiliated after being confined. Oh, that's not a good sign. Oh, it's all good, Corpse Man, by the way. I mean, if I don't see somebody for a while, I assume one of two things. You got bored of my stuff, or you're still watching and I just haven't seen, or you're just busy. I know that, like, every now and again I wonder, it's like, man, I wonder what happened to a certain person who used to watch my stream all the damn time and talk all the time, and then they pop in once and I go, oh, hey, long time. And they're like, oh, yeah, I've just been watching, like, the YouTube videos for the last 2 years or whatever, and it's like, oh, well, glad you're still getting some value out of it, hey. I had that happen actually relatively recently because I realized that this one person was still like at tier 3 on Twitch as well as on like my blog, not my blog, but my Patreon. And kind of felt bad. I was like, oh man, like, so I reached out and I was like, hey, just like, you know, general check. Like I haven't talked to you in my chat in 4+ years. And they're just like, oh yeah, no, I watch the YouTube videos every time you upload. I'm like, okay. How is this not implicating you though? I guess it was like a long enough time ago that they don't really care. Oh! Got another critter who's sus. Get out of here, forlorn stalker. Hold on. Says Poohbert's dead, but Poohbert's not dead. Did Poohbert leave the map and die off map? Okay, Poohbert led the attack. That's fine. Zolban, Poohbert led, and the awe-inspiring canyons led with a cunning plan. The dwarf necromancer Stukos was struck down by the dwarf Fath. Sergeant Donut Besmer was struck down by Poohbert. The awe-inspiring canyons, a voicing, naturally. Die Bustin struck down another dwarf. No, you didn't. No, you struck down the necromancer. You killed the necromancer. Schmitty Sent killed Dishmab. We are fighting dwarves. Donut. We looted treasure. What did we loot? A pile of random scrap and stuff. Must be mostly dead? I mean... Maybe it's because your name got updated? I don't know. Nope. It's gotta just because your name updated. That has to be it, right? Anyway, I'm just gonna get them to run back out and go attack that thing again. Population hasn't gone up again, so that's good. Tired boss, you need rest? Nah. You don't get no rest. So there ain't no rest for the wicked or the bearded. I'm gonna go open the door. It's a little warm in here. We're at that fun time of year.
Button
where,
crypt
it's
beer.
quite warm. During the holy shit, 95 months. Hi, Fog. That's a lot of months. I hope you're doing well, mate. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for the 95 months? That's, like, only 4 months below the maximum possible number of months. So, appreciate you, man. I remember the day that Fog subscribed. I remember I was playing Planet Coaster, and I remember the wooden roller coaster I was building. Don't remember what I named it. But thanks, man. I've been enjoying the stuff you've been chucking on YouTube, by the way. It's fun to squint at. How many hours am I into this playthrough? I have no idea. That's a good question. I'd have to go stare at the VODs and count. I think this is like the 6th or 7th stream of it, maybe? I mean, it's 10, 12 years now, so if I were to guess, $30, $40 hours? I don't know, something like that. You think it was Eggman who got you to start with a gift? Back when you could only gift one at a time, right? Yeah, it's fun using video games as a creative outlet, because it's like... How do I put this? Very much not like a high-pressure creative outlet. Like, especially if it's a smaller community or a smaller game, it's an easy way to get some creativity out without, like, a ton of pressure, you know? Whereas, like, if you are used to, like, more traditional creative outlets, then, like, I find there's a lot more, at least for me, there's a lot more mental pressure to be good, I guess. Just waiting on the last few dwarves to come back. Although, actually, these are just the ones I want to send out, so... And if you guys hear traffic, it's okay. You'll be fine. I don't want to deal with being sweaty. It's less meta-driven. Talking about, like, traditional creative pursuits being meta-driven is kind of grim. I love it when you see successful couples in Dwarf Fortress, like Sodell here and her husband, who are in different squads, but they're both in squads. Do I have any other... Yep, you're about to go get interrogated. That's what I wanted to see. Night Lamp, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. True. I mean, I think, like, the only real meta of creative games is more just to make something that people haven't thought of yet. You really loved the last video, and you don't even play Dwarf Fortress? We got invaded a couple times. That's been the majority of it. Ooh. I see they've committed a crime, so I will convict them of it. But Toad revealed that the subject plotted to infiltrate the Mountain of Dyes in order to steal treasure and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. The subject corrupted Saigon Door Equal. Part of the reason I'm doing this, by the way, is so that I can make them fight in the arena. Just saying. In the early spring of 312, the subject corrupted Saigon Door Equal in order to have an agent in Colorbeard. The subject met with Saigon Door Equal and made flattering remarks. The plan worked. The subject revealed that in the early spring of 312, Saigon Door Equal plotted to steal growl relief under the influence of subject. All right, so I need you to go chain. Don't make me lock the doors. I don't want to hurt my soldiers, though. All right, I guess what I need to do, actually. If I put that squad in there, will they do it? No. That's a shame. Come on. Let's get them. I need to, like, make the office better so that we can more consistently and easier. Oh, it's just hammer strikes is all you're getting? Ah, come on. That's no fun. Just a beating for considering crime. Okay, well, when you come back, I will beat you better. Can make people do a lot of things. Oh, yeah, most certainly. A lot of really dumb things can be done under the influence of people. I'm just going to make a squad for Sweaty Poet. Let's just do normal uniform with no restrictions. There you go. Join this squad. I'll throw the hammer in here as well. And these two, and we'll call this the... Could just call it the Guard. The Homely Guard. The Guard of Homes. Make them more effective at taking or locating and beating the crap out of stuff that try to steal my things. I have a pilgrim? Sorry, I must interrogate the pilgrim. I don't trust nobody. What are you pilgriming here for? The Order of Wealth? Huh. This visitor has come to pray at the Shrine of Taxing and relax. They heard that the Shrine of Taxing was the place for prayer. You know, honestly, that's kind of cool. But I don't think the Shrine of Taxing is public. No, it isn't. I'll make the Shrine of Taxing public. If I could actually get pilgrims, that's kind of cool. But, like... I will, in fact, still interrogate them. Hope I'm well. It has been a minute. I'm doing all right. I mean, moving was the best decision I ever made, I think. Yeah, that's kind of all I really got. I moved, and that was a good decision. And since then, I've just been quietly trying to, like, rebuild my war chest, I guess, because moving is expensive, it turns out. Especially when you don't expect to suddenly start getting taxed quarterly, which I am now, apparently. And that kind of caught me off guard. Is that singular? Migrant or migrants? It is migrants, plural. Ooh. Which recently happened, so, like, I'm just kind of trying not to overwork myself or stress because, like, I'm doing okay and we'll be fine. It's just suddenly, like I budget X amount of money every year for taxes and kind of know approximately what I owe every year. And then suddenly being told, oh, you have to pay taxes twice in 1 year effectively. It's kind of like a, oh, moment. So, a lot of that, but doing okay. But aside from that, unexpected bills, I'm doing okay. Things are pretty good. Nothing I can really complain about. At least nothing that I will complain about. YouTube is fun, albeit a bit stressful, as per usual. Put out a video yesterday, which is doing very well. That's been like the biggest career shift in the last couple of years, I think, mostly is just my YouTube videos doing well now. Because it was so long of just like putting a lot of effort into it and kind of getting nothing out, but it's nice to see things start to pay off after so long. Or pay off, I guess, because it's not starting to do that anymore. But, and also Norris LeChuck, hello. Do you chuck Norris? Dwarf Scholar, Cold Slayer. Uh-huh. It's like, are you telling me that there is possibly more? I also love the fact that my Captain of the Guard has this Primeval Light bracelet, which allows them to blind people effectively. It's like, this is a cop with a laser pointer. I think it's a, like, Chuck Norris joke, though, Kenton, but, like, yeah. Mostly roundhouse kick Guybrush. Fair enough. What other visitors, if any, do I have? Read the Defied... Wait, hold on. Is that a naked zombie who's just here to read my books? Is here... Heard that this was the place to perform research. Chat, what would you do if a naked zombie walked in... A naked and, like, smart zombie walked into your fortress and just started reading books? They're a member of the Auburn Reigns. Oh, it's a nomadic group. So that's why he has no clothes. It's because he doesn't have a faction. Did I flashbang you? Oh, what, with the snow? I was like, I didn't tab out. What did I do? See how this raising attempt went. The population still going up, or is it going down? Poobert led the attack. We had a strong positional advantage. He's reading Garfield. They might true, yeah. They might be looking for something specific. They might discover some secrets. Also, Gold Still. That's a good last name for a dwarf. Was struck down by Stormwolf. They rampage throughout once again. The population went up again? Okay. I'm calling shenanigans, guys. This is silly. know, I'm just gonna, okay, hold on. The leader of this squad is Sodel. The leader of this dwarf is, okay, so I'm gonna send my 2 backup squads here. I'm gonna demand, I'm just gonna go conquer and occupy it. With these 2 squads, let's get rid of the rays. They're just gonna go try and seize it. Because this is getting silly. And they should be good enough to take over it. The funniest thing that I've seen today, which admittedly is pretty minor, but I saw a dwarf earlier today with the last name Monk Keys. M-O-N-K Keys. I don't know how you play in the key of monk, but I love it when a dwarf's last name is a pun. If he's vibing, he's cool with me. I mean, fair enough. Hey, he's just there reading. So Stackwood the Pilgrim here is lying about their name. Oh, that's intriguing. Hold up. Subject made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject naively complied. An unidentified creature and fellow believer in the subject. Fellow believer. Oh, wait, wow. Okay, so their real name is Unib Mirrorfluke, which is funny. An unidentified creature met with them and offered immortality. Subject was too ambitious to accept death and agreed. Despite valuing the law and the efforts of surrounding allies to stop the plot, the subject plotted to infiltrate the Mountain of Dyes in order to steal treasure and prepare a coup. And the dwarf pilgrim Stackwood, the subject as dwarf pilgrim Stackwood of the strategic boots corrupted Asmil Glovyon in order to have an agent in Colorbeard with a. They made a threat and the plan worked. So this dwarf was offered immortality by somebody. And we're actually witnessing necromancer creation in action. Also, this is kind of funny. They're a member of the alchemical books. Like, they're in a different faction. Oh, that's cool. So the person that they... I like also that it's an unidentified creature corrupted a fellow believer. That's cool. Esmil is the one that they corrupted in. Let's see if we can get him. Let's see if we can get him. $225 days in prison. Oh, you are way too far away. There's no way in hell you're going to get that far. Yeah, they absolutely are going to make it off the map. No question. But if I go back here... I'm not sure which S-Mel it was. So I'm just going to interrogate every... because I don't know which one they... corrupted. How does Dwarf Fortress generate names, or does it somehow transfer player-made names into the world? Dwarf Fortress has a list of, like, not prefabs, but, like, words, and they generate names out of words based on the faction and the species of the character and the faction that they're a part of. Their last names are random and have no relation to their parents. And I think that there's a way to mod in more words, although I've never tried. But the game remembers any nicknames that you give to people. So, like, if you, the player, give somebody a nickname, then the game will remember that and will continue to honor it. I don't think I've ever seen a necromancer in active, like, pursuit of obtaining the secrets of life and death before. That's actually kind of really interesting. To the point where, like, I kind of hope that that quote-unquote pilgrim comes back. Playful Mirrors, it was you, right? No. Oopsies. Nothing new was revealed. Nothing new was revealed. Oh, then he went and beat the shit out of the kid. Oh my god. Shaken after suffering a major injury. Well, I mean, I would be too. Disillusioned after... Oh, the Sweaty Poet does not like beating people, let me tell you. It's like they like the talking to people part of their job. I'm not a big fan of the beating people part of their job. I want to see this Cold Slayer. Have you committed any crimes, Mr. Scholar? First names and nouns, and the nouns must match the civ's symbolism. There you go. Stone is like our friendly local dwarf name expert, shall we say. You know, I'm going to make this... Captain of the Guard's quarters, or office, I suppose, more secure and more usable, and this prison harder to break out of. So in situations where I'm interrogating people like right now, there's a lower chance that they'll escape like they have been when I convict them of a crime. Man, no crimes. No new information was revealed. Subject was naturally inclined to speak, despite spurring the value of cooperation. Doesn't like cooperating, but just spoke anyway. He's now leaving. Well, see you, Mr. Pantsless. Although I kind of like the that zombies, like the fact that it's just a naked scholar. So, although you are lying about your name, your real name is Zacid. Ooh. Name you Pantsless. Their name was, in fact, an assumed identity. Subject's true name is Zacit. They plotted to infiltrate the Mountain of Dyes in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of blah blah blah. So, oh, just general trying to steal my stuff, eh? Just trying to steal my stuff. Them too. I was right to be suspicious. I'm just gonna do this because I think it'll look cool. Putting a bar in front of one of the doors. Just because I think that looks cool. Isn't there a tag that's basically mountain, which relates to language, though? Stone, like, some of the tags don't really make much sense. I mean, hey, thanks for being around enough to get it, ADJ606. Can't help but notice that it seems like a lot of the time it's always right to be suspicious. It seems like all the visitors are after something. I mean, it's the same reason I have no friends is because most of the people who want to be my friend just want me to promote their TikTok. But like, the thing is, visitors were really cool. And I say that in the past tense for a reason in Dwarf Fort. Visitors were awesome for a while. And they were awesome until Villains Part 1 came out, which was the overhaul of the crime system. Because what happened when Villains Part 1 came out is suddenly all of like the dwarves and all of the visitors in the world were no longer visiting because they just wanted to hang out in your tavern. They were visiting specifically, most likely because they wanted to steal your stuff. And so now what ends up happening, because there's no like time delay as to when creatures in the world become aware of the existence of the stuff that you have. Yay! We took over Brassfleet. The Fortress of Brassfleet, far to the southeast, has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. Got another one. Because everybody in the world who's a criminal suddenly finds out that you have an artifact, anybody who isn't corrupted and like controlled by a villainous actor in the world, who's in your tavern, is corrupting every other visitor. So they just become corrupted super quickly, and also because there's no like time needed for information to travel about versus the value of artifacts. If you make one artifact, literally the next day in game, like 24 entities around the world are like, all right, send guys to go take that ring that they made right there, the thing and the stuff. The Fortress of Brassfleet to the far to the southwest has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. Lightning Roger, youngest unnamed dwarf. Okay. Lightning Roger, your mom and dad are Philly and Moo Cow. Your name is Drilled Stockade. He is extremely talented. I don't know why Baby has that voice, but it does now. He enjoys being in crowds, doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. My neighbors must think I'm fucking crazy. He tends before acting. He has a greedy streak, and he is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He tries to do things correctly each time and lives a fast-paced life. He's quite ambitious, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is quick to form negative views about things. Hello, Debunk the Funk. Welcome back. What is this fort? This is a attempt at building an arena that's going to make monsters fight. That's what this fort is. But we're also kind of at war with a faction that's right next door, because I didn't realize this when I embarked, but they were all zombies. I thought it was just like a bunch of occupied sites, but no, it's like a necromancer like tower that took over an entire dwarven faction. So I'm like kind of exterminating a necromancer faction next door to me. Personally, he views loyalty unfavorably and finds blind honesty foolish. Values cunning and dreams of raising a family. He likes magnetite and silver and lavender jade, as well as giant kestrel, and cockatiel men for their crests, in the words of the early dress, and when possible prefers to consume flies. Sits on the back of mom and leaves his mouth open. And cow cheese and persimmon wine, and absolutely hates bats. Likes the normal cheese, but also eats flies. Okay. So this is the location that we've acquired. And these are all of my dwarves who live here now, who I'm going to go request back. With Cole. Cole is my messenger, who's going to finish constructing whatever they're constructing, and then they're going to leave the map and bring those dwarves home. Doesn't like me. I mean, many of the dwarves don't like me. I'm an omnipotent ruler. Huh? After a polite discussion with a local rival, Aiden Roxora has claimed the position of administrator of the Urns of Stone. What does that mean? It's not even one of my dwarves. Let's see how this seize attempt went. I will also say that sometimes it's pretty obvious. Like, one of my favorite, like, suspicious visitors, which I actually mentioned earlier, he was 70-something years old. He was married to a necromancer who had actively attacked me a couple of times, so I knew what she looked like and what her name was. And he claimed to be a bard wearing a full suit of armor with a spear and a artifact coffin, which he carried on his left hand. Eventually, he put it on his back. Also, the artifact coffin was made out of dwarven bone. Anyway, he would show up and hang out at my tavern trying to do poetry and was terrible at it. And so I would arrest him because he was trying to steal my stuff. And then every time we'd maim him and he'd get released again. And this cycle just continued for a very long time where he would show up and we'd beat the shit out of him and arrest him and then rinse repeat until eventually we beat the shit out of him so bad he lost two of his arms or one of his arms and both of his legs. And then he eventually, I think, died trying to leave the map. But, like, it was so fucking funny. It was like, oh no, whatever his name is back. Let's beat him up again. Can be used in any sorts of ways. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't actually, like, put two and two together like that, Stone. What they doing with me urns? Yeah, exactly. I do like that visitors come back as part of the human and gods parlays since they, You do like that you like that visitors come back as part of human and goblin parlays. Wait, really? Oh, I didn't realize that. Huh. I don't think I've ever witnessed that, rather. We are in an ad break, so I'm kind of taking my time here. The Mountain of Dyes defeated the Lanterns of Bending and the Brass of Inks, and the new government was called the Urns of Stone. Oh, I see. One of my dwarves became the leader of the Urns of Stone. That makes a lot more sense. That makes much more sense. So who got the administrator job then? Regardless, that's now us. I think we're gonna go try and raise Snarl Key right here with these two squads. Go get them, dwarves. Is your hand okay? Why? Where? Why you know where? Why you know sword? Where's your... Where your sword? You dumb. Budgie, what up? It's good to see you. How you been out there, old Budge? Most visitors aren't thieves, but he's a bad spot. He's in a bad spot. That hasn't been my experience, but... Although, yeah, I will say this is kind of a hive of scum and villainy for the most part. Okay, who are the people who are actually visiting? Oh, I don't currently have any. I feel dumb now. I was reading an old notice. I was like, why there's no new people here. Why can't I interrogate them? You're in heaven? What do you mean? Oh, because you found a budgie emote? You found a channel that just is all budgies? Is that what's up? Oh, hey, it's Stowe. I know who Stowe is. I've watched Stowe's streams a few times. That's lovely. Anyway, hi Budgie. Hope you're doing well. There we go. Getting all this dug out. All right, chat. Now this one's fun. Look at this. Look at this silly visitor we have. Look at this little guy. He's just a little guy. He's just, you know, here to learn more. We can learn more about them after they chat with a local. Yeah, def. For reals. Totally legitimate. We'll hear more about this person after they chat with a local. I'm gonna go interrogate them right the fuck now, Mr. Kobold. Tholodilus. I mean, he's a former member of Stalabarin and a former member of Fatlidus. Now he's a member of the Bent Yells. He's wearing very small clothes. He or she, actually. She. Sorry. My B. What is that green stone? That's malachite. It's the ore of copper. Which I'm not making into copper. I'm simply using it as, like, bricks. So now I can lock the door here. And as you can see, there's a wall all the way around the edge. So they do the interrogate. I'm curious if they'll actually be able to interrogate them, too. Subject valued harmony. Wow, we can actually communicate with them. The subject revealed that in the midwinter of 305, the subject plotted to infiltrate the Mountain of Dyes in order to steal and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. Shocker. I'm not even remotely surprised. Well, I will convict you of your crime. And whenever my captain of the guard wakes up, you'll have your crime or your punishment carried out. You need 225 days in prison. Norris LeChuck, thank you for the €5. First time actually managing to catch one of my streams. Sorry I don't look at the YouTube chat as much as the Twitch chat, but it's just quieter over there. I do glance at it, though. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers for the $5 super chat? And YouTube, folks, I don't know, you guys can hit the thumbs up button or the party button or whatever's. Whichever button is closer, more convenient for you. I'm just waiting on my Cappy here to wake up. Whenever he feels like it. Sometime this year. Hopefully. It'd be really funny if this guy just, like, killed... If the kobold, like, just killed him. Okay, it appears that my... messenger has left the map. Oh.
Cheers to the arena.
The holy arena, Blazing Iceberg. Hope that you're doing well today. The Walls of Color and others have returned. Sure, just let me see how this went. Pilot led the attack of this one. Labyrinthine Walk of Muddling. We stole Surveying for Students. Excellent. That was just a place that we're searching. I don't think that we got any... Oops. A cedar chest. Oh. Great. And now population is climbing back up. All right, so you wanted to see the kobold's name again. Tholodetylus. Is that what you wanted to see? Wait, do kobolds' names actually have meanings? I thought they were just random. Confuddle-a-goop, or whatever. That is it. Yes, it's an intelligent undead kobold, which isn't something you see very often. Or rather, like kobolds that you can actually communicate with. More like Tholo these nuts. Uh-huh. I see what you did there. Building vertically is hard. Building vertically is hard. What a neat little criminal. Totally. Yeah, no, I agree. Not that, like, I'm going to let them steal my stuff, but I will certainly arrest them. Shoutouts to Onul here, too, who was the dwarf who threw a tantrum enough that I was able to convict some people of crimes, which was what allowed me to start convicting all of these visitors, if you will. The human herbalist necromancer, hey? I'll romance that neck. Adra the Metal Outlaw, thank you very much for the 73rd month. Dude, thanks for keeping that subscription alive for 73 months. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers? For 73 months. Are you already leaving? Or trying to, at least. Whatever the fact, this here necromancer's up to no good. Although, that's kind of cool. Tiger nail crown and a tiger nail, like... A tiger nail crown and a tiger nail ring. Which is kind of neat. So, Adra, I've got a question. Listen to any cool bands lately? That's something I gotta ask. I picked up actually, I picked up 2 albums recently. I have the new Pendulum CD because, I don't know, a sucker for nostalgia, I suppose. And I also picked up the new album that a band called Tribunal put out, which is like a doom metal outfit. But they're a doom metal outfit with like with a cello. So it's like very, very, very heavy like bass guitar followed by also just a cello, which is a really fucking cool sound. This necromancer's got a big family. Damn. You are not happy about being confined, are you? How long are you going to prison for, Mr. Romancer? Aha! A very long time. That's what you get for trying to get your ass convicted of espionage. I'm also going to, no, not upright spikes. Let's go just with weapon traps. If he raises the kobold? Well, I mean, the kobold's already been raised, but I feel like they would know each other. I mean, maybe not, but... This is me reassigning my squads, now that they're back. Let's get these dwarves back to training. And Napalm can run one of the two squads. Up here. Oh shit. That has to have been recently reclaimed. Because there definitely wasn't like a Hammer of Worship spot right there before in Snarl Key. Yeah, because I destroyed Snarl Key. Oh, that's interesting. So I attacked this place and like routed everything. And now there's the Hammer of Worship, whomever that is. Is that a Dwarven faction? I don't know. Now there's this group called the Hammer of Worship that's taken over it again. I'm actually just going to send this crew to go and demand a one-time tribute.
He has a sword.
All pigs must die, gotcha. Also, Gatecreeper. Gatecreeper's pretty good. All pigs must die. Just the name of that band reminds me of Pigs, 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 Pigs. Particularly great band as well. I never remember how many pigs exactly is in Pigs, 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 so I usually get it wrong, but good band. All the same. We're also going to go attack stuff. I'm like reinvigorating this whole corner of the world. The Fortress of Keyburned. Let's go burn some keys, shall we? Don't really want your livestock, so. The awe-inspiring canyons of what? Of voices, maybe? It's a hell of a lot of kills on dwarves. This might be the most dwarves I've killed with a dwarven fortress. I'm a particular fan. Well, actually, I think I need to listen to Inertia a few more times, but Inertia's weird. Like, I guess it depends on like what era of Pendulum you like, Shinobi. It's like, when I was younger, I had two other friends who really liked Pendulum. One of them fucking hated like the island and like all of the watercolors, or like, why am I blanking on the name of that album? Was it Watercolor? The last album that they put out where they did a bunch of collabs. I have one friend who really hated that album and one friend who really liked that album. And I kind of stopped hanging out with the one I really hated that album. Not because he hated it, but like just we stopped hanging out. And I always thought that album was kind of like a mix like just something new, more so than like them going back to the well, like them trying to like change their sound pretty dramatically by doing a lot of collaborations. This feels kind of like a combination of that and In Silico. Like they kind of went back to the well on a lot of things. Immersion, that was the name of that album. Watercolor was a song on that album, right? I haven't listened to that album in maybe 10 years. Clippings, Dead Sky Channel, not familiar. Okay, let's see how the construction over here is going. Oh, apparently the dead walk, chat. So we're supposed to hide while we still can. Not the best timing on this one. That's a pretty long list of names that, letters that kobold names have to start with. Stone. That's here the militia captain has returned. Is that just you? Yeah, it's literally just one dwarf. How did our demand of tribute go? We like liberate this whole place, people reclaim it, and we were just like, the Mountain of Dyes demanded treasure from the Tomes of Pine, but they had nothing left to give. I've never seen that. I almost feel bad. Oh, that is a new one for me. That they had nothing left to give, eh? You don't say. But yeah, no, I think that like Inertia, I don't know all the songs off by heart yet, or the names. I've listened to it in totality once. I really like Cannibal, and it's kind of funny to me because I don't like Orgasm at all. Like, I think that band is pretty bad. Like, on a good day, I think they're kind of not great.
This is madness! Madness. This.
Like, they're just kind of cheesy chicken shit, and not in a way that I like, but I think they work real well on Cannibal. That song's pretty great. So, I quite like it so far. I need to listen to it more. Stone Hobo, how are you? I don't know why I'm wording bad. Stone Hobo, how are you doing? What's up, mate? You want me, old sock? I don't, what? The Mountain of Dyes demanded treasure from the Tomes of Pine, but they had nothing left to give, is something that I've never seen before, but maybe they'll come trade with me now. That's like a reason for me to go murder them. We're about to get invaded by the undead, apparently, and when Bismuth is running naked outside. It's not a good time to do that, like, you know, with all the the undead invading and such. Like, this doesn't seem like a good time to do that. Just saying. Maybe not a very good time to do that. Here comes Soldier. Back in nice and quick. They're the zombie. There'd be zombies. I'm sorry, what? Are you one of the invaders? Or are you a visitor? Because that's pretty sus if you're a visitor. No, you're an invader. Okay, that makes more sense. I think that the necromancers are running out of zombies because they're starting to send me zombie poets equipped with gear instead of zombie soldiers. Because this is literally a zombie poet. Also, their niece is in my presence. Oh, fuck me, that's funny. Alright, Squads have returned. Where are they returning? That's the question. What end of the map? Nice and close by at the very least. Let's see how that raise attempt went. Start pickling ginger. Ooh. We had a strong positional advantage, striking down many dwarves. Also, Stackwood Romanoid or Raptors, the Lessened Tomb is such a good name. Romanoid was saying that they didn't want to have a dwarf in the last fort because they always die immediately, and now like they're just this super legendary fighter. Which means now I've cursed them and they're gonna die. It's like commentator's curse in sports, but... Dwarf Rotten Butcher was struck down. The Dwarf Rotten Butcher was struck down. Labash hailed mine the tempted liberation of Gills. The Rotten Butcher, the attempted liberation of Gills was struck down by the dutiful Oars of Death. Also, Land's Tomes, not Landstones. Land's Tomes is also a pretty good name. Okay, let's see how big is this siege and where are they coming from? Where are they at this moment? Okay, they're all just down there. That's okay. Let's just get all of these dwarves just training. Capital T. Get in there. Just gonna get everybody training right the hell now. And did I get... Wait, hold on. Did I get any loot from that? No, I didn't. Why is there a horse there? I'm not gonna worry about it. Problem for a different day. I'm sorry, what? Oh, they're killing... So Romanoid is chasing and killing this poet. But it seems that Romanoid's getting tired. Oop. Well, now he's running back around the other way. I mean, I respect the enthusiasm, dwarves. Go get him. You got this. This poet, do you have like a book or something? Oh, wow, you have an artifact. Holy shit, hold up. It's a steel crossbow. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval orthoclase cabochons and encircled with bands of donkey hoof. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap on the items an image of id eagle caves. The dwarf and dwarves and reindeer antler. Eagle Claves is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the dwarf Eagle Claves to the position of dungeon master of the ropes of bending in the year 1. What else do you have? It's a graphite earring. Huh. It's encrusted with rectangular dacite cabochons and encircled with bands of rectangular quartzite cabochons. A steel low boot. And a fancy hat? It's a large iron cap. Wait, how are you wearing a large iron cap? You're a dwarf. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with porcupine bone and swan bone. On the item is an image of Nagam Mange maligned, the shred of walking, the goblin, and goblins in silver. Mange maligned is surrounded by the goblins. Eric relates to the ascension of the goblin Nagam Mange maligned, the shred of walking, and the position of Lord of the Allied of the Allied seduction in 93. On the item is an image of mountains and graphite. It is coated in water. Well, that last bit makes sense. They're trying to catch this dude and not doing a very good job. It's just like backing up and kiting pretty effectively and just tiring this whole squad out. But like... he's just kiting them like perfectly. 'Cause he's fired all of his bolts, right? Or maybe he didn't bring any. Thank you. Thanks, watched television. But yeah, no, this dude's just running around in big head mode. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just running around in big head mode. You know, it's like me where most hats don't fit. All right, well. I'm just gonna close this. And hopefully nobody gets crushed. We're in an ad break, so we'll pause. But yeah, I'm glad that so many people have liked the most recent video. Don't forget to, if you liked it, if you watched it, if you enjoyed it, or haven't finished it yet, but we'll plan to go back or whatever, please go leave a comment. Like, help conversation happen under video, because that is, like, one of the biggest drivers of making YouTube promote it. Overall, the video's doing great, so I've got no complaints, but, like, if you want to help it do better, go leave a comment on it. Do I have any plans for the defense trap on this map? I've got a few ideas. Nothing really is coming into fruition yet, though. I just kind of have a big army right now. That's kind of it. Hey, Suited. Welcome back. Yeah, the thing I need to do in regards to pickling stuff, Hobo, is I need to go get me a, I need to go to the, now that I've finished the video and I'll actually have a free weekend coming up, I think what I'm going to go do is buy, like, a couple kilograms of beets and just make a big old batch of pickled beets. Probably going to do that. The Mud Goblins bit expanded a lot about the state of your cupboards. Well, I'm glad people liked the Mud Goblins bit. I'm always, like, worried that, me, like, hawking my merch is just going to annoy some people. It's like, it's an ad, but... It's like, I don't have any ads in my YouTube videos. I just market myself in my YouTube videos. Okay, so where's this poet at? They're not very good at... This is actually really funny. Just this dwarf doing their best cardio workout, living their best life, but they just can't catch the fucker. Okay, so where's the rest of the siege at? They're all over here. Guess they can't get out. Well, Dwarf, I need you to move. Where did that poet go? Oh, did they get it? They must have gotten it. Maybe not. I don't even. That or they just left the map. I'm not entirely sure. It's an ancient screenshot of a dead kobold. That's something that I love about, like, old game wikis like Dwarf Fortress, where it's just like, oh yeah, no, there's just like this screenshot. It was like taken by so-and-so on the forums in like 2012. Oh. So now the question is, do I send my whole squad out, or do I let this dwarf be a hero, chat? Because this dwarf, Dobar here, just spotted this entire army. What do you think, chat? It took me about 55 hours of editing time, not including the gameplay recording time, which was like 30-something hours. It's like 40 hours probably of streams, cut down into 55 hours of editing. Watch wretched television. Hero dwarf. All right, let's see if this dwarf, in fact, becomes a hero. Cuts through the first zombie pretty quickly. That's 2, 3, 4. Okay, they do have backup. Who's behind them? They're not in a martial trance yet. Stukos is behind them. 5, 6. That may have been 7, and I'm not sure. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They're now in a martial trance. Oh, Tim decided to just turn around. All right, so who's the dwarf who's still here? It's just you. This is the Great Swords dwarf. Not to be confused with Charlie Brown's Great Pumpkin, who's no longer tired. Was tired for a moment there. He's also pulling in a lot of kills. He's killed 8 zombies so far in this. More than that now. 6 and 7. Is still tired, but as long as they don't get exhausted. Or overexerted, I suppose. Huh! Look at that. Absolutely fucking savage. Remembering their bedroom, they're like, man, I get to go to bed after this. Did you just spit? Or was that a bolt? That may have been a bolt. What squad are you in? The Walls of Color? Okay, so this dwarf is in my main squad. They've killed 9 and 14 in this fight alone. They're not done. Tired still. As long as they don't get overexerted, they should be good. And they've just decided that's enough. Oh my word. How many did you get? 9 and 15. So what? Like 26? Holy shit, man. God damn. I'm just gonna tell this whole squad to just go over here and just finish it up. Like, just turn around. You've had your moment. You can go station now. Okay, that's 26, 27, 28, 29, 30? I think 31? 32, 33? 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, I think. Shit. Let me double check. Was I right there? 18 and 24, so... Oh my god. 34... What? Yeah, 42. Tired and overexerted? Tired means like, alright, I've been at this for a bit, I need a break. Overexerted is like, I'm ready for a nap, and like, might fall asleep on the battlefield. Or like, collapse due to exhaustion kind of deal. And is now going to go take a nap. You know, honestly, Dwarf, I say you've earned it. I think you've earned it. Horde Slayer, because holy shit. She's completely oblivious to the concept of neatness and will just leave body parts strewn about without any care. She's confident under pressure, sure. And she dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. Do not fight the whole army by yourself. She likes a little excitement now and again. A little, and acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. When she gets excited, it's easy to tell because she drums her fingers on enemies' heads. She bites her nails when she gets bored, and she needs alcohol to get the working day. Her nails must be very long right now. She personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and sees competition as reasonably important. She likes marble, steel, and indigo tourmaline. I was attacked by the dead. This is truly horrifying. I think that this dwarf needs like 150 beers. Fuck India, thank you very much for the 16th month. Welcome back, mate. It's good to have you around. Sorry, what? The Dark Goblin Pits of Lung Menace? Wait, did that say the Fondled Curse? Or the Folded Curse? I hate the name of that. Although the Whimsical Immortality is really good, though. Like, this Goblin faction is the Whimsical Immortality. They're very whimsical about their weird immortalityness. I think we're going to go pillage this site, but we're not going to take any important treasures. The Necromancer Tower is what I'm talking about. We're going to take over it, but I'm not going to steal the books. I don't want this to become a Necromancer fort yet. Maybe at some point, but not yet. Did I miss the E? I thought I hit the E. I did miss the E. That was a typo. I tend to like contort my posture a little bit when I'm streaming. Like I lean a little bit towards chat. I don't know why I do that. And sometimes I like take screenshots when not intending and such. Although that could also probably be blamed on still getting used to new keyboard. Although it's not that new of a keyboard now, but... Oh, how did you end up in the military? You're a vampire. You're not supposed to be here. I don't know what a swirling murder cake is, Eric in YouTube chat, but sure. Is this sponsored by War Thunder? No. No. Speaking of, we've also got a Dwarf Bard Necromancer who's now visiting, so I'm going to immediately interrogate him. It's not that I don't think he's trustworthy, it's just I don't trust him. Go get him, sweaty poet. Go get him. Dwarf Bard, Killy Mc... I murdered your son. Killy Mc, I murdered your son. Yes, there you go. The dwarf is now visiting. Or a trustworthy McNecromancer. Corpse Resurrection, the Trustable. You know, the Untrustables sounds like a parody of like an X-Men spinoff. Just like Eurist the Untrustable is just a name that's rattling around in my brain now. He's not naked, doesn't have any weird stuff on his person. He's the former member of a lot of things. He's the overlord of the heaviness of trading. I really wish that there was like merchants guilds. Like, so many people talk about wanting like more military stuff and diplomacy. I just wish that trading was more involved, and I look forward to the day when it is, because like I would love the idea of just like there being nomadic groups that show up just because they will sell you like specific rare objects or something, you know? Like that would just be so cool. Let's see what you got here, bud. That and boats. Why is it always boats? Why is there always so much with boats? Yeah, I don't disagree though. It's an assumed identity. Duh. Its true name is Zatan. Sure, whatever. Began accepting bribes in exchange for leniency of the captain of the guard of the rhyming girders. He corrupted an apprentice subject in order to have someone act on plots in Relieve Channel. An unidentified creature met with the subject and made a threat. He plotted to infiltrate the Squids of Constructing and plotted to infiltrate the Mountain of Dyes in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. And corrupted an unidentified creature in order to have an agent in Colorbeard. Well, that's exciting. I'm just gonna start interrogating some random dwarfs in my fort. 'Cause I'm starting to think we may have some rats. I think either... The thing that bugs me about boats is I know that when Tarn embarks on making boats for Dwarf Fortress, it's gonna be this ridiculous, like, extraordinarily intricate, complicated system of, like, being able to build floating structures. I know this sounds really dumb, but, like, what if boats were just wagons pulled by whales? Like, wagon on water, what pulled by whale? Or squid. You know? Like, that's the simple version of boats, and it's like, why couldn't they just do that? Why isn't that the thing? Anyway. I said it was really good. You enjoyed it a lot. Did you leave a comment? Please leave a comment. Guy's supposed to get 50 hammer strikes. Thank you. It's just what I do now. When people are like, yeah, no, like I really like the video. I'm like, well, if you haven't left a comment, please leave a comment. Like, I appreciate you telling me in my chat. It means a lot. But seriously, please leave a comment. Why not Salzburg? I mean, that's a really good question. I hadn't contemplated that. I'll have to get back to you on the subject.
What about Zoidberg?
Although, for the most part, at this point, I'm just excited and curious about those wagon traps that Tarn has talked about. That's probably the thing I'm the most excited about with the siege stuff that Tarn's talked about is, like, bigger traps. Erdim Cleanboat, we outmatched them with a cunning plan. The attacks at a strong positional advantage. So we just attacked the Necromancer's tower itself. So Stormwolf's full title now is the Earthen Trance. And the dwarf Toulon is the Dutiful Oars of Death. Kogan is the Mauve Spurn of Cudgels. Cuddle is the Coastal Leader. Oh, that's a good name. The Lesson Tomb is another one. The Obscure Complexity is Serral. These are all just zombies that we're striking down. Diebustin's full title is the Influential Tuft of Palaces. Horde Slayer's full title is the Golden Sword of Ants. Ooh. Cheers, Fog. Thanks for swinging by, dude. Yeah, it's pretty late where you're at, isn't it? The Game Jam stuff is starting up soon. I'll let you know when the full thing's launched. Unless you're taking part. I don't know, actually. I guess you aren't? Question mark? Presume you aren't. Sergeant Donut got a kill. Who's Craft Humor, the Oily Sense. It's not the most dramatic name, but got a kill. How's my day been? How been my day? I'm trying to avoid the news. I know that some crazy shit's happened, and I'm trying to not read about it, because I'm trying to stay positive. Pestering people to leave comments on the video. Hoping the video continues to do as well as it was doing this morning, and I'm trying not to look at it. Today's been great. We had a sale on subscriptions, which I think you were here for earlier. Yeah, you were here for it earlier. So that's been good. And mostly just murdering zombies and slowly building a giant arena. And a forgotten beast arrived that was a ball of salt, so I ignored it. Since him and his friends like to do those? Well, the prizes for this one is just like, if you successfully submit a game, some streamers will probably play it. Because it's a bunch of streamers running it, right? We have ran 2 of these in the past. It's just been a while since the last one. 2 years, I think, since the last one. More zombie dwarf. More zombie dwarf was struck down by Stormwolf. Zombie dwarf was struck down by Cuddle. Well, cheers, Fog. Thanks for swinging by. No, totally. I get that. But some people, like, go after game jams with prize pools. But, I don't know. We were told after the last one that we did that, like, actually getting some live feedback on your game is really neat. Stream Tongs. I read that as Steam Tongs the Armored Worker. Stream Tongs the Armored Worker. What a good name. This is a long-ass fight. They're all just zombie dwarves. I had one literally go for 40 minutes once. Wretched Vision, and it was like dwarves clash with 5,000 goblins in Name of Place, slaying 10. Dwarves clash with 5,000 goblins in Name of Place, slaying 10. Dwarves clash with 4,980 goblins, slaying 10. Dwarves clash with 4,970 goblins, slaying 10. And it just went on like that for like 30-something minutes. How many dwarves did I send? That's a good question. I think it was 2 squads. Oh, wait, to that one? I think it was five squads. This one was 2. Hold on. They clashed with 202 animated dwarves. Ah, there we go. Saying similar stuff. They clashed with 192. They clashed with 182. They clashed with 172, probably, right? Yeah, slaying 10, slaying 10, slaying 10. Hold on. Arab carried vaults the diamond anguish of mortifying. The dwarven rotten butcher. The diamond anguish of mortifying. The fuck do you have to do to get a name like that? Seriously, though. A singular migrant has arrived. All right, let's do, I think actually I'll leave that one for right now. It's like these 2 that I want to take over. Simple Manners and that down here. Oh my god. I didn't realize that this... I don't even know who the Squids of Constructing are. So this is another faction up here. The Squids of Constructing, which appears to be in a similar state. Yeah, it is. This is very unique. I've never really seen this happen, where it's just like, there's a bunch of dwarven civilizations, but they're all destroyed and completely, like, taken over by a necromancer tower. But so far we've been able to take over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sites. And one of them, Brassfleet, actually has a population of 50. We've been able to push the population of that location up quite a bit, which is good. Oh, that one's inaccessible. That's inconvenient. It's a Hillix. Only the militia commander has to stay in the fort when you occupy it. You like how this fort actually turned into Helm's Deep? I mean, it looked like Helm's Deep, and now, yeah, it is becoming Helm's Deep. We're not quite there yet, although we don't have much further to go before we are just Helm's Deep. Right? Like, all that we really need now is just... I need to get invaded a whole bunch. Oopsies. But we're getting there. We are, in fact, definitely getting there. This is fiddly. Be easier once we get this and then the next layer up done. Because once this layer is also done, then it'll be one more final one. Oh. The Forgotten Beast, I must Terran Dusak, has come, an enormous blob composed of flame. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. That's the weirdest color flame I've ever seen, but okay. All right. I think with that chat, how long have I been on? 8.5 hours, a little longer. My brain is kind of mush, and I need to go grocery shopping. So I think Yellmites. I must Yellmites is going to be left here as a cliffhanger. That isn't horrendously tedious. I don't know what you mean by tall. I don't find building minecart tracks tedious unless you're building, like, impulse ramps. So I don't really know what you mean. Chat, I'm calling it. I'm gonna go and do some grocery shopping and make dinner. That's what I'm gonna do. Line, ramp up, 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 line, ramp, etc. That's it. That's all you can really do. I mean, you can, like, designate the whole thing and then just engrave it, but if you consider that tedious, then I can't help you, mate. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you haven't watched the video yet, please go watch the video. Please, seriously, please, thank you. And if you want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow with more of the dwarfing. Although tomorrow, I think, is like the second to last or the third to last week where I have to end early on Thursdays, because after that, I don't get to pick up produce every week because the farm's almost done for the year. That being said, I will be streaming Friday this week, but it'll probably be a short stream because I have a doctor's appointment at some point. I need to figure out exactly what the details are with that. Although on Friday, I'm going to be streaming a different game. I want to try a game for the first time, which comes out next week, I think. It's either like this Friday or like the 16th or something it comes out. Hold on, let me actually double check. No, it's the 14th that comes out. Okay, I was kind of wrong. But anyway, it's a game called Fatadium, and it straight up just looks like black and white. Like, if you ever played black and white, this shit looks like black and white. Like, it has the floating hand. You can pick people up and shake them and throw them at things. You can, like, cast spells, and I don't know. It's either going to be horrible or I'm going to have a great time. Or maybe both. I don't know. So we'll be doing that on Friday for a bit. But I do have a phone call appointment with a doctor in the afternoon, so I won't be able to go super late on Friday. But I like to think that we're back to the normal schedule now. I got that video out of my system. Do you get a pet? That I don't know. I also can't say, because I haven't played it yet. But it would be fun if you did. It looks like somebody made it black and white. That's what it looks like to me, Loptron. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down. Thank you very much for hanging out today, YouTube. Bah.